What's the crack? It's your boy Teriyaki. Back at it again for a bit more of the film rooms. You know what I'm saying? Reviewing debates, dialogues, different things like that. You know what I'm saying? Also, shout out to Speakeasy. It was a pretty good hot seat, not gonna lie. So today we're going to be reviewing Andrew's latest debate around this whole kind of like center kind of like topic that the lefties like to spew is about, like this whole Trump is a fascist and all this kind of stuff. But then you basically ask them to define. Like, sometimes it's the simple question that undoes the lie. Like this is simple thing like, okay, what do you mean when you say fascist? You know what I mean? Like Jordan Peterson, what do you mean when you say fascist? You know what I mean? Like that whole kind of like aspect. And like a lot of people actually don't even understand what like fascism actually is. You know what I mean? We got Mangoes in the chat saying, I have a question. What is question, comrades? And Eli, if we get to the $50 goal, I'll throw the panel link in the chat. You know what I mean? But it, like like obviously we want to like stick around the main topic that we're going to be reviewing as well. Trump isn't a fascist. Well, duh, you know what I mean? Like because like to call Trump a fascist would be to call the whole like American governmental structure fascist, which again I can't see it. You know what I mean? They're the fascists. No, I'd say that they're tyrants. You know, which is not the same thing. They've got the mentality of a tyrant, essentially. You know what I mean? Will you let me on panel if there is a panel? Like I said, bro, all I have to do is apologize to Rob. You know what I mean? Simples, comrade. But in terms of the, I'll try to get the coffee into me. You know what I'm saying? In terms of the like the standard definition of fascism. All right, let's get the old Googles out, as they say. Un momento, por favore. But Orange Man, bad Teriyaki. Exactly. Like, that's the whole thing of like, I'm just going to state something. I feel like he's a fascist, ergo he is a fascist. You know what I mean? But fascist is a supporter of fascism, a far right. Again, when we get into it, it doesn't really make sense. But authoritarian, an ultra-nationalistic political ideology characterized by a dictator. So when we're talking about like authoritarian, like this whole aspect of ultimate authority lies with this one dude. You know what I mean? Centralized autocratic power. So like this whole thing of like, it's like kind of similar in terms of like communist, where it's like centralized power, right? And then the suppression of opposition, which again kind of goes hand in hand. So even with this one, there's a lot of different ways you can, like a lot of different kind of government you can kind of like throw into here and then kind of maybe take out or eliminate certain aspects. But when we're talking about like ultra nationalistic, for example, because that's like a key thing that would like, let's say, separate fascist from like a globalist dictator, right? Like you wouldn't be able to call a globalist dictator a fascist because they're globalist, they're not nationalistic. But then there's the delineation between ultra nationalistic and nationalist. You know what I mean? Like when you talk about, like for me, a way to identify the difference between an ultra nationalistic and nationalistic would be a nationalist would want the sovereignty of their state, want the long-term health and growth for their state, the like the continuation of their culture, the continuation of their people. But when you talk about like benefits to the state, obviously there are like other people around the world that could help you kind of improve your state, like contribute to your state and all so on and so forth kind of thing. You know what I mean? Whereas like an ultra nationalist would be purely down the lines of like, I don't want any outside help. We are our own people, and like have like this, what we saw develop in Nazi Germany is this kind of like mythology around the peoples and like the purity culture around the peoples and all this kind of stuff. It goes to the extreme. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Sorry, I'm getting hit with all the messes as well. We got Nemo, Los Angeles, welcome in, welcome in. We got Abby, welcome in. We got Johnny, got to drop that like before bed. Hey, mama. We got Jack as well saying easy raid. Ladies and gentlemen, let me play the clips. Wait, where is the clips? Oh, here we go. Welcome in, folks. Welcome in. We're going to be reviewing a little bit of Andrew Wilson. Around the topic of, is Trump a fascist? You know what I'm saying? But because we're going to be reviewing debate, we got to make sure we remain logical, folks. Who better else to teach us the laws of logic than our boy Speakeasy?
Well, hang on, stop. Let's start with this. What are the 3 laws of logic? What are they? No, don't look them up. What are the 3 laws of logic?
Do you think this is an inconclusive
What are the
mathematical
3
statement?
laws of logic? There's 3. What are they?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know the fucking laws of logic, dude.
All right.
No, all right, dude. I don't know where. You don't even know the 3 laws of logic. This is fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy,
do you
bro.
want to ask Speakeasy if he knows?
Yeah, it's the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
His name is John C.
Anything else, shit?
Mama. Absolute beast. Absolute legend. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, it has that double pairing with Easy and Wilson. Beautiful. Bellissimo, as they say. And take it easy, mangoes. We got Crazy in chat as well. Welcome in, Crazy. Crazy like, what the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on, little leprechaun? What you doing here, boy?
Yo, what the fuck is going on right now?
That is one of the favorite clips of mine. I'm not going to lie as well. Welcome in, Johnny Dollar. Welcome in. We got Jack as well. Welcome in, sir. Welcome in. You know? And that never gets old. Mama. An old definition in actual text that I saw of fascism was anti-Bolshevism. Like, this is the whole thing as well. When you look at National Socialism, like a key enemy to communism would be National Socialist. Because when you look at like National Socialism, it's socialism with the limiting principle of the nation. So it's against Marx when Marx outlines like the stages of progress towards communism, that like socialism or just raw like unlimited socialism is a tool to get to communism. But a way to counter communism would be, okay, well, rather than say it's an unlimited tool, we're going to limit the tool purely around the nation and focus all the energy and force into the actual nation and socialize in certain parts. Like I spoke about in my debate, this aspect of, like key sectors like military warfare, like private companies that do like big manufacturing of weapons and technology and all this kind of stuff. That has to be under the authority of the government. Otherwise, what's stopping them from selling your military tech and your military weapons to foreign enemies? Another key area would be like big infrastructure. So your roads, your railways, your water supply, your energy, that all has to be nationalized as well. And isn't it interesting? Gaddafi, he had to be taken out because he started talking about nationalizing the oil reserves and nationalizing the banking and coming up with the golden dinar. You know what I mean? And then they were like, yeah, we need to get rid of this cunt. You know what I mean? The globalists. So in terms of like this aspect, a key thing is that like recognizing the like what came from like Nazi Germany was a fascist National Socialism. And when you look at the competing lines between who was the main enemy of Nazi Germany, it was the communist Russians. You know what I mean? Bolsheviks, so to speak. Because they were like, yeah, we want to get rid of the state. We want to get rid of we want to get rid of the nation, essentially. So obviously, like the National Socialists, they're not keen on that. And even when you go back to Adolf was pleading with the English and saying, listen, like, you're our Aryan brothers. Join us in this fight versus the communists. You know what I mean? Because when you look at like Marx and you put it like side by side, there's obviously like the proposed solution of communism, and that's basically just a delusion. Which is why like they keep saying, oh, well, communism's never actually been tried, because fundamentally it's impossible to get to communism. Because the whole thing is that you need to seize the state to then dismantle the state, but you never actually dismantle the state because otherwise it just descends into pure chaos. You know what I mean? There's nothing to actually enforce the communism on the people if there's no state. It's a delusion. It's a divide by zero error, essentially. You know what I mean? But then when you look at Marx as well, the critiques on capitalism, which a lot of people don't actually bother to go into because they just like say, oh, well, the solution's wrong, ergo the critiques must be wrong, which is a fallacious thinking. The critiques that Marx has against like communism as capitalism, there are some valid critiques there, and what we've saw manifest in the modern era is this essence of like the globalist capitalists, like these globalists that like have like vast amount of wealth, and there's no kind of like there's nothing really stopping them once you kind of operate the globe in terms of a chessboard. So a key thing would be like I'm a company that's like a conglomerate or like globalist. So like I can still have slave labor in China, for example. You know what I mean? I've got like really low cheap and stuff, and then I can just sell into the American market and have like still capitalize on the fact that that's such a superior currency to the yen. You know what I mean? I don't have to compete with Chinese companies. I can just compete with American companies, and I've got a severe advantage against American companies because I'm able to utilize slave labor, and the domestic American companies cannot compete with me because, like, and especially if I'm able to manipulate certain policies in the Chinese government, I can even get the Chinese government to subsidize my industry to then even increase profit margins, or even just like basically like eliminate or drastically reduce my pricings on my products in America and still have profit, whereas it would literally be it would require American companies to operate at a loss to sell the same goods at that price. Another key thing would be like the whole Jeffrey Epstein thing. Like everybody kind of like goes who's and haws about like the Jeffrey Epstein thing, but there's regions in China where the consent age is 12. You know what I mean? So just to give you an idea on who's behind the Epstein thing, what types of people they are, that's essentially what the globalist mentality. They want to be able to subvert the nation so they can essentially descend everything into chaos and all this kind of stuff. All right. So this is why like the nationalist thing is like you want to be a nationalist, you don't want to go like all the way forward. Too much of one thing is never a good thing. So like ultra nationalist is a key thing that you want to make sure that you're not going too far into. Whereas you're the one to centralize autocratic power, right? So let's get into this one. Centralized autocratic power is a system where a single leader or small group holds absolute unchecked decision-making authority over a government or organization, demanding total obedience and suppressing dissent. Fuck, I muted myself. It features top-down, one-way command structures, removing input from others and centralizing authority, commonly seen in dictatorships or authoritarian regimes. So this is this whole thing of like central planning, central power. Do you know what I mean? It is all done within the capital, right? Which again, when you're talking about like operating a country efficiently, you know, like people in Washington D.C. are not going to like fully comprehend or grasp the key value structures that causes Texas, for example, to run efficiently. Same way in California, there's going to be different demands, different interests, different and motives for even just like Texas and California to operate. Do you know what I mean? So it's like this whole thing of like trying to centralize all the power and all this kind of stuff, that typically ends in complete and utter failure, you know? So, is there anything else in terms of original, like dictator? We all know what that is. Like think of like the Führer principle, like the one dude, whatever he says is the law and all this kind of stuff. But like all of this is kind of like thrown at the likes of Donald Trump and all this kind of stuff in the American system. Because it's kind of like it is kind of like authoritarian because like they have authority, you know what I mean? It's kind of like ultra nationalist because they're nationalists. They want to make America great again. You know what I mean? It is a political ideology. You know what I mean? We're talking about politics here. It's like this loose kind of like there's one word that I might be able to jam into this, but it actually doesn't work. You know what I mean? Dictator, like a key thing, like you cannot call America a dictatorship because the just the like the setup of it, where you have the president, then you have Congress and the Senate, and then you have the judiciary. Those are like checks and balances. You know what I mean? The judiciary can overrule the president. Donald Trump can't just like start like putting forward executive orders that goes against the Constitution. It's going to be overruled by the judiciary. You know what I mean? Like even like the centralized autocratic power again goes against the whole federal system that America has, where it's like you have the federal government, everybody has to obey like these base set of rules, but in terms of the states, go wild, do whatever the fuck you want. You know what I mean? Not whatever, but in terms of like, so long as you don't go against the Constitution, you can basically whatever tax rates you want, go wild, boo. You know. So to give you like a decent kind of like idea or breakdown in terms of like the key aspects of fascism, this is basically what it is. And the reason why it gets called a far right is because of Nazi Germany. Because when you look at Nazi Germany, this is essentially what it turned into. Same with Italy, like even like Spain. Everybody forgets about Spain, but Spain was fascist as well. It wasn't necessarily National Socialist, but it was fascist. But the reason why they call National Socialist far right is because a lot of people like hear the term like National Socialism and you think, oh, that's just socialism, or that's like still part of like that scale of going towards communism. But it's completely against communism. Like I kind of explained, it's like it has that set limiting principle around the nation, and the nation will never cease. And everything that we're doing is for the benefit of the nation. And when you look at a National Socialist system, there's going to be key areas like I mentioned, like warfare, big infrastructure, education would be a big thing as well. But outside of those industries, everything else like retail, restaurants, movie theaters, entertainment, all those kind of like service and stuff, they're fully capitalistic. And the state has no interest of ever interfering with that. Like a hairdresser's, like there's no reason why a state should be subsidizing a hairdresser's. You know what I mean? That's all free market, baby. You know what I mean? So in terms of like this whole aspect, it's especially in modern areas, it's like it's very difficult to try and explain these things without people just like I said painting you off as a Nazi and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Also shout out to Abby. One sec. Let me refresh the page. I'm a bit behind. I'm trying to extract out the meat and potatoes of this as well. But Abby, let me play you the shredding clip for that one.
You remind me of what I really
Are we having fun yet? Shout out to Abby for the $20 on the Ko-Fi. Appreciate you, Connie. Yeah, you got to shred for the $20. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But yeah, hopefully that breaks it down. One sec. But I'm working. I got a guy, Dan, working on a new intro. Like I said, hopefully, well, not hopefully, like I know, like Dan is like he has some bangers. You know what I mean? He's very kind of like musically gifted in a way. But ladies and gentlemen, hopefully we've kind of like set the clear definition in terms of what fascism is. Because let's see what we get into in terms of this debate, because this one is a bit of a weird one. Now, a lot of people I was kind of expecting that this was going to be kind of like hot and heavy, because usually around this topic, like people go in and they're out for blood and all this kind of stuff. But if you've seen previous debates on this, it basically gets into a semantic thing, which essentially, as we kind of explained there, like you need to be able to have or set the clear definitions on these things, because otherwise it goes to what Abby was saying, that it's just like Orange Man bad, and I get to call him like all these bad things, like a Nazi and all stuff, even though he's not actually a Nazi or he's not actually fascist, purely because I just don't like the guy. You know what I mean? It's like Trump is a fascist because I don't like him. Which again, if you look into the Plato's Republic, like he clearly outlines where it's like the degradation of society is much like the degradation of the soul, where it's the highest level is aristocracy, where it's reason above all, and then the lowest point is tyranny, where it's like power above reason or reason beneath everything. Like there's no reason acquired. So like a typical kind of like argument of an aristocrat would be sound reasoning argumentation, where the premises, the conclusion necessarily follows from the premises. There's no other possible conclusion from these premises, and these premises are objectively true. That would be sound reasoning. Whereas the typical argumentation from a tyrant is because I said so. My body, my choice is the same as saying because I said so. No fault divorce because I said so. I want to get a divorce because I said so. It is tyranny. It's a complete degradation of the soul. And interesting enough, like one step above tyranny, just before you hit tyranny, that's where you have the soul of the democracy. You know what I mean? And that's basically popularity above reason. So whatever's popular, that's what we're going to go with, even if it's unreasonable. Which is why we have my body, my choice. Which is why we have no fault divorce. Which is why we have I was born this way. You know what I mean? This guy was completely good faith. Yeah, like I said, it was interesting in that light, where it's kind of like it's good to see like the good faith debates and all this kind of stuff. But as we see it, it's just a masterclass from Andrew Wilson, where he's just able to kind of like cool, calm, and collective, just to kind of like go through and kind of say, well, like if I was, like 90, not even 90%, like, if I hit like 30% or 40% of a particular thing, that does not mean that I am that thing. You know what I mean? And like that's basically what we're going to get into in this debate. But ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, and also shout out to Modern Day Debate. DebateCon 8 is on July 25th, 26th. Make sure you get yourselves tickets, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be an amazing one. Destiny's going to be there. Dinesh D'Souza is going to be there. Obviously, Andrew Wilson's going to be there. Everybody's going to be there. So make sure you get your asses to DebateCon 8, ladies and gentlemen. But without further ado, let's get into it.
Hey, everybody. Tonight we're debating whether or not Trump is a fascist, and we are starting right now with Paul's opening statement. Thanks for being with us, Paul. The floor is all yours.
Thank you for having me again, James. Thanks, Andrew, for wasting your time here with me tonight. I appreciate it. I probably wouldn't have chosen this topic if I were given free rein to choose a topic with Andrew. Is Trump a fascist? Doesn't seem all that consequential to me. But to answer the question, yeah, he's a fascist. I would rather not get bogged down tonight in definitions and stuff, because I don't think when your average Joe says Trump is a fascist, they've read Umberto Eco and they've studied Stalin. I think that they're saying that they believe that Trump has fascist ambitions or fascist intent. And not to preempt an argument, but I did watch a few of Andrew's debates on this topic, previous debates. And if you're going to, ask me to ascertain whether or not Joe Biden is a fascist, I'm willing to go with that. I'm hoping we can stick to Donald Trump, but I'm no Biden fan. I'm not a lib. I'm a leftist. And maybe to some people, there's no distinction between those two things, but I'm no fan of the Democratic Party. I'm not here to carry their water. So I'm hoping we can stay locked in on would the average person be led to believe that Donald Trump might have fascistic intent? And then I think it's perfectly okay for them to shout loud and proud fascist. So I'm hoping that's where we can keep the talk tonight. Once again, I appreciate it. Also, right here at the end, what can I do, James, to get you to do a debate con on the West Coast? When are you coming out here?
we've thought about doing one in Las Vegas. It's tough to do in Los Angeles because the land is so valuable, is that it's pricey out there. But we peeked around at Los Angeles. It's not impossible. More likely in Las Vegas or Phoenix.
If you do
And again, like, notice the key thing here. I'm not saying he is a fascist. I'm just saying he's like a fascist, or he's, you know, adjacent to a fascist. You know what I mean? But it gets back to what Andrew's going to mention. You know what I mean? And I'll let Andrew's intro go through before we get to it as well. Also, shout out to Abby for the $20. Let me give you the shredding clip again.
You remind me of what I really am.
Are we having fun? Yeah, folks. Shout out to Abby. Thank you very kindly for the $20. And also, I wish MDD would come to Central LA, Central California. Fuck LA. The thing is that typically you're going to gravitate towards like the cities, because there's just going to be like more things there, especially like airports and transports and all this kind of stuff as well. You know, as the infrastructure. Colloquial term usage as well. This is what average person perceives. And this is the thing, like, people, like, fundamentally, like, they're using words that they don't understand the meaning to. That's why, like, anytime I hear a word and I'm even just a little bit uncertain, like, when Easy does the hot seat, like I'll Google, like, I want to make sure, like, I understand, like, what does, like, fear mean, or what does courage mean, or different things like that. You know what I mean? And also, we got the shred, you know what I'm saying? So, one sec. I got a message to respond to and everything. But let's get into Andrew's opening statement here, because I think Andrew does an amazing job of kind of like perfectly pinpointing exactly what's going on here with the Democrats and how they're essentially just using it like, well, the useful idiots aren't really understanding what it is. They're kind of like, you know, listening to the leadership, and the leadership is using it intentionally, purely for a rhetorical reason.
I'm there. Houston, I cannot, or Dallas, sorry, it's Dallas, the one I can't do Dallas. Anyway, I yield back the balance of my time and look forward to hearing what Andrew has to say.
Thank you very much for that opening, Paul. And folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, I'm your host, Dr. James Coons. We are a fully neutral platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics. And if you haven't heard, if you've been living in a cave on Mars with your fingers in your ears, DebateCon 8 is happening this summer, July 25th, July 26th in Dallas. Tickets are linked in the description box and pinned in the top of the chat. It's going to have epic debates, including Dinesh D'Souza versus Andrew Wilson, and as you can see at the bottom right of your screen, also God Logic Apologetics versus Daniel Hakikachu. You don't want to miss it. Click and get your tickets right now, as we are definitely expecting to sell out. With that, we'll kick it over to Andrew. Thank you very much. The floor is all yours.
Well, first, thanks for coming out to do the debate. I appreciate it. And I'm just going to kind of dive right in here. Trump isn't a fascist due to the fact that he doesn't fit any criteria for fascism. It's really kind of that simple. Fascists are corporatists, and Trump isn't. He's definitely not, in fact. And they appeal to the emergence of a new identity blended with the old. That's the idea of the fasci. It's kind of a bizarre idea. And Trump doesn't do that either. They're also ultra-nationalists, and I would just kind of argue that Trump is barely a nationalist. He's like barely even a nationalist. Fascism had its place in history, and it was actually closer to socialism than it is to capitalism. It relied heavily on corporate and trade syndicate regulation to impose a sector-based economy. And Trump doesn't do any of those things. As in, I mean, he doesn't even do one of those things. He's definitely not a corporatist by any meaningful definition or any meaningful way that anybody could identify him as one. If you take corporatism to just not mean what it means, then you could maybe say he's a corporatist because he likes corporations, but that's not really what corporatism is. As far as ultranationalism, he has like Gold Star immigration programs and all sorts of other things that I can cite for you. And he has all kinds of policy that I can point to that's pretty contradictory to even nationalism, let alone ultranationalism, at least by any conventional sense of the word. Now, I've argued this topic with leftists many times, and I've never really gotten any good answers out of them as to why it is that they think Trump is a fascist exactly. So I'm going to take a shot at it. I think they just don't mean that he is, and they just don't like him. And I wish that they would be just kind of more honest. Like they could just be like, look, I don't fucking like the guy. I don't like his policies. I don't like how he treats people. I just don't fucking like him. And that I feel like that's a much more honest approach. But instead they load it with like fascism and Nazi stuff. And it just seems like rhetoric and vilification. And I do think they believe maybe that he's a fascist or Nazi, but it's more of a vibes thing. There's like, I kind of feel like he is. They're not really ever pointing to anything specifically. Maybe the closest that you have on that is like maybe Charlottesville, where you have something you could actually tangibly point to, but there's just really not much there. I am curious about how my opponent tonight is actually going to make a case for how Trump is a fascist. And it appears that so this was in my opening that I had pre-written, but it appears that the case he's making basically is he just kind of vibes it out. He feels like him and other people just kind of vibe out this sort of thing. Maybe a colloquial term or something like that. If he is serious about this or is just here to meme, I have no idea. I know he's a comedian, but it seems like he's here in good faith. So that's good. I understand the general idea for why modern leftists think Trump is a fascist, but I didn't actually have any idea why you did. And I still kind of am unclear on that. So with that, I'd like to just kind of get into the debate. Sure. A couple things in the notes. He said, you opened with, yeah, he's a fascist, but then you kind of relented it a little bit and was like, you were like, well, we kind of vibe it out. That's what I was getting from you.
Sure.
Hang on. Almost done. I'm sorry.
Sorry about that.
Almost done with the open. No, it's no big deal. It's no big deal. You don't really want to define the thing. I get that. People don't like getting bogged down in semantics. And I'll try to stay away from semantics a bit for you tonight too, so we don't bog it down. So I can actually get to the root of what it is that you're talking about. And then you said he has fascist intentions. I think that's part of the vibes thing. And you said you're a leftist. And I'm guessing that you're using that as a distinctive term from, Democrat, progressive. The leftist is distinctive. Okay, gotcha. And then you said, would the average person believe Trump would have fascist intentions? And I'm guessing that that's kind of the road we're going to go down. So with that, I'll yield my time and we'll just kind of dive into it.
Sure.
You go.
And again, this is the whole thing of like the whole vibes thing. And again, shout out to Ryan C. Mullally and Rob Noor. They had Destiny on that made him rage quit like a little baby. And like Destiny's doing the whole thing. Like politics it's just vibes, bro. It's just vibes. If we can put out the right rhetoric, then like we can get the right vibe, and then everybody's going along to get along, all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? But like I keep saying, like these words actually have meaning. Otherwise, everything is just meaningless. You know what I mean? And that's when you descend into pure chaos. You know what I mean? EOD says Trump is the furthest thing from a fascist. They don't like that he's playing their game and leveraging the power of the office to get something done, rather than what Republicans usually do, which is nothing. And again, this points to the phenomenon of like the rhinos, the Republican in name only. But like I think a core kind of thing to point out is that like the actual kind of structure or format of the government itself cannot be described as this overarching authoritarian structure, because namely you have the three branches of government that is the checks and balances. Trump is not trying to reform the structure of the government like Hitler done in Germany, where he's like, okay, we're getting rid of all this stuff and we're just having the Führer principle and all this kind of shenanigans. Furthermore, you have federalism in America as well, where it's like you have the federal government, but then you have the states. You know what I mean? So even just in terms of like the setup, it doesn't hold any water in terms of like that aspect to it. And then on top of that as well, like this whole like ultra nationalistic, like Trump is clearly not ultra nationalistic. Andrew even says he's barely even nationalist. He's like meeting the minimum requirements for being nationalistic, in the sense of, yeah, his slogan is "Make America Great Again," but slogans aren't actual arguments. And when you actually look at and put forward of like the actual like what defines an American, you already have like that blend or that mix of like the whole like melting pot kind of aspect to it. Now I'd go as far as to say like, you know, American is Germanic, the same way Ireland is Germanic, England would be Germanic, Scandinavia would be Germanic, obviously Germany is Germanic, Holland would be Germanic, large swaths of like Eastern Europe would also be well, would it be like Austria, Belgium, like those countries would also be Germanic or Aryan, if you would. Whereas you also have a mix of like Latino, obviously like Africans from the slave trade and all this kind of stuff. So there is that whole kind of like melting pot, if you will, which again we can go back to the likes of, you know, ancient Persia is kind of like a similar kind of like aspect, or even just modern day Iran. You have like Persians, you have Kurds, you have like a mix. So in terms of like that essence, there still should be one unifying culture. Rather than this globalist policies of multiculturalism, because if you try to base your culture around multiculturalism, you by definition do not have a single unifying culture. You know what I mean? This whole thing of like there's certain policies you could put up and say, well, this is clearly nationalist. So like for example, like declaring the official language of America being English. That's obviously a key kind of like nationalist policies of setting one language and trying to orientate them towards one culture. Oftentimes it's misrepresented in terms of the vision of the founding fathers, where they say, the founding fathers want to keep a secular government because they wanted a mix of religions. No. Christianity was the founding religion, or the religion of all the founding fathers. But what the founding fathers were worried about was this aspect of a single denomination taking over and getting preferential treatment and all this kind of thing. So that's why they went with secularism. So it was to diffuse the tension between denominations, and each colony or each state would have its own main denomination that would go by and all this kind of stuff. So again, like this key thing of like culture, like Trump is not like, you know, banging the hammer and saying, you know, like we are one race and this is our whole thing and this is the mythology of like the Aryan race and stuff, which is what like Germany descended down to. So again, like the key kind of like aspect of like what makes a fascist, you can't say that Trump is a fascist in that light. Do you know what I mean? Because if we're to put Trump versus Hitler, there's stark, vast differences in terms of how they go about it. And like I said, even just like critiquing the structure of the American government is completely different to the structure of Nazi Germany as well. We got Darth Ajay as well. Welcome in, sir. Welcome in. Good to see you. Good to see you. Interesting how the leftists don't even agree with their own. Well, that's the whole thing. Like they do this whole kind of like the voter block thing. We're all one unit. We all vote together and all this kind of stuff. But then as soon as someone goes against the group, then they're basically excluded. They eat their own, all this kind of thing. I mean, whereas when you look at like a lot of the right wing groups, it's all kind of like different, kind of like different groups, kind of like unifying on certain principles together and all this kind of stuff. Now, obviously, it's weaker to division when you do it like that. There's people that can get in between it and then start setting these different groups against each other. But you get more of a diverse thought. You get more ideas on the table, and from there you can kind of like do a process of elimination, all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Trump should get a Tesla Optimus robot to autopen some stupid executive orders that never will come to be, just to mock the Dems. Well, like that's the whole thing as well. If you kind of go out of your way to try and take the piss out of your opponent, you're never actually going to get the stuff that you want done to be done. And when you look at like the forces at the forces at play that like are basically trying to undermine America and try to destroy America, this whole like the British imperial system is a key thing. That's what they want you to do, because like wasting time and not getting stuff done serves their agenda. So it's kind of one of those things where it's like, if you play to the audience, or try to kind of like do things just to annoy Democrats, all you're really doing is sowing more seeds of chaos, which is what the British imperial system wants, essentially. You know, isn't the California voting thing hilarious? How peeps flying into votes since they don't need ID. Well, I mean, like, that's the thing, you know, like the fact that. And again, like I went on to a panel and I was saying, well, we should have a competency test, and I was told that was racist. You know, when we get to a stage where people can't even have like solid requirements to even vote, or voting's a right, and what I say should be, and all this kind of stuff, you're basically like having the hallmarks of tyranny, and tyranny never ends well. You know, it is what it is, as they say. People who move and live in other states are people who move and live in other states and are on their voter rolls are never removed from California voting rolls. Well, that's the whole thing. That's the whole kind of like sanctuary city thing. Oh, we're going to do all these sanctuary cities, so then that gives us more reason and more cause to just like funnel in like all these Somalians into a concentrated zone, rather than spreading them out. So it's more likely that they'll assimilate if they're all spread out. But if you put like basically just like take a certain village, let's say in Timbuktu, and just like move that whole village into the exact same area in America, they're never going to assimilate, because they're still all within that same village. It's just changed location. You know what I mean? This is why immigration has to be a thing where like you're spreading all these people out. The Democrats don't want that, because they want the concentrated voter block, you know? My sister voted blue in California and Arizona this year. Stupid bitch. It is what it is, man. And we got Shazzy. Welcome in, Shazzy. Pull up a chair, get comfy. You know what I'm saying? Here until the dock phones. Well, like I said, getting out a cup of coffee. You know what I mean? Get a smoke. Get comfortable. You know? We're witnessing the great Andrew Wilson destroy the rhetoric and all that kind of stuff.
But we're that. Folks will jump into the open dialogue. Following the open dialogue, we will have Q&A. If you happen to submit your question, you can do it either by tagging in the live chat at Modern Day Debate. Otherwise, Super Chat gets read first. And with that, thank you very much, gentlemen. The floor is all yours.
So to answer your question, I'm not here to meme. You know, I am here in good faith. I watched, like I said, I watched quite a few of your other debates here on the channel on this topic. And I found a lot of the people to kind of be a little over prepped and a little too eager to kind of get into the definitions game. Nationalist, what is a nationalist and how does that differ from an ultra nationalist, was one where you stumped a lot of people. I'm not here to argue from that perspective.
Okay.
So my understanding of fascism is not super broad. I'm not a historian. I'm not a Mussolini expert, but I think we can both agree that when we hear the term fascist, right, Mussolini is who we think of.
Here in the United States, probably, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, probably, or Hitler, maybe.
Yeah,
like I think.
And this is the key thing where it's like we're going to go back to Mussolini, or we're going to go back to Adolf Hitler. But then it's like, well, we're not going to actually kind of outline what they turned into. But are we going to actually kind of like talk about what they said they were going to do rather than what they actually done? Do we judge people based on what they say or what they actually do as well? Shout out to Abby for the $10. Let me give you a little bit of Pepe for that one. Shout out to Abby, thank you very kindly for the $10, and shout out to Shazzy for the £20. The King Shilling right there says for Pepe. I appreciate you kindly. Let me give you a shredding clip for that one.
You remind me of what I really am.
Ladies and gentlemen, are we having fun yet? And officially, panel is open. But again, if you're going to come up on panel, please keep to the topic. You know what I'm saying? I know there's like stuff with the voting going on in California, all this stuff, but we're drilling down on the aspect of Trump being a fascist. What even is a fascist and all this kind of stuff, you know what I mean? So 1 sec, make sure I pin this in all the chats as well. So the panel link's open, and because it's Andrew Wilson, folks, because it's Andrew Wilson and we hit the first goal, that means we get a premium meme. And what better premium meme to highlight how great Andrew Wilson is, and the one and only Andrew Wilson premium meme.
I think that women should be grateful. They should be grateful. They live in the best society ever, and it's all built on the backs of not them. The air conditioning, which enables them to even exist. Everything which allows them to exist in modernity is built by men, and they're the most ungrateful, snot-nosed brats about it that you've ever seen. And there's really no cause for it because they bring nothing to the table, none of them, including the old bags here who bring nothing to the table by their own admission except their and that, to me, is why, and when asked, this is all you get. I bring love and affection. You don't bring to the table. And that's why you can't even answer the damn question, no matter how many times we ask it. And it makes me sick because that is modernity.
Absolutely amazing, folks. When you hit them with the truth, all you get is silence, because lies cannot stand up to truth. Truth is a powerful thing, ladies and gentlemen. But let's get back to it. We're talking about Gentile, maybe a little bit of Gentile, Mussolini, you know what I mean? And this whole thing of like the bounded sticks, like while one stick might break in the bundle, there's still plenty of sticks to hold the rigid structure together.
Hitler or Mussolini, but
yeah, I think
for
those
me,
would be, if you went like the fascists are coming, I think that the average person they would think either, Nazis, yeah. Yeah,
Right.
I do think that that's probably true.
Sure, you're probably correct about that. But for me, you know, the godfather of fascism, I believe that he invented the term as a governmental term, right? So I would say, you know, for argument's sake, we're thinking Benito Mussolini.
Sure.
I don't think that the average person knows fuck all about Benito Mussolini. I don't claim that I do either, right?
I don't think the average person knows fuck all about much of anything.
Well, sure. We agree on that. Myself included, by the way.
Myself included. So we're
Sure.
in a
Well, there we go.
We're in a good boat here
We're-
together. Yeah.
We're both humble gentlemen. Look at us, the two of us. So no, my understanding of fascism, because I'm a lefty, is kind of steeped in Umberto Eco's Ur-Fascism, the 14
tenets.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And I thought it might be interesting if you and I, and we don't have to use this framework if you don't want to, but I thought if we go through each one of them briefly and see if we can come to an agreement on whether or not Trump touches any of these, right? Or
Sure.
how many of them.
Sure, I'm happy to go through the 14 tenets with you.
Okay, and I'm sure it's something you've done before. I don't mean to bore you with it, but you know, let's take a look real quick.
Actually, I don't think in any debate in the last couple of years, too many people have brought up. I think that's Umberto Eco's 14 tenets of fascism. If I remember correctly, this was written in the 90s. Is that right?
Yeah. It was written in the 90s. Umberto himself lived through Mussolini's reign, and so
yep, I remember.
I figured him a good source, at least from that. You know, I'm more apt to listen to somebody who lived through 9/11 about what it was like to be there than somebody who wasn't. Right?
Sure. I'm with you.
So the first tenet is the cult of tradition. This is a syncretic belief in ancient truths. It's a little weird, like you said. It's this idea of it rejects modern interpretations of traditional beliefs. So
yeah, I would agree that Trump would fit that bill of like an appeal to a tradition in the United States. I would kind of
make
argue
America great again, right?
Sure. I would just argue that all presidents do. They're all basically sourcing the tradition of the Constitution and the framework of the government and American patriotism and hoorah. That's basically all of them. But
You
that
think-
I
you
would
think
even.
all
But
of
I would.
them are looking. I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
Oh no, it's fine. I was just saying. I do think. I think ultimately you could say that, but when this applied to fascism in this framework, fascism was trying to take like this bizarre old Roman idea. You know what I mean? We're going to
Right.
bring back Rome and then like mix it with fast cars and we want to go fast and zoom, zoom, zoom. And they cut each other's faces with swords and
Yep.
shit. And then like they were mixing a separate set in order to make a new idea. And Trump's kind of like appeal to tradition is just, it seems more to me like it's just kind of blase blah political rhetoric, make America great again. There's no real reference point to when, where, how, you know, just like once upon a time we were, and we're going to go back to that.
Well, doesn't
So-
that make it more effective as a piece of propaganda, though? There's no real specific point that we're referring to. Make America great again. Well, when was America great? You know, what are we shooting for? I mean, it feels like fascistic rhetoric to me. Like there is some,
I don't know. I think
kind of ancient past that we're all kind of striving for, right?
I think it's just in line with what you hear in most political rhetoric, the appeal to tradition. So when I think of tradition, I think of experiments that in history that work. So I'm sure your family has traditions. I know my family has, like one of my really close friends every Christmas, it snows really hard in Michigan usually. And one of their traditions is they go out, him and his son, they take their shirts off and he shoves them as hard as he can in the snow and then runs out and locks the door because they think that's funny. Now, I have no idea where the hell that tradition came from, but I do think it's hilarious, right? And
Yeah,
they stick,
sure.
and they stick to that tradition. When you're talking about political traditions, you're kind of looking at experiments in history that worked. And I think most politicians appeal to some kind of traditional experimentation in America, like they'll say, you know, America is about freedom. That's kind of an appeal to an American tradition. America is about, you know, unity. America is about hard work. America, they're all appealing to the past, to the former state of things. You know what I mean?
But does that reject modern interpretation in the way that Umberto kind of ascribes?
Yeah, I think it does. I think that they're all trying to blend something kind of in a different form. They're saying they are appealing to the past. That's true, but essentially that's all it is. It's kind of like it's like a vibes thing. It's a rhetorical vibes thing. They're like, look, you know, America is about patriotism. Like, how many times have you heard politicians say, "This is the country that put a man on the moon"?
Right,
You know?
right.
Like
Of course.
it's all an appeal to this bullshit. You know what I mean? I don't think that
Sure.
Trump's "Make America Great Again" is any more rhetorically fascistic than any of that shit, honestly.
While we're talking about tradition, another point that I wanted to bring up, not to go too far afield, I want to get through these, but is that I believe fascism existed way before.
And like this is one of my favorite things doing to these leftists, especially ones that are like all in your face. He's a fucking fascist and all this kind of stuff, like, right? Because they'll say he's clearly Adolf Hitler, he's the second coming of Adolf Hitler and all this kind of shit, right? And you basically sit them down and say, well, Hitler was talking about the Third Reich. Yeah, that's what like Nazi Germany was. That was the vision of Nazi Germany. Was this is the Third Reich, right? If that is the Third Reich, what was the First Reich? And they're not able to answer it. They don't know what it is because they've all they've done is just listen to someone say that Orange Man bad, Orange Man's a fascist, he's literally the second coming of Hitler and all this kind of shit. But what would be the First Reich if Nazi Germany was the Third Reich? And you heard Andrew mention it. Like this obsession with like Rome and all this kind of shit. That's what the First Reich was. You know? So, again, like this whole thing that like, it's very difficult, especially when they're in their groups and all this kind of stuff. And they have it, like they try to gang up on you and they try to use all this rhetorical tricks and all this kind of thing. That in itself is kind of like very hard to stand against, like this whole kind of the tyranny of the majority kind of thing. But once you actually like grasp the simple thing of like these questions, like simple questions, can basically start to get them to unravel. Now, the other part of that is sometimes it makes them very angry and then they start lashing out and all this kind of stuff. This is why we see so much leftist violence taking place right now. But being able to expose their ignorance is a very effective tool to dismantle all the rhetoric, because you don't really have to present the argument. I think a lot of people think that they have to provide the counter argument, and then you'll be able to show them the way, to expose the light, so to speak. But if they're already dogmatic, if they don't even haven't even got there themselves through logical reason, and as we kind of mentioned as well at the very beginning, they have the tyrant's mentality. Trump is a fascist because they said he's a fascist. You're never going to be able to reason with them, because they don't have any appreciation for reason. They've no reverence or respect for reason. They are a tyrant. All they care about is power. But the way to what would be the way to describe it would be the way to shatter the rhetoric and the optics that they like to layer on top of this, of their tyranny, is to expose their ignorance. And if someone is exposed as being ignorant on a topic, why would you listen to someone who is ignorant on a topic? You know what I mean? For example, I've been to America once, you know what I mean? But I've never actually lived in America. Nobody should be listening to me about what it's like to live in America. You know what I mean? Because I'm a fucking leprechaun. You know what I mean? So being able to expose, for example, when I do the Materville, Tennessee accent, you know what I mean? A simple way of exposing that, if let's say if I was genuinely pretending to be from Materville, Tennessee, and this was all an illusion, all this kind of stuff, the way to expose that illusion is by saying, oh, well, what's your favorite restaurant to go to in Materville, Tennessee? Tell me what the life's like in Materville, Tennessee. You know? It's a beautiful thing. And also, have a good one, Dart. Thanks for stopping by. My man. So oh my God, let me catch up in chat as well. Fy favore. We got hey, I'm number one. See Abby. Yeah. He rips. Yep. Rest in pepperonis, as they say. Panel is open as well. Don't worry, I'm not coming up. Like I said, man, it is what it is. It is what it is. No pressure on anybody as well. You know, it's just a general rule that we have across all the streams. If we get to the $50, then we open up the panel, all that. But it is just a requirement, no matter what. If, for example, we're doing theology yesterday, it's we want to make sure that we stick to theology when we're doing the theology one. I want to make sure that we're sticking to the actual video if we're doing the film room. Same way for the deductionist files. Chat and chill is kind of it's up to whatever you want as well. So that's kind of a unique one in terms of that aspect. I cough too much from smoking. It is what it is. Everyone is in denial that confrontation with Iran would eventually happen. Fake surprised NPCs. I'm not sure what you mean, Kung Fu, but I do like the name. Kung Fu Grasshopper. Quite Asian, you know. I have a new dog to meet shortly. Yo, Rock. Hey, my man. You gotta love the doggos. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man. I love dogs. Yeah. I like dogs. What you guess, Steve? A corgi. Corgi. You gotta love the corgis. You know what I'm saying? Beautiful. Beautiful. Great to hear. Great to hear, Dart. Queen's dog as well. Indeedly so. Indeedly so. You know? I have a parakeet. As long as you got a parakeet and not the parajeet, you know? Jack says, just caught a very interesting conversation. I love when I do some good research. Cheers, everyone. Thank you, Abby, Shazzy thing. Have a good one, Jack. Mama. Like I said, and the Grok is especially a good tool to do a lot of research in. Although I have noticed, and I think this is because they're kind of staggering it. So it's the free version is going to be the shittest version always and all this kind of stuff. I think I have to start considering getting an actual premium membership on X, which I'll obviously be claiming off my taxes. Because it is part of my work, okay? I'm not just trying to cheat the government out of taxes. I genuinely, a subscription fee to X is for work purposes. But I have noticed, obviously the likes of ChatGPT, and I don't even know what the other ones are. Like the Google AI, whatever that one is. Like they were dog shit to begin with, but Grok no longer lets you do the expert thing. Let me show you. So when you go on to the X, or you could actually do like grok.com as well. You don't necessarily have to have an X account. But you used to have an option here between auto, fast, and expert, and now they've changed it just to fast. And the fast one is not as good as obviously the expert one was, and all this kind of stuff. And even kind of certain things like it's not as good as like interpreting what the question I'm asking actually means as well. So there's a lot to it in terms of like that essence. So I think I'm gonna have to get the premium version of X now that I mention it. But again, like Grok is a very good tool for researching different topics, but make sure that you're not just using the AI, that you're actually clicking into the links that it's generating and making sure that the links are actually what they say they are. And also just like going on to Wikipedia, because, you know, Wikipedia, again, is not like the arbiter of truth and all that stuff, but just to kind of verify, okay, there's multiple different areas that are saying the same thing here and all this kind of stuff, you know what I mean? But great to hear that you're doing your research, Jack. Who was the second? Yeah, Holy Roman Empire, which was, a lot of people think, oh, like that's the Romans. No, like that was specifically the Germany. There was the Holy Roman Empire tried to stand up. But also on this as well, Germany's saying that by 2035 or something like 2030 something, they're aiming to have the most powerful military in Europe. Which what can I say, man? We've heard that before, to say the least. You know, a Welsh corgi, like to hear. You know. Yeah, have a good one, Dart. Have a good one. May the sun always be upon your face and the wind be upon your back. I have a feeling that this is a beautiful Sith. Would be a Sith farewell. You know what I'm saying? Beautiful, beautifully put. Bogomil Brotherhood says, hello. The truth is that religious, or rather clerical, fascism consciously strengthened the ritual, ceremonial, and dogmatic element during World War II. Again, when you talk about Aryan, right? The aspect of like obviously the Vatican is a powerful force in terms of like Europe as a general in general kind of thing. You look at like even like when you look at Christianity as a global religion, the majority, I think it's like 50% of all Christians are Roman Catholic. The Nazis weren't like down the lines of like, oh, like, yo, we're going to do a Christianity, all this stuff. They recognized that the German religion was Christian, but they were pointing towards more things of like the like Wotan, you know, or Odin, as we'd know them, and like going into kind of more so like the pagan kind of like aspect to it, and all this kind of stuff as well. So the thing about like Nazi Germany was that like if they saw value in using something as a tool, they'd use it as a tool, but they weren't like all in on Christianity and all this kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean? Like they saw the value in terms of it gluing the society together, but like were they actually devout Christians? Clearly not, you know. And have a good one, Dart. Have a good one. Wear sunscreen, fool. Sensei. You know. Although to be fair, I'm kind of against the whole like sunscreen, all this kind of shit. If I'm going to get burnt, I'm going to get burnt. It is what it is. You know, fight through the pain, all this kind of stuff. Have a good one, Darth. Have a good one. Have a good one. Taco Bell. They have Taco Bell in Tennessee, right? Well, that's the thing. Like, apparently, tacos are actually an American invention. You know. So I was pleasantly surprised when I went through that as well. You know. Shazzy Andrew popped on Dusty's. Just there now. Interesting. Very interesting. Tell me more, Jack. Do they have heart conditions like pugs? I don't think so. Like pugs, I think the main thing is like the whole like breathing, and because it's all like squished into their face and stuff. Whereas with the corgi, like they have like the long snout and all this kind of thing. You know, dogs are the best. 100%. 100%. Oh, Jack, did you get him? I just listen. Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes it's better just to lurk and to listen and to see what people say. You know. You get him, boy, get him. Thank you for that info, Tarek. Hey, my man, You know, bring a tear of pride, tear of joy. You know, seeing that like, you know, we're trying to better ourselves. You know what I mean? Terry, I catch up with chat. I know, like I said, I'm pretty bad at it. It is what it is. Haven't used my Grok app in a while. Uninstalling since Expert was the only mode I found use from. Yeah, like that's the thing. And I think you're going to generally see like this kind of like push now. Where it's like they've given you like the taste of AI, and now they're going to want to make sure you subscribe and all this kind of thing. You know. So it is what it is. I try to refrain from AI as much as possible. Well, that's the whole thing. You can do it the old-fashioned way, but it is going to be objectively slower. In terms of like generating links and all that kind of stuff. But you can just like Google the different kind of aspects and go through the links manually yourself. It just takes more time, you know. If you don't understand what AI output looks like, you can't reliably identify it. Well, it's like with anything. It's even like with the Google search as well, you know. Like understanding the underlying technology is going to be an important thing, you know. Everyone with skin cancer I've known use sunscreen rigorously. Exactly. You know, he gives 100 to Flo. 100%. And like I said, that whole aspect, like, I still don't understand why some people would say, "Oh no, I can see both sides." It's like those people are fucking snakes. You know what I mean? Because like, just think about like what Andrew is trying to do. What Rachel is trying to do, what the Wilsons are trying to do. This is why I call them like the House and Family of Wilson, you know, because the royal family in England is called House and Family of Windsor. Like I call them the House and Family of Wilsons because they genuinely want to have a better future for their children. That's a noble cause. That's a noble goal, you know. And when you see people who will suck up to them, you know, try to get on their good side and all this kind of shit, and then do something what they done there, where it's like, I'm gonna like throw you under the bus and all this kind of shit for my own ego. That to me is like, I don't want to do any business with these people. I don't want to do any fucking business with them because it's literally they wake up on the wrong side of the bed one morning and all of a sudden they're just taking out all their anger on everyone else to the point where they're literally trying to destroy Crucible, destroy what Andrew's trying to do purely for their own ego. Absolute snakes, you know. It's about the lawsuit with Sarah. Yeah, that's another thing as well. Like, he just exposed himself with that shit. You know what I mean? Like, why the fuck would I want to do business with any of them now? Or try to do streams with them and all that stuff if they're just going to, like, fire off a lawsuit and all this kind of shit. Absolute snakes. I lurk a lot. Exactly, Barry. And complete degens. 100% as well, Shazzy. But let's get back to the debate. I need to catch up on the debate as well, so I'm not going to pause for, like, another 5-10 minutes, and then we'll analyze the whole section.
Mussolini and Hitler, right? It was something that kings and regents enjoyed the fruits of without having to call it fascism, right? So we're talking about disagreement as treason, fear of difference. I don't think that the divine right of kings kind of fits with a lot of these here.
No, fascism still worked within a sourced body. And corporatism was really what made it all work. It was Mussolini was trying to set a hierarchy of autocracy in a sectored economy. And when you're talking about kings and things like this, you're looking at a feudal system. Usually they had lords and viscounts, and it had knights and earls and nobility and all sorts of things, landholders.
But so there was ruler, right?
Well, there was definitely autocracies, but there was like too many autocracies. That's where circuit judges came from, for instance. It's like, because there would be landholders who owned, I don't know, let's say like 800 acres, and they'd catch some asshole poaching on their land, their deer or something, and they'd string them up and kill them. They'd be like, well, you're subject to my land's laws. And so judges started writing circuits and to uphold the common law. They came up with the common law, and so they'd write circuits enforcing the common law on these private holders. So in some ways it was like I don't think it resembled fascism. I think it just resembled like 800 miniature kingdoms, 8,000 miniature kingdoms, you know.
Sure. So once again, just to button this one up, number one, cult of tradition. You think it's arguable that Trump could fit some criteria here or no?
I think he does. I just think all politicians do.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
And, you know, maybe one day we'll discuss whether or not all politicians or the American system as it exists today is inherently fascistic. Yeah,
that's fair.
I mean, you know, as a lefty, that's not entirely out of the realm of my wild imaginings. So, second one is rejection of modernism. This views the Enlightenment and rationalism as the root of moral decline.
Yeah, I don't think that Trump himself gives a shit about that kind of stuff. He's more of a
I don't think
demigod.
he knows about it. I mean, I don't think he can tell you
he's
two
more
sentences
of
about
a
it.
demigod, but he seems like he embraces modernism a lot more than his right-wing base would prefer. For instance, he has a lot of women who are in his various cabinets. Some of them who you wonder if they only got there because they're women, like Pam Bondi and others. Where you're like, what the fuck are you even doing there?
DEI
he's also
from the right.
Yeah,
You
he also is very much kind of more on the pro-gay side, pro-homosexual side. His base doesn't seem to like that very much. He actually embraces a lot of modernity a lot more than he rejects it.
What would you say about the kind of anti-trans thing? Because that's really what's changed in the last, I'd say, 10 or 15 years, right? Is that trans people have kind of become more visible, become a bigger discussion. And that's a big part of modernity, at least online, and I think in social discussions. And Trump outright rejects this, right? He's very specific about not wanting trans people to be able to use the bathroom that they choose to, not being able to hold certain positions, like military positions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would that not be a kind of rejection of one of the biggest parts of modernity right now when it comes to social discourse?
I don't think so, because the whole product you're talking about and the argument is a product of modernity itself. So it's almost more of an embrace of modernity. So this is not something which American society or European society has actually had resolution on. You have everything from, like trans exclusionary radical feminists to...
These are is that, just to make sure I know who you're talking about, that's the all penis and vagina sex is rape types? Or no, wait. Those are...
No, the trans exclusionary radical feminists are like everything. What they take the different approach. They're like, women fought their asses off for these rights, and we don't appreciate biological men coming in and pretending to be us. But they're still radical feminists on every other degree of what you would consider radical feminist to be, except this one. And that's more of a product of modernity. And this is this argument around the whole trans situation is political points for both sides. In fact, I would argue from the leftist perspective, if I was a leftist and I was very pro LGBTQ or whatever, I'd actually be pretty pissed off about the fact that it got tangled in with LGBTQ, because it kind of stalled their agenda a little bit.
Well, it is the T.
Yeah, but you remember it used to just be LGBTQ.
Yeah.
It used to just be LGBTQ, and then that I would actually be mad that they tangled it up, because you don't actually have to be gay to be trans.
Well, it was tangled up from the very beginning. I mean, the Stonewall riots had a number of trans people at it, and I will tell you this TERF idea was very prevalent in those days in the 70s. They didn't, the people that were at those riots, which is a seminal moment in queer history, if you want to call it that, did not accept the trans women that were there fighting with them. They didn't want to hear them in rallies. They ostracized them.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me, because they viewed them as homosexual men. And a lot of the modern trans exclusionary radical feminists also just view them as being homosexual men.
Yes.
So, I mean, I completely understand the logic behind it. It makes sense to me. But I wouldn't say that, no, I'd say that Trump embraces modernity far more than he rejects it. Like, I would expect Trump to do things like, if he was trying to make bids for the past, I would expect completely different play moves from him. And he doesn't really make any of those plays. He makes play moves that are really realistically in the modern sense, dealing with issues of our time.
I do think he's definitely a more modernistic president than Joe Biden was. You know what I mean, in terms of his worldview and stuff. So I think you're probably right on that.
Yeah.
Doesn't fit Trump super neatly. Number 2.
Yeah, doesn't fit him neatly. No.
The cult of action for action's sake. That's number 3.
Well, that's a specific philosophy called pure act. And pure act philosophy is not, again, Trump. I don't think Trump knows anything about philosophy.
I don't think he does either.
Yeah, and you have to understand pure act philosophy from the prism of the fascists. They were actually engaging in real philosophical dialogue about freedom of choice and predeterminism and whether or not you have biological functions which drive you. And Trump's not doing any of that shit. He doesn't care about any of that.
No. But right at the core of it, it's valuing action over reflection. It's kind of an embracing of anti-intellectual sentiment.
That's not really what pure act is, though. Pure act is a philosophy.
Well, he doesn't. I mean, to be fair, Umberto doesn't use the term pure act in that little sub definition.
But that's what he's referencing is the fascistic philosophy of pure act. It's what it's all built on. Is pure.
Okay.
It's what's called pure act. And no, I don't think that Trump. I don't even think he gives a shit about that.
So if Trump doesn't know he's a fascist, does that mean he's not a fascist, even if he fits all of these?
No, I think that you could make the case that he would be if he fit every single one of the or even most of them or some of them or whatever your criteria is.
So
I'd be
if he
willing
doesn't-
to kind of grant that. I'm just saying here, I don't see any policy prescriptions from Trump based around the ideology or philosophy of pure act. He seems like he's more of a populist and has always been a populist. He's kind of a reactionary more than anything. So when people are reacting to things he does, he moves policy that direction that he thinks is going to placate his base. I think you saw that recently with Iran, in fact, that I think he would have probably stuck in there with the Israelis for a lot longer, but his base was really pissed. And so he started moving off of that, right?
Yeah, I don't blame them. I saw a recent, not to get too far afield, but since you brought it up, I saw a recent debate, and when I say recent, within the last couple of weeks, where you were debating another person from the right. And
Owen Schroyer.
Kind of, yeah.
Let me guess. The clip was better than.
Before we get into this as well, but like notice how it's like, oh, like you'll admit like that even if Trump doesn't meet all these criteria, he could still be a fascist. And it's like, well, then what's the point of going through this list? You know what I mean? And even when you go through this list, it's like, pretty sure like Andrew kind of says, okay, maybe in this one, like you could say like he meets this criteria, but out of the list, I think it's like 14. Oh, he's 1/14th fascist. How does that make any sense? You know what I mean? So in terms of like the and again, oh man, like this is like you're not coming into something where everyone's at the same level or the same understanding, which further complicates things. Because like right now, there are plenty of people who think democracy is a great idea or the best idea, and like democracy is a great thing, and like we need to protect our democracy. Like you'll hear that slogan being pinned to donor links. It is pinned at the bottom though. YouTube done fucked up again. They've been changing all this kind of shit, you know what I mean? And also welcome in, William. Welcome in, sir. Vibes are obviously the best way to find a fascist, don't you know? Don't you know, boys? You know? But, like, this whole thing of, like, democracy makes no sense. Like, we don't vote on what words mean. We don't vote on what, like, 2 + 2 = 4. It like the reason transcends the human or transcends the person making the argument. Like the whole like ad hom fallacy. Why it's a logical fallacy? It's like, yeah, that person could be a complete degen piece of shit, all this kind of stuff, but that's irrelevant to the argument that's being presented. Reason, like the whole like Always Sunny in Philadelphia meme is like reason will prevail. Like reason transcends that like mortality. And like this is why in terms of like democracy, when you look at that in terms of the essence, and it's only really if you actually kind of like analyze the arguments from Plato and like see the degradation of reason through the whole like different structures and all this, well, you start to then see, oh shit, we are in a very, very bad place in society. Because when we have slogans like "My body, my choice," I was born this way. You know, like what those slogans are essentially doing is encouraging tyranny. I don't need a reason. I should be able to kill my child because I said so. I should be able to divorce my husband because I said so. See what I'm saying? And when you like pander towards that and you cater towards that, you're essentially destroying your own society. You know? We got the Sharks to chat for William. Welcome in, sir. Welcome in.
Get blown up, then essayed.
Oh, you know what? I saw the whole thing, but I didn't get to it from a clip. I kind of wanted to do my homework on it just to see, because if it went that direction. So you are still holding on that the Iran thing was good, that it was a good idea?
No, I've always been against the war.
Okay, but you think that it's okay, so you don't defend it at all.
No, I don't. I never thought it was a great idea. I always said, though, that the war wasn't enough to remove my support from him unless there was a ground invasion, an organized ground invasion.
Okay.
Shit. Oh my god. Darth already went to bed, but my god. I got $5 from Darth on the PayPal's Ko-Fi's. Sorry, Darth, for missing the donation. Appreciate you, Darth. Are you doing a panel? Yeah, the panel link's open. Can you not see the donor link? The YouTube Studios is it's at the bottom though. You know what I mean? All right, one sec. Yeah, it is the right panel link as well. So yeah, you can hop on board and give me your thoughts. Crazy. But again, I do apologize, Dart. I'm going to send him a message on Discord as well. But appreciate you, Connie, for the $5 on the PayPal's, my man. F me running. I found it. My man. My man.
That would put us so close to a field with Bush doctrine that at that point, there's no possible way that that my ideology could any longer coincide with that.
So it's another point of similarity between the two of us from opposite ends of the political spectrum. Maybe I'm a principled anti-war guy. If I believe that a president is going to take us to war for anything other than a defensive war, right, where somebody is attacking us and we have to stop them,
yeah,
I believe that's a non-starter for me. I will not. That's why I've never voted for Trump. That's why I didn't vote for Biden.
Yeah, I understand. There's a lot of people who have on the left and the right the very principle, like you said, principle anti-war, no war under any circumstances other than self-defense. I understand that position, but yeah, kind of moving back to the debate though.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem.
I don't understand that position. I seriously don't. But ladies and gentlemen, we've got to give guests backstage. I'm introducing.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Are You Crazy? Welcome to the show.
Oh, Teriak. And I'm not gay no more.
I ain't gays no more. I am delivered.
I'm not gay no more. I am delivered. I don't like men no more.
My man. What are your thoughts on the whole topic so far?
I've been listening a little bit. Let me catch up a minute. I'm sure I have an opinion, but I've been listening in off and over the last 20 minutes or so. If that makes sense.
Well, just in terms of like the general prompt, like, do you think that Trump is fascist? Do you think that he has fascist tendencies, or like what would be fascism to you?
No, I don't think he's fascist. He might have tendencies, but he don't act on them. Not like he could. That makes sense.
Okay, and what would fascism be to you? Like, sorry,
being more like he would be like a dictator person to me. That's what it means to me. Kind of like a mustache guy. Kind of
makes sense, and I think that's why they. Yeah, because like that's what I was saying in terms of like, I think while like the useful idiots or like your average Democrat, let's say, they wouldn't even be able to define what a fascist is. They're just kind of saying, well, I trust the Democrats and they're telling me that he's a fascist. There you go, he is a fascist. I think that the actual leadership, they understand what a fascist is. They understand that Trump's not a fascist, but they're saying, well, this is a rhetorical device that we can use to try and slander Trump, and you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's the latest, or maybe not the latest, but it's a little catchphrase they've come up with. It's anything to make the man look bad.
True that. But let's get into it.
What do they call it?
Deviation's
Buzzword. Yeah,
fine,
buzzword.
but when we go
Yeah, buzzwords.
Yeah.
to
I couldn't
point
remember.
3, I don't
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I said I couldn't remember. Go ahead. I'm just. Where's the prompt
think
on
we
this
agree
one?
on point 3. I don't.
Sure.
Is Trump a fascist?
That is the prompt. Okay. I didn't see where James put it
I
up
would
there.
I would
Go ahead. Just play it. I'm just talking.
take Iran as an example. I mean, I think it fits as an example for. I think if there was any kind of reflection and intellectual examination of the ups and downs of following Israel into this quagmire and not letting them kind of reap what they've sown, I think that, you know, we might have a different outcome today. We wouldn't be watching, you know, the economy go up while everybody else gets poorer somehow.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, but I don't know what that doesn't really have anything to do with Trump being a fascist, though. That's just him doing what he thinks is politically pragmatic. It's a bad
Well, if that
idea. I
aligns-
can
if
grant
that-
that it's a bad idea, but
Yeah.
it's much more difficult for me to say, well, he's doing it because he has some greater fascistic plan for the nation.
Mhm.
Like these people do this kind of shit all the time. I mean, if you
Well,
look
we-
at how many times presidents have engaged us in undeclared conflict with other nations, it's an incredible amount. It's actually more than we've declared war. Right? So
Yeah, right. We did agree though that if Trump didn't know he was a fascist, he would still be one if he met all the criteria.
Yeah,
And there
yeah.
and there are a lot of people in his his orbit that lead him around by the nose. I mean, this guy he's very ego based, so it's probably very easy for slick people to put an idea in his head or to get him to back certain things. So if there was fascistic
Possibly.
intent in his cabinet and his close
Yeah, I don't-
advisory, I
that
think
would-
Trump would go
yeah.
right into it, right?
I
And this might
understand.
be-
Yeah, I understand what you're saying there. I just don't see how that would line up with the specific tenet, the third tenet
Fair enough.
there.
Fair
So,
enough. So we'll say
yeah.
we disagree slightly on that one. Let's move on to number 5. Disagreement is treason. So this is suppressing dissent and critical thinking as threats to unity.
Yeah, so I'm guessing
I
you're
think
going
he
to
fits this one.
he's going to reference some of Trump saying this guy's a traitor.
Well, I mean, there was a recent thing, and look, dude, I don't know that it neatly fits on this one, but I will say you can make a decent argument, right? There was a recent news story that came out where Trump had a stack of news stories that were negative against him in the war, and he put a sticky note on top of it that says treason, right? Now, of course, nobody was tried for treason. But I think that, you know, going back to my opening statement and kind of how I'm framing this, it shows ambition, right? Like,
Yeah,
if he
I'm willing-
Trump
I
would
mean,
lop the heads off these motherfuckers,
I think for this one, I'm just kind of willing to grant it. So I would be willing to concede that you have enough evidence on your side from statements that even if I made the case, this is colloquial and everybody on X all day long calls everybody else a traitor, literally all day. That's my entire feed. This guy's a fucking traitor. No, you're the traitor. No, you're the traitor. I can't
Right.
wait till we're in charge because you're going to prison. Well, I can't wait till we're in charge because you're gonna, you're gonna get the gallows. But I'm actually just kind of willing to grant 4 in your favor.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so number 5, fear of difference. Xenophobia, racism used to unify the in group against outsiders.
I think that doesn't apply specifically to Trump. I think that this is party politics generally.
Well,
this would apply.
Nowadays, I would kind of agree with you because the Democrats ran on the same shit. The Democrats paraded a bunch of border agents and talked about how they were going to stop the crime wave and deport a bunch of people. So I would agree.
People say that id poll, like identity politics is a problem, but all politics is identity politics. And I mean, when you reduce it, we have universal suffrage, and that's going to reduce to 2 voting groups no matter what. There's nothing you can do about that. No third party will ever be viable if everybody has the vote. That's a natural emergence of universal suffrage.
You don't think that if people got sick enough of the fucking ping pong game that goes back and forth between these parties, and the broken promises and the bullshit, and a third party with a charismatic leader and some big money behind him comes along, you don't think that that would stand a chance? Like Ross Perot touched it, right?
Well, Ross Perot ended up splitting the vote, and that's why Clinton won.
Well, sure, but I'm just saying Ross Perot, that's an example of a third party guy that he polled and went far enough. And if he could have gotten a few more people to split off of their, kind of red versus blue mentality, we could have had a Perot presidency there, right? You don't think that's a possibility?
I think that even if you had a third party and it won, that it would just supplant one of the parties, and you would still end up with reduction to a 2-party system no matter what.
So you think it would end up killing the Democrats or the Republicans and end up kind of filling that niche?
That's traditionally how parties worked in the United States when they split. They would end up supplanting the party that came before, but generally it always reduces to 2 parties. Even in systems that are different than ours in the UK and Canada, where they have a different voting structure altogether,
right?
It still usually reduces to just 2 parties.
Usually. Yeah. Every once in a while, though, one of these wild outsider parties will gain a majority, right, in Parliament.
That's true, but usually because one of the major parties gave them their votes as part of their voting system.
Sure.
So who was still in charge ultimately?
That's a fair point. Yeah.
Yeah. And so it's like ultimately it always seems to reduce to a 2-party system. And I think unless you do something about universal suffrage, you can't really get the donor class out of there. And that's what leftists really want. And that's what we really want. We want the fucking donor class out of there from influencing the vote. But I don't think you can do that absent. So no, I would reject 5, fear of difference. I think that the entirety of the 2-party system is always pointing out they're different than us. They're different than us,
So if we're talking about the little sub-definition of, exploiting xenophobia and racism, you don't think he really fits that at all?
Sure. I mean, I would say that he exploits xenophobia. I would just say the same thing in the opposition. It would be like when Democrats are like, go to the old people in Florida and are like, the Republicans are going to take away all of your health care and Medicaid, and the Republicans are want psychopaths to have guns so that they can do this in schools. It's that's the same thing, right? It's a fear of difference just on the other side. So I don't think it's unique. I don't think it's unique to Trump.
But you're once again, from my intro, you're not going to catch me carrying water for the fucking Democrats, man. I'm not.
No, I'm not saying you are. Yeah, I'm not saying. I'm just pointing out.
So maybe they have fascistic intent in this too, in the fear of difference.
Yeah, I'm just saying
MAGAs, the deplorables, and then this and that. Right? I would say that it's not xenophobia though, right?
Well,
it's not fear of an outside influence coming into the country and subverting it, right?
Well, maybe not outside, but they would point to internal differences, possibly Christophobia. Sometimes I hear a lot of that, like white evangelicals are the problem. Just also, this is, again, this is just politics as usual in party politics. And I'm not willing to say that like English politics and Canadian politics and US politics are fascistic by nature because there's an us versus them in a party system. I think that that's just how it's going to be emergent. I don't consider that fascistic at all, in fact.
There's a difference between us versus them and what we have right now. I mean, that's why I'm kind of happy that you and I from opposite ends are not at each other's fucking throats and just insulting each other yet, right?
Well, the far I get along better with the far left than I do Democrats.
Yeah, I bet you do. I do better. I do better with people on the right than I do Democrats. So how do you feel about that?
And this is why I keep saying that there is a chance of like unification. And what I mean by like unification, where both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, while they might be like against each other on different teams, they're still orientated themselves towards like one goal, which is like I wanted the debate or the disagreement to be around like what exact like tax percentage like is the best tax percentage and all this kind of stuff. I don't want to have to be like fundamentally debating like whether or not like this dude is a fucking traitor or like I don't want it to be like communism versus capitalism. You know what I mean? I want it to be like two wings of like National Socialism, where it's like that there is like an understood agreement that what we're all putting towards, or what we all agree on, is the nation. You know what I mean? And what is best for the nation. Now, like when you see marches and discussions being had of like, oh, we should have like immigrants voting, it makes no sense. Because like fundamentally, why would you someone who's a non-national be voting in your national election?
Yeah, we wasn't set up for that. We don't. That's just not the United States. That's not what we were founded on. That's not what we do. But we're doing it, right? It's kind of weird. And these two parties keep each other in check. Used to. And in good times they will. But right now, Andrew's being kind of laid back, in my opinion. And I don't know this Powell guy. I've not seen him before.
And this is why, because like this dude, I think he's a lefty at heart, but he's kind of more of a like one thing he would mention as well, where he would be kind of like some of these motherfuckers should be swinging from the gallows. Which, and again, if you listen to me, it's like fucking any of these PDFs and any of these judges that give them suspended sentences should all be swinging in the gallows. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's like, for him, it's like the Democrats are too like tame for his aspect. But again, like this is what I'm trying to point out, that there is a large swath of people who are like left-wing orientated, who despise Republicans and buy into all this rhetoric and optics Democrats play, because they genuinely think that the right-wingers are the like monopoly guy kind of like capitalists, where they don't want any government to do any spending or any of that kind of shit, which is a complete a misrepresentation of like what the Republican is all about. Because like I said, that debate that I done on Easy's on Monday or Tuesday, I can't remember, the days are starting to blend. Like you could phrase that like political philosophy as aristocratic National Socialism, or you could phrase it as aristocratic National Republicanism. You know what I mean? And like that's why what I want to be able to do is to like twist like the Democratic Party currently have hold over, that into like this National Socialism aspect. And if that's what the Democratic Party are orientating towards, and the Republican Party is orientating towards like aristocratic National Socialism, then you have like two wings of the same bird, but they're flying upwards or transcending in terms of that principle of like the nation or the republic being the ultimate goal, or the reason why they serve office and all to actually better the society. But right now you have like full-blown communists, like Ilhan Omar will be a perfect example, where it's like she just wants to push anything that will try to destroy America, create disharmony, chaos, and all this kind of stuff, because she fundamentally hates America. She thinks America is the spawn of Satan. You know, like they say that like Israel's the little Satan. Well, if Israel's the little Satan, America's the big Satan, the great Satan, as they call it. You know what I mean?
And she gets away with these things. Omar does.
But like but they play into this whole thing, and this is how they twist and bend the current Democrats. Like, because like think about like RFK was a former Democrat, Donald Trump, former Democrat. Because they genuinely have empathy for the downtrodden and all this stuff. And even as a National Socialist, you don't want your society to deteriorate into uneducated, homeless, and impoverished, and all this kind of stuff. You want to actually better these people up. You know what I mean? Whereas like the more right-wingers would say, no, like we need to make sure that the best is the best and push forward in terms of the best. It's just a different focus. You know what I mean? Whereas like the Democrats should be like focusing on like the downtrodden.
Yeah. They'll
Exactly.
say here's an they'll say here's an opportunity. You know, take it, do better, improve yourself, take some responsibility for your actions, and those do include the words they're using and their ideals. They don't even know sometimes they're acting communist. The left wing. I mean, Jesus, how are they going to change all this stuff by laws, government, authority, and power? That's what they want, so they can change everything to communist. Wait, I don't get it. Sometimes I get completely lost. I know what they're doing, but I don't understand what the hell, you know.
But that's what I think it genuinely is, because when you hear like RFK talk about like the Democratic Party of old, like his father's Democratic Party and all that stuff, and thanks for stopping by, William. Appreciate you, sir. But like when you hear RFK talk about it, like he was kind of talk about it from the essence of like these people that like were Americans, like you want to like go into these ghettos and actually, you know, uprise these ghettos. You know what I mean? But the current Democratic Party is like, well, if we give them handouts, well then like, you know, in terms of the numbers, they have more money, which means they're better off. But like, that's not actually increased.
Those funds at Terry.
Exactly.
They always say we want to tax the rich, tax the rich.
Yeah, and
take it from them. Like, you know, they don't need it. They don't need it.
But giving someone a handout is different than giving someone a hand up.
Exactly.
You know
exactly. I mean? You can't do it forever.
Like,
it's a temporary situation. It should be.
Because a handout is just throwing money down to the homeless person. We're like giving them a hand up. It's like you're lifting them up so they can stand on their own 2 feet. So just by giving them money, like they'll just get themselves into the same situation that they already got themselves into, which is, you know, downtrodden, all this kind of stuff. Whereas if you give them the actual like opportunity and not lower the standard of the opportunity, because if you lower the standard of opportunity, you're just setting them up for failure. Because eventually, like they'll come up against someone who is at a higher standard, and they'll just demolish them. Whereas if you help them up to get to that standard, when they go against someone with that standard, going to be an actual competition. You know what I mean? Rather than a complete demolishment and all this kind of stuff. And like I said, in terms of the Republican aspect,
rule either. You know, you can't make the exception the rule. You know, most people don't want to live out in a tent at the bottom. Most people. There are exceptions, but that's not the rule.
And when you look at the right winger aspect, like they're focusing on like the best. Is the best the best? You know what I mean? Or is it just the best we got? You know, and like trying to push forward in terms of like the higher end. So if you have it from that aspect where it's like both are agreed in the nation, but the Democrats are trying about uplifting the lower classes, and the right wingers are focused on even excelling the higher classes even further, then you actually have a prosperous nation. You know what I mean? Because you have both sides represented. Whereas right now, the Democrats are more focused on the globe, like globalists, communists, and all this kind of stuff, rather than actually being focused on America. And that's what like a fundamental flaw is in terms of the system. Because unless the Republicans like get like the majority in everything, and even at that stage, you're going to be in a very tough position, because then you just have like one party government, and you don't have any counter. Like, who's going to be countering the balance of the Republicans then? You know what I mean?
Right. It literally, it's bad optics when that happens. When you have everything.
Exactly. And welcome in Tacticus as well. But like that's
I'm just saying it's really bad optics.
Yeah, 100%. And that's why I'm saying, like, even as a right winger, like, do you want the left wingers to be complete crazy lunatics, communists and all this kind of stuff, or would you want the lefties to be like with the limiting principle around the nation? You know what I mean?
We definitely need to start with the nation first.
Exactly. You know what I mean? So it's about this kind of aspect of like, you want good competition. Don't want like the Joker and all this kind of shit. You know?
Right. And there's that old saying, it's simple, but it's true. Teach a man to fish. You know what I mean?
Yeah, give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day. Teach a man to fish, he'll eat for the rest of his life.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. The hand up, baby. The hand up, not the hand out.
Exactly, baby.
At least far leftists are like, if the right wing goes hang them and it's the right people, the far leftists are like, yeah,
Yeah, get the guillotines out, bro.
Yeah,
Let's do it again.
So
No.
there's at least something to be said there, right?
I would say that there's a reasonable argument to be made here, though, that he's xenophobic. A lot of these last couple of campaigns acquiescing that the Democrats ran on the same bullshit. Oh, the Mexicans and South Americans and Central Americans are all they're coming here, they're taking our jobs, they're pouring over the border.
Yeah, I'm willing to
see the crime wave.
I'm willing to cede those points. I just don't think that it's fascist. I think that it's just an emergence of party system politics. It has nothing to do with fascism.
Echo here, like totally, like in terms of like a framework.
No, I don't think so. I think that when he's talking about fear of difference, it's moving in as a support structure to these other tenets. So it has to be in unison with these other things in order to fit the criteria. So like if you had fear of difference, with ultra nationalism, with this, with that, you would have a much better case than just fear of difference. So I think out of context, it's not even a fascistic tendency. The us versus them is just politics as usual.
Sure. Well, maybe we'll put a pin in that one. We'll come back and at the end of these and see how it fits with what we decide we agree on and disagree on, if that makes sense.
Sure.
The next one, and I think this is one that we're both going to agree both parties do.
Yeah, appeal to social frustration.
Middle class frustration and mobilizing that, those that feel economically or socially displaced.
Yeah, I'll grant that. No problem.
So fair enough. Next one, obsession with a plot. This is promoting conspiracy theories to justify aggression against perceived enemies. I think he fits this.
That one I'm going to contest a little bit because there's a lot of the supposed Trump conspiracy theories that have proven out to be true.
So which ones?
Well, for instance, did you see today that they prosecuted a person who was recruiting the homeless for voting and paying them money, which is highly illegal? Many people on the Republican side were claiming that Democrats were doing that because of the unsecured ballot during the elections during COVID-19. And they're now, wherever you fall on that, it's the most secure election in history or whatever. There was more fuckery afoot than we were led to believe. That's for sure. How much fuckery was afoot, I don't know. But I believe that's
not to take a page out of your book, but I think that's always true. I don't trust these fucking voting machines. I never have. I'm not involved in the process of removing these things and fucking counting them, nor can I fathom it or watch it happen. And so
then when it came to like the Steele dossier and what happened with Clinton, with Russiagate and all of this shit, there was actually a plot afoot. He was correct. There was definitely a plot, and Carter Page and many other conspirators.
The TLDR on it. Give me the TLDR on it.
Yeah, you remember when Hillary Clinton lost the election and she was pissed off and she was like, "It's Russian interference. The fucking he's colluding with Russia." And then they went through a giant impeachment.
Yeah.
And basically what we found out through the impeachment was that there really wasn't any collusion at all with anybody. And
didn't a number of people from his inner circle go to prison over that?
Yeah, for perjury, not for collusion.
Well, for perjury about what though? Lying about their connections to foreign governments, Russia and Ukraine, right?
Yeah.
That's a connection, right? Like you got people in your inner circle that are doing shadow deals with Ukraine and Russia and shit.
Yeah, that's like the entire political class of DC, though.
Absolutely, we agree. We agree on that, but maybe we're getting closer to the whole system is fucking fascistic.
But there was definitely a plot that was coordinated by the Clinton campaign. Here, I'll give you an example. If you don't believe that, don't you agree that there was a plot by the Clinton campaign to displace Bernie Sanders?
Oh, hell yeah. There was a plot by the Clinton campaign to help Trump.
Yeah, well, they thought that,
and that blew up in their face.
Yeah, in many ways, he would be the weaker candidate, right? So, there were some plots afoot. So I don't think that Trump has gone after things that he considers to be plots that are unreasonable. Maybe sometimes, but not any more than any other politician. And there were actually some plots. So I'm not actually willing to grant that he's obsessed with plots. Like if you've been impeached for bullshit reasons, I would be like, I'll give you an example. If you have let's say you have a chick who says, you're really paranoid about doing business with women. And you're like, yeah, I guess that's true. And then like the next day she sues you for no particularly good reason. Right. Wouldn't you feel like you had some justification? You'd be like, well, that's why I'm fucking paranoid about doing business with women,
sure.
Right? So
it starts to become cyclical at that point.
Yeah, so I'm not willing to grant that he's obsessed with plots. I'm willing to grant that there has been a lot of public coverage on a lot of plots, but I don't think he's obsessed with them.
So my argument for this one would be, I think this guy is super arguably obsessed with plots. I mean, to this day, he will Truth Social constantly about the stolen election, folks. Stolen. Russia still comes out of his head. You know what I mean?
Well, I think he believes it constantly. I think he genuinely believes it.
It's an obsession with a plot. That's
well,
what it is.
I don't know if that's obsession. If there is a plot, like if you believe that there's an actual plot, and you're just trying to thwart it or get to the bottom of it, I'm not sure that that's you being obsessed with plots. What this is referencing is like, you think people are plotting to take you out of power or murder you or do various things like that.
Isn't he paranoid about those things?
Well, the people have tried to kill him
and take him out of power.
Yeah. So that doesn't seem like an obsession with plots. That seems like something else. That seems like plots.
That seems like
there was plots, right? Not an obsession with plots, but actual plots.
What about the conspiracy theory angle? I mean, we all know that COVID-19, that era was absolutely replete with conspiracy nonsense, right?
Yeah, but Trump was in charge of Operation Warp Speed and getting the vaccines and stuff done.
No, I give him that.
So it's not like
bullshit
Trump.
And
ivermectin turned out did have some good compatibility with helping people who were COVID patients, and it also was helpful for other things as well.
I don't want to get too far afield. But let's just say we politely disagree on that one. I think he's promoted enough conspiracy theories and showed enough obsession with plots to get to mine. You don't. That's fine. Well, we don't see.
Yeah, I think I would say that Trump is mostly obsessed with plots that are actual plots. Like there are people who have conspired to kill him and tried. There are people who have conspired to take him out of power and have tried. But I don't think that that's an obsession with plot. Like if it was the case that people were actually plotting against you and you were dealing with those plots, you wouldn't consider that an obsession, right? Yeah. And what this is referencing is like you're seeing plots everywhere that don't exist. It's almost like a paranoia type of thing. And I'm not willing to grant that one.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
We disagree there.
Yep. And like this is the thing, it's like paranoia. One sec, actually make sure I get the definition right. But like paranoia meaning it's like you're kind of like an obsession. It's basically it's like unfounded. Yeah, so paranoia is an intense. One sec, let me get the screen shared so we can go through this together. So paranoia is an intense, irrational, and persistent distrust or suspicion of others, characterized by unfounded beliefs that people are out to get them, deceive, or conspire against you. Right now, we can go through this previously, like conspire and deceive. Well, the whole Clinton thing, they done that to Bernie Sanders, let alone Donald Trump. The whole like Russiagate, Russia collusion, all this kind of stuff. That was all fabricated by the Clinton campaign. And Obama also like instructed the CIA too.
They did that to Bernie in public, didn't they? Try to hide, or when Hillary was running, you know what I mean? They made him step down. That was,
you know what I mean?
I couldn't believe it.
So that's founded. Like that's proven to be true. You know what I mean? And then like people like that are out to harm him. Like he's literally he's had what three like official bullets fired at him. You know what I mean? And then on top of that, like there's multiple people that have attempted to do it as well. So it's like when we're talking about like paranoia, it's like when you're literally getting clipped on the side of the ear by a bullet, it's not irrational to think, okay, yeah, there's people out to kill me here. You know what I mean? That would be a rational belief. You know? So like this is what I'm saying in terms of like going down through these lists and all this stuff. There's certain shit where it's like, like the rationality means like there's justification or there's evidence or there's the reason why. You know what I mean? If something's irrational, it means
I
there's
was
no
talking to
reason
muted
why.
mic. I don't know why I muted it. I was
no
on
worries,
mute.
no worries.
Yeah, but yeah, like you said, he's took at least 3 tries on his freaking life. They'll say that it was I don't know, staged or whatever they're saying. I don't really care. But what they did to Bernie was terrible. And they did it in public. They eat the wrong. And I always say that Trump is the most investigated person on this planet. That's not paranoia. Those are facts. Right?
100%. Because when you look at all the large scale cases that was brought against, like Mar-a-Lago. Oh, like he overvalued Mar-a-Lago. It should only be worth like, what was it, like 10, 20 million? And like the actual estimated worth's like 200 million. And it's like, Mar-a-Lago's only worth 10 million.
Yeah.
I'll take 10 of them.
Yeah, I
Make
mean,
a small loan out and then I'll sell them off.
One room in that place is probably worth what they appraised it at. That was just wrong. And again, that was in public. He's not the wrong, but they did that pretty public. They was proud of it. Didn't make him too happy. And I can't say I blame him. He is a citizen still. I mean, he's a president, but he still has all the rights of a citizen. I mean, gosh.
100%. And like and again, like this whole like paranoia people are to get you. Like what you're basically like saying is that like it's unfounded or it's irrational. You know what I mean? Like the fact that it's like with politics, like, obviously people like want you out of office. They want to be in office themselves and all this kind of stuff. So it'd be irrational to say, oh, they're out to get me. They're trying to kill me. It's like, no, they just want to get your office. But when you're literally getting shot at, it's not paranoia. It's just fact.
It kind of turns into fact, don't it? And he's not running and hiding in the basement. He's not, God knows how many places he has as president. But yeah, he's still out there in public.
And
saying, I'm going to do what I'm going to do. Yeah.
Like that's what Trump could have ended up like. Where they got him in the neck or they got him in the head or whatever. And it would have been the exact same thing that we saw with Charlie Kirk, So,
exactly.
But again, this is how, wait, where was it? Oh yeah, but Hitler also had plots. Trump, Hitler confirmed. You know what I mean? It's like this whole thing of like, they get like one word out of it. And they say, oh, well, that must mean this. And it's like, you fundamentally don't understand what this is actually, the meaning behind these words,
Right.
Enemies. This is number, I'm losing count here. 6 enemies?
8. Enemies are at once too strong and too weak.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so this is the idea, like, they're really stupid but powerful.
Yes. I think that's going on with Iran right now. I don't think it's arguable, right? They're decimated. They're gone, but they're real close to having a nuke. And if that happens, they're going to blow up the whole fucking Middle East. You know what I mean? I feel like this is really an easy one to grant, right?
Yeah, and I think that this is the easiest one to defend, actually.
Really?
Yeah. Well, the idea here, you didn't have the same equalization of power when this is being referenced. So I would agree with you that there's some rhetoric on, oh man, I'm really glad my enemies are super stupid, but they're still dangerous. I don't even consider that to be a fascistic tendency because you and I probably actually do have enemies that are really stupid, but still also very dangerous.
Oh, absolutely.
If you're talking about, like insane jihadis with a nuke, yeah, that's dangerous, but I wouldn't consider them to be the brightest fellows around.
Sure. So with this one, I've got to stick to my guns on this. I think that this is now whether or not this is a tactic that's used broadly, and I think it is. I don't really accede that it means too stupid and too strong. This says very explicitly both too strong and too weak.
Yeah.
Right. And so that is really how he has portrayed Iran in this kind of inadvisable, shitty fucking Israeli war that we're all wrapped up in now and paying for. That is really how he's portrayed Iran, in my opinion. And I've been following that news way closer than I follow
hang on,
fascism.
but let's look at the facts. Neither of us support the conflict, right? We can agree on that. Okay.
Absolutely.
But can we also agree that the United States absolutely went through and has pound for pound kicked the holy shit out of Iran? It's not even close, at least militarily.
Yes, absolutely, but at a great cost, at a tremendous cost to our economy and our
not really a terribly great cost now. Well, let's just look at the facts. Again, I'm not supporting the conflict, but in raw facts, the United States' second most expenditure is the United States military. He had a provision for 90 days to basically go blow him up as much as he wanted, because he's the president. Under the War Powers Act, he can do that.
Sure.
But as far as the Treasury cost went, it's a drop in the bucket, honestly, in comparison to net social spending and the amount of people.
It should be, right?
Yeah.
Don't you think it should be?
Sure, but the amount of people who were, well, I guess in this case, sure, but the amount of people who we lost it's very minimum. It's at 13, 14 people in totality in comparison to the damage that we've done. It would make me think that the enemy was fairly weak.
What if it was a brother of yours or a best friend?
I'm not making a moral claim that it's right. I'm just giving you the facts. If it's the case that you went
too many for this stupid and advisable fucking bullshit.
Sure, but that's not the point. The point that I'm making is about the facts on the ground. If let's say it was justified somehow to go to war with this nation, like, I don't know, Iran nuked Florida or something, let's just say hypothetically, and in 8 weeks we had decimated the entirety of their fucking navy. I mean, all of it was at the bottom of the sea, and we blew up most of their missile defense systems and killed their leaders and their entire military leadership on top of it. In 8 weeks, you would consider that, and lost 14 men, you would consider that a massive, overwhelming victory, and you would consider that enemy fairly weak.
Oh, if that's all true, why is the strait still closed?
Of Hormuz. So there's a small amount of water in the Strait of Hormuz that belongs to Iran. Most of the ships don't actually navigate through it, but there's a naval blockade. And what they're basically negotiating over is mines more than anything.
I know that they mined the shit out of it, but right now, if because Trump had a whole plan to have American ships navigate and ferry these big ships through the strait and get the fucking shit floating again, right? That was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, as part of the broader negotiation with Iran, that's correct.
And this is like a fundamental misunderstanding of like why the ships are not moving in the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, it's the mines.
The reason why, well, it's not even necessarily the mines, it's the threat of the mines. So it's like if the ship gets hit, like it's going to take a while for the ship to actually sink. Like even think of like the Titanic and stuff. So in terms of like being able to save the people on board and all that kind of stuff, it's not like a life-threatening kind of thing. Also, like the risk of them like having some sort of like missile system in place to attack the ship and all this kind of stuff, or like these small boats that will like come out from the coast and then try to seize the ships and all this kind of stuff. All that is covered by the insurance. Do you know what I mean? But
yeah,
Strait of Hormuz was insured by the City of London. And if you notice, when this conflict all kick-started, I think it was... yeah, no worries. Where is it? Where are we at? I go to our boy Grok to get the facts, because it's technically not like the City of London, but it's City of London Insurance Strait of Hormuz. Explain, please. Right, so we got How Long Day with the $10. Says, good fucking morning, you crazy debate bros. My man. Let me give you a little bit of Pepe for that one, sir. So the City of London. So I had a debate against Lloyds of London. Exactly, Johnny Dollar, right? City of London, especially Lloyds of London and the Strait of Hormuz are connected through marine insurance, particularly war risk coverage, right? So the Strait of Hormuz is a narrow choke point in the Persian Gulf. About 20 to 25% of the global seaborne oil and significant LNG passes. It's geopolitically critical. Iran has long threatened to close or disrupting conflicts. Now, Keith, the point is that when this conflict first kicked off in Iran, Lloyds of London said, we're not going to insure the ships. And that basically grounded all the ships, or well, not necessarily grounded, but stopped the ships. And they're saying, well, we're not insured, so we're not going to go in terms of their policies and all this kind of thing. But when America went into Iraq, the Lloyds of London were still, they didn't pull any of their insurance and all this kind of stuff, right? So the City of London via Lloyds of London and Associated Protection and Indemnity/P&I clubs dominates the global market for marine hull insurance and war risk insurance. Ships almost never sail without it. Ports, charterers, banks, and owners require coverage. Without insurance, commercial shipping effectively stops. So the reason why the Strait of Hormuz is quote unquote closed is actually nothing got to do with Iran. It got to do with the City of London. You know what I mean? What happened in 2026 context? In late February/early March 2026, amid escalating conflict involving US-Israel strikes in Iran, war risk premiums surged dramatically from 0.2 to 0.2% of a ship's hull value to 1% or higher, which is like they basically increased it by 4 to 5 times. Sometimes reported much higher for high risk transits. For a 100 to 300 million dollar tanker, this could add hundreds of thousands to several $1 million per voyage. You know what I mean? So, in terms of the Joint War Committee, the expanded high risk designation to cover the entire Arabian Persian Gulf thing, result tanker traffic through the Strait of Hormuz collapsed sharply. Reports of 80% plus drops before physical disruptions like mines or attacks fully took hold. So, before they even mentioned the mines or the missiles and all this kind of shit, they already pulled the insurance. So, like, in terms of the aspect here, in short, City of London insurance market acts as a powerful, market-driven gatekeeper for global shipping routes like Hormuz. When risks spike, underwriters in London can effectively throttle trade flows faster than navies or blockades in the same case, purely through risk assessment and pricing. This dynamic highlights how finance and geopolitics intersect critical maritime choke points. All right? So that's why the ships aren't sailing in the Strait of Hormuz. Nothing got to do with Iran being like such a strong military foe and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? But this is, again, a key aspect that, like, none of these lefties, all right, because this dude is a self-professed lefty. He just disagrees with the Democratic Party. They actually don't understand, like, how this shit works. You know what I mean? And this is why Trump going into Iran, disrupting the Strait of Hormuz, and all this kind of shit is basically exposing the British imperial system. This is why, for example, when Trump was giving his State of the Union, the Democrats wouldn't even stand for people who lost their lives, wouldn't stand for or clap or anything in terms of like we should save America or we should stand for America and all this kind of shit. They refused to stand for Trump. Because no king's protest, all this kind of stuff. He's not a king. He's not our king. Blah, 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 blah. But when an actual king showed up, when the King of England showed up, standing ovations, oh my God, clapping like seals and all this kind of shit. British imperial system.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack. I've been talking to doctors. Well, I need them sometimes, but you know, I don't need them right now. I'm good.
100%, baby.
And now it's still closed and no end in sight, right?
Well,
that
again,
says to me that Iran holds some military presence there that
let's look at the
just
totality
stomp out
of
and
it.
bomb out real quick, right?
Let's pretend that the will against Iran, the American public had the will to go to war with them, right? Like the actual will. They're like,
yeah,
fucking get them. The Straits of Hormuz would be open tomorrow. And
so you're saying it's
we would
political.
blast them all into fucking, yes, of course it is. And then they would all be blasted into the fucking Stone Age. And I know this because the victory that we had there militarily was overwhelming. So yes, in comparison to us, the Iranian military, though it's the fourth largest in the world, is completely unsophisticated and very weak in comparison to us.
Sure. So I don't know. I guess time will tell. It's really hard for us. I think we're just kind of playing chess on a board that isn't really defined yet. I think once all this is wrapped up and all the stories come out and all the news settles, maybe we could have a more in-depth conversation about that. It's just hard for me to wrap my head around because, you know, we've done a lot of unpopular war moves at times when it was like people wanted it done. Like, you know, Vietnam, we escalated Vietnam when pretty much the entirety of the country had started to ask for de-escalation of Vietnam. We did the same thing in Iraq, right?
But Trump's a populist. Yeah, Trump's a populist, and he responds to his base.
Well, if he did, he wouldn't have gone in with Israel in the first place, right?
Well, you have to remember that most of the data that these guys have been looking at for the last 3 years showed that Israel is vastly popular, especially among evangelicals, who's Trump's base. If you look at Kufi, for instance, and Christian Zionism, that was a very popular proposition pushed out by Ben Shapiro and many of the like Con Inc. guys. And so that was a lot of what motivated Trump's base. So, you know, as far as Trump was concerned and his administration, they're like, well, what was their first clue that we were pro-Israel? I mean, we moved the embassy in his first term. They moved the embassy to Jerusalem, right? I mean, they gave every pro-Israeli signal they possibly could, and they still swept the board. I mean, they crushed Kamala Harris in all the swing states, and it was what was considered a landmark victory. So Trump and his administration, I think they didn't really have their finger on the pulse of just how vitriolic the American public has become towards the ideas of Zionism on the left and the right. And I think they're paying a stark political cost for that now.
But even like a key thing here as well, because like Andrew was like pointing to like the populism and all this kind of stuff, but you could point back to the fact that the Trump clip where I actually have the outro. I'll just play the first part of it.
Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself to public service?
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life, and I also see it as somebody with strong views and somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but may be unpopular.
Views that may be unpopular, but are right.
Yep.
Like this whole thing in terms of the, like I keep pointing with the British imperial system, what have the British used, but more specifically the City of London, what have they used to undermine America, the Democratic Party? Think back to the Civil War with Abe Lincoln. It was the Democrats. You know what I mean?
Of
like
course.
That's constantly been
Abe Lincoln,
the whole kind
Abe Lincoln was the founder of the Republican Party, so it's said. That's a rumor.
Hallelujah. And also shout out to How Long Nate for the $5 says, is the Blue Jays of London who screwed it up, not Iran and not Trump. Exactly. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like that's the whole kind of like aspect here where it's literally the British imperial system that's trying to undermine America. It's trying to deindustrialize America. It's trying to open up the borders, do the free trade, use China as like slave labor, so then they can outcompete all American industry and essentially like completely destroy America from within inside. You know what I mean? And have America just as like this military force that they use to set all the rest of the sovereign nations in line because they're too afraid to act because the American military is so scary. You know what I mean? They don't give a fuck about Americans. But this is what this is why Trump went specifically after Iran, because Iran is like their gold mine. The same way that like India was their little crown jewel, what they used like 100, 200 years ago. That was a little crown jewel and all this kind of shit. That's the like that's what the British Empire do. They basically go into a country, they stoke tension, they cause a civil war, and then they prop up both sides. So no matter who wins, when the country's destroyed after the Civil War and eventually one side's victorious but extremely weakened, what they'll say is, we'll help you out, we'll give you these loans so you can actually, help out your citizens and all this stuff, but then we want your natural resources as payment for that. So that's how they basically go into a country and steal the natural resources by completely causing chaos and disruption, all this kind of stuff. And that's how they accumulate their wealth. They're basically globalist oligarchs, essentially. You know what I mean? And this is why Trump is like, okay, I'm going to go after your crown jewel. And that's why he done with the whole Iran thing. It's unpopular, but it was necessary.
And how old was that video?
That was
That's
back
been
in
a
like
minute.
1987 or something like that. This was like 40 years ago, essentially.
Yep. And that's how long he's been watching. And watching. And you got to think, this man never, well, I won't say never. He don't drink or do anything like that. No really bad habits except eating fast food. Hey, you got to have something.
His
But
his
how long
Big
you been-
Mac and his Big Mac and his Diet Coke, baby.
Yeah. It's working. It's working. It works for him.
Absolute legend. He's literally an American hero.
Yeah.
People don't even realize it. People don't even fucking realize
They
it.
will,
man,
Terry.
you know?
At some point. At some point.
Ragnarok
It won't be soon,
is
but he'll
coming.
get credit at some point. Do what?
100%, bro.
Yeah. When it goes down in the books,
I
the
will
actual
give you
facts, all of them, you know, it'll show up later.
100%.
My cynical leftist view on this, they didn't care. They didn't care. They knew that their base didn't like them following Israel into an inadvisable war. They knew that their base, a lot of them, elected Trump on the no new wars kind of promise, right? They knew this was going to be a stinker, and they didn't care because there's so much, they thought there was so much to gain. What I think happened is that Israel managed to hold out long enough to stall our war machine, right? And now they're holding this Strait of Hormuz hostage because they think they won. And Trump is kind of teeter-tottering on, do I commit boots on the ground to this and fuck my base up even more at this point? Because I really do genuinely believe Trump thought this was going to be a one and done. Bomb
Yeah.
Khomeini.
Well,
people
I mean,
rise
to
up.
be-
it's
to be
it's the
fa-
same bullshit with
Yeah.
they said with Iraq. We
Yeah, of
get
course.
fucking Saddam, they're all going to rise up. He forgets that there are people in fucking Iran that don't agree with one another. And
Yeah,
there's
well,
a military presence,
there
and
you
his
had-
brother's ready to just step right
Yeah.
in as an Ayatollah. So
Well, there you had a Sunni Shia split, and you had a ground invasion. You had a bunch of other contributing factors to it as well. So here,
you have a
though,
loyalist Democratic split, right?
yeah,
a
well,
loyalist revolutionary
no, Iran.
split.
I think Iran is a lot more unified than people want to pretend. But that aside, I agree with you that it was a strategic mistake. I just don't think it was a fascistically strategic mistake. That's all.
Okay, fair enough. Let's see. Pacifism. No, we already did that. No, we did we? Yes, we did.
Pacifism? No, we haven't done.
Oh, no, we haven't.
Pacifism is
Sorry, no.
trafficking with the enemy. No,
Yes.
Trump's not guilty of that for sure.
Yeah, I will say at this point he's not, but he did say a lot of really suspect shit during this Venezuela operation and during this Iranian thing. I mean, a lot of the treason examples that I could probably go grab would be him calling people treasonous for not backing the United States or not backing his decision to escalate the war.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's the same kind of rhetoric you hear where people are like, isn't it strange that Andrew Wilson's rhetoric lines up with Vladimir Putin's? And I'm like, what the fuck are you even talking about, you fucking crazy fucker, right? It's to me, it's the same kind of shit as that. But I haven't seen any evidence of Trump actually having a belief that pacifism is trafficking with the enemy. I have no real-time examples.
Do you think if I went on a pacifist rant right now and Donald Trump was in the room and I was like, war is murder and Donald Trump is a war criminal, and needs to be tried at The Hague and found guilty of war crimes because he's murdering people for no good reason.
Well, yeah,
in
I think
unpopular war.
Yeah, I think he would be very upset
in
with
a
you.
fiat man, he would. Do you think he would call me a traitor?
Maybe. Yeah.
So he does have a belief that pacifism is treason, right?
No, that wouldn't be a belief that pacifism is treason. That would be a belief that you are, in some way moving against the American government to aid and abet the enemy, which would be constitutional treason.
Well,
like that's actual constitutional
who's the enemy
treason.
in this? Who's the enemy?
Like, for example, if it came out that Tucker Carlson was feeding information to the IRGC agents from direct meetings, confidential meetings he had with Donald Trump, that would be treasonous.
That would absolutely be treason.
Exactly. Do you know what I mean? Like Donald Trump doesn't give a fuck what this dude thinks.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
he's going to be like, who are you? Excuse me? You know,
You just laugh in your face.
yeah.
But if it's people actually feed, and what was the Joel Kent and all this kind of shit? You know what I mean? And but this is what like a lot of these Democrats like are unwilling to look at. That they're unwilling to ask like serious questions of like, hang a second, like why is Tucker Carlson all of a sudden like, you know, going very like Dugan in terms of his philosophy and all like America should like split and share power. We're no longer the greatest power and all this kind of stuff, and we should like, you know, just graciously fall out of this race and all this kind of stuff. Why is he kind of like I kind of mentioned with the whole kind of suspect, he was all for like he had like all these meetings before the conflict, and then all of a sudden, you know what I mean, he has these active investigations against him and all this kind of thing. You know what I mean? And they brush it off and say, oh, Trump's just going after everybody and all this kind of shit. Like they have like this like simple unquestioned belief where, oh, Trump is just a dictator and he's just trying to go after everybody and all this kind of shit. But once you start putting the pieces of the puzzle together, it is highly suggestive that these people are actually like not this dude, but like, or anybody who thinks that we shouldn't be going to war and all this kind of shit. The like people who are actively trying to undermine America. Like that is a treasonous action, and sharing confidential information with the IRGC and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? That would.
I think all citizens have a duty to support their nation. Don't you? I mean, I think all citizens have at least, I will call it a duty to support any military action that's active. You know what I mean? You support your troops, and that's what it boils down to. The men and women doing this. He made the decision. Yes, they signed up for it, right? We should support them. Not say you're over there doing this for nothing, and any second they could lose their life. I mean, it's craziness, and it pisses me off. It really does.
Because let's say hypothetically, like Ireland conducted like a major terrorist attack on America or some shit like that, right? Just as a hypothetical, right?
Right.
Like think of like 9/11 times a million or some shit, like massively like nuke, let's say the east coast of America. Right.
Oh shit.
And it was proven to be so. Right. This dude's reason like of pacifism, where it's like, oh, like that would be an unjust war and all this kind of shit. That wouldn't, if it was like exposed and like the truth, and there was evidence that like Ireland had actually like done this attack and all this kind of shit. Like if you're then to stand against that reason, like you then have to question, well, it's not just pacifism. Like are you genuinely like now trying to undermine America? Like, do you want to see America to fall? You know what I mean?
Right.
But if you genuinely say, well, I'm a pacifist, and his specific reason he had said here, where it's like it's an unjust war and like you're it's a legal war and all this kind of stuff, like then all of a sudden like even with the pacifism, like you have to let go of that, because there is justification to go after Ireland in this hypothetical, because they've literally just attacked America.
You would have to. There would be no choice in the matter, right? You would have
exactly.
to. And what would we do? And this is hypothetical. We would try to destroy you, the whole freaking place.
100%.
If something major like that, oh man, I don't even want to think about it. That would go for any.
It'd be 2 a.m. and like I'd have the camera on, and then all of a sudden the sun would come up at 2 a.m.
There you go.
That's basically what would happen to Ireland. You know what I mean? I'd be like, guys, I gotta go.
Yep. It'd be like, good talking to you, good knowing you, Terriac. But it's over. And like you said, the sun comes up at 2 a.m. It's over. I don't want that. No. Yeah, dude, there. You know? I don't know. I'm waiting for his true colors to come out. If you know what I mean. His real worldview. He's not there yet, in my opinion.
But this is what Ryan keeps trying to point out to liberals and all this kind of thing, where it's like, you guys have no limiting principles, so there's nothing stopping you from becoming communist.
Right.
There's literally nothing stopping
What's
you.
That?
And
there's old saying, if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. And like you said, they don't have it. They don't have that. What do they stand for? Whatever the buzzword is that day.
I'll be a glow in the dark leprechaun. You know what I mean? But
let's not even think about that, Terry. Damn. For either damn.
But
be off.
It's one of those things where, and like Ryan, like beautifully exposes even with Wick, where like Wick was doing some sort of debate or whatever on his channel, and Ryan was reviewing it. And towards the end of it, there was like some dude, I forget his name, but basically like they asked him, it's like, okay, like what is your like top limiting principle? And he was like, free speech, right? And then from the debate says like, well, like Biden actively suppressed speech. And they said, oh, well, we didn't know that when we voted for him in 2020. It's like, yeah, but you still supported him and wanted to vote for him in 2024. And then in terms of like Kamala Harris took over that, and like you can talk about that whole fandango, but you still like went to support him in 2024. It means that's not a limiting principle. And like these lefties, they fundamentally do not understand these concepts. They don't understand what a limiting principle is, you know? And like from that aspect, it would be the same thing in like Paul's ego, where it's like, your limiting principle is pacifism. Well, then eventually when it comes to like the national security, you will still, if that is your limiting principle of pure pacifism, then even if the country's getting taken over, you would still be calling for pacifism and just let them take us over and all this kind of shit, which to the point of like the nation, you would then be treasonous. I mean, so there's multiple aspects here in terms of like what Paul's saying here, where it's like, you can't just simply say it's like, oh, well, I'm just a pacifist. You can't call me treasonous if I'm a pacifist. Like, no, because in certain situations, being a pacifist is how you would undermine the nation. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
You're in Leprechaun land.
Yeah.
Dark side teens. This is Leprechaun land.
Me in this.
I'm one of the Wales declaration of the.
What is the Wales people again? I'm one of the Wales people.
Yeah, Welsh are Celtic. Well, it's kind of like a well, the whole kind of like both islands are kind of like a mix now. Like Scottish, Welsh, and Irish are kind of more so like the Celtic brand, and then the English are more Anglo-Saxon. But again, like there's a lot of like shared culture between, especially the Scottish and the Welsh. Like St. Patrick.
I want to see it one day.
Is Welsh.
Castles though, right? Who is?
Yep. St. Patrick.
Oh, okay. I'm done. I like that. Let the river run green. Let it run green. I'll drink it all.
Hell yeah, baby.
The government is.
Right, but there hasn't been a declaration yet. Like we don't get.
No. I mean, no. There's definitely been. I mean, we didn't have sanctions on Iran pre-Trump because they were our buddies. You know, that's not.
No, I know, but that's not a declaration of war. That's not a formal declaration.
Yeah, but you don't. You don't.
We don't.
Need a
We don't do
declaration
those
of
anymore.
war. Yeah, but you don't need a declaration of war to have an understanding of an adversarial relationship or an enemy relationship. Just because you're not at war with them doesn't mean they're your friends. Like we're not at war with North Korea, but they're definitely our enemies, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
All right. So I guess maybe we disagree, but only slightly there. I don't think it fits. I don't think it's like a with a bullet.
Yeah.
You know,
it's not.
So next one, contempt for the weak. I think he fits this one. You know, in his rhetoric, I think he fits it in policy. Anytime you're cutting social security or rating Medicare or Medicaid, shutting down social programs and closing down educational programs and stuff like that. Anytime you're doing that, it shows, I think, sneering contempt for the weak. It's like ripping a blanket off of a homeless guy while he lays there shivering.
Yeah, I'm really gonna have to give you the hard nay on this one. So
okay, fair enough.
When you're talking about contempt for weak people, like I may not want my tax paid dollars to go to publicly funded orphanages. I don't think that that's because I hate orphans. I think it's because I think that Catholic charity groups and Christian charity groups did a better job than government orphanages do. So that wouldn't, but that's not me being contemptible or hating orphans. It's the opposite. It's like, it's just not a good idea from my view. I don't think that a lot of the social safety nets and a lot of the things that we find out are paid for through social safety nets. I think people get very pissed off about it. And so I don't think that that's them having contempt. as much as it is them saying, hey, wait a second, there's a fairness issue here, or there's a problem here that doesn't make any sense, or just plainly, I don't want my money to go to that. Like people who say, I don't want my money to go to condoms in Nigeria. Maybe you can make the case that, well, condoms in Nigeria help with the AIDS crisis. And maybe you'd even be right that condoms in Nigeria do help with the AIDS crisis. But for people who don't want their money to go to that, it's not because they're like, it's because I fucking hate Nigerians. It's because they want the money to be spent on their own local country. They don't want bad things to happen to Nigerians. Yeah. They just want good things to happen to their people groups.
Wouldn't you say the same thing about this? We have to stop the nukes and the liberation of the Iranian people and saving Israel type of rhetoric that we're hearing now, right?
As contempt for the weak? No, I don't think that's contempt for the weak.
Well, it's contempt for the majority, right?
What do you mean?
The majority of people don't support this war.
We are.
And this dude is basically like just fumbling and all this kind of stuff at this stage. Like this whole thing of like, oh well, they're cutting funding to certain like schools and all this kind of stuff. It's like, well, what's the specific reason? Like, are these schools doing drag time story hour? Are these schools doing like what would be clearly like discriminatory principles, like affirmative action, for example? You know what I mean? Oh, like we're lowering the standard for black students and increasing the standard for Asian students. You know what I mean? Like, and this is why it's like, it's kind of like a lot of these lefties, like they just like pay attention to the headlines, and the headlines completely misleading. You know what I mean? And also, Dark Side Deaconess says, I don't know if I want a piece of the rainbow. Are we talking about God's rainbow, or can I say gay one? Yeah, the queers stole the rainbow. Okay, we need to make the rainbow great again. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? We're taking back the rainbow. We're taking back all this shit that they've basically taken and then tried to corrupt.
I definitely second and third that notion. Take back the rainbow. Take it all back. They did steal it. They hijacked it. That's a covenant, man. They can't be doing that.
Exactly. And this sort of thing as well with the rainbows. Exactly. Take back the rainbow, you know? But like this whole aspect in terms of like a nation, like you don't want your nation to descend into like incompetence and like uneducated, all this kind of stuff. And this is why like education should be a key area in terms of like to improve the nation. But Andrew again like highlights a key thing in terms of like charity, an aspect like that. Like just like a lot of these people think that like, oh, the government should be charitable, and the government and Ryan puts this very beautifully in terms of like these positive rights, and just like start like loading up all these positive rights that the government should do. Whereas the government is supposed to be like the adjudicator. The adjudicator is not making the arguments. The adjudicator is making the holding together the scenario for the debate to happen, for these arguments to take place. You know what I mean? It's like the same thing, like for example, like what James is doing here in terms of this debate. James is not actually putting forward any arguments. He's just maintaining the debate structure so the arguments can be had, which is again a key way where you need to look at in terms of the in terms of like government policy and all this kind of stuff. So like fundamentally, the government should you know, yeah, go ahead.
I said he's more or less keeping it civil too, but they haven't gone there yet. But he will if he needs to. James will.
100%. You know, and this whole aspect of like what would be the word? Like mischaracterization of like just because someone's poor doesn't mean they just need more money, they need like more effort, and then eventually they'll end up at the same level like for the national standard or like the competence standard or whatever. There's simply some people where it's like they will just take and take and take and take.
Yep.
I mean, no matter how much you give them, they'll just keep on taking and taking.
I started out dirt poor, and something happened. I don't know. And I was in one of the places where people do that. They just keep taking. I was in one of those areas, and I didn't like it. It didn't go with. It didn't settle me good in my heart. It didn't feel right. I got out. I took a hand up, not a handout, and I kept climbing. And I did, the best I could so far.
And it's the faulty premise that like these lefties have, where it's like, oh, they're uneducated because they're poor.
No. No.
It's like education and poverty, like they're not. It's not a causation. I mean, like you mentioned there, it's like you were in a poor area, but you're a competent individual and you were able to make something of yourself.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
and we had schools too. We were dirt poor, but you know what? We had schools.
Mm-hmm. And
So-
this is the
No, being
Yeah, go
poor
ahead.
does not stop you from getting educated. Being poor does not stop you from getting an education.
it's a desire for knowledge. That's what
Yeah.
the factor is. And there's plenty of kids that like go to school and they don't want to be there. They don't want to be educated. They think they know better and all this kind of shit. So in terms of like just pumping more money and just like trying to make the schools look better and like and this is what I was trying to kind of explain in on Misunderstood's panel, where it's like, oh, it's like, oh, like these poor places, whatever, they just don't have the resource and all this kind of shit. It's like, but even if we're just to isolate this down to a single classroom, there's 30 students in the class, right? The teacher is giving the same lesson to all 30 students, but you don't see all students get the same result. You know what I mean? Some students, yeah, they need a slower lesson to grasp the material, engage with the material and all this stuff. But when you're talking about a classroom of 30 students, the more time a teacher spends trying to address like one of the dossers or one of the kids that like have no interest in learning anyway, like one of the bad faith, like think of like a bad faith debater, it's like the same kind of mentality where
Right.
it's like, I'm not actually going to try and engage with this. Like the more time the teacher spends with that, the disservice they do to the kids that actually do want to engage, the kids that are actually interested in the subject and all this kind of thing as well. You know what I mean? So like by trying
I'll
to
guarantee
cater
you
to the yeah,
Go ahead. I said, I guarantee you in that classroom that 90, maybe more than 90% of the kids actually want to learn. There's always going to be the extremes, but most of them want to learn. In my experience, oh, it's anecdotal, whatever. That's real. That's where I seen where I started from. Yeah.
And exactly like Gerard says, like wanting to learn is that it's self-driven. Like I can bring a horse to water. You know what I mean? I can put in
Yeah.
policies where kids have to go to school, but I can't make them learn.
Exactly.
And that's the uncomfortable truth that like a lot of these lefties don't want to have to deal with, where there's just simply some kids who like chose DOS off and they chose that they thought they were, oh, I don't need this education, all this kind of stuff. You know? It is what it is, as they say.
Well, we do.
We're the weak. We are the
well,
weak.
I think that you're stretching there a little bit. You're kind of reaching a little bit to try to make it fit the narrative, right?
Just
But
maybe you know what?
Yeah.
You got a little bit of a stretch, but
yeah,
you know,
it's a
whatever. I'm
little
throwing
bit,
it out there.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a stretch to meet the narrative. It's like I don't think I would think actually the majority is the strong, right? Because if you live in a democracy or a republic, the majority are the people you want to watch out for because they're the ones who are going to fuck your whole political party up.
Is
Come the
that
next
true
election
anymore?
cycle. Yeah, I think it's still true. Yeah.
Isn't it just a ping pong game though? Because I agree with you. The next electoral cycle, the Republicans are going to take a drubbing, right? But then after that,
hang on.
You don't think
maybe no. Well, I do think so, based on historic data that they will. But
sure,
you know, they might have better chances than you think. And it's not because people love Republicans. It's just Democrats are that fucking bad.
I was going to say
they're
they
just
are
so fucking
pathetic.
bad. They're so bad, dude.
They're absolutely so unlovable, so
Yeah.
pathetic. There's not a spark
They're the
of
worst.
fucking likability in any of them.
They're just
yeah,
they're
suck.
just the fucking worst. So because of that, it's like, yeah, I think they do. I think they still do kind of fear the majority. Yeah, I don't think that's but even if they didn't, that would still be stronger than the not majority.
Right.
So,
yeah. Well, if there's any modern political party that could lose to Trump and the Republicans in this political climate, it's the Democrats, baby.
Yeah.
I'll give you that. But
So
I think historically speaking, they're about to lose some seats, about to lose some governorships, maybe some state houses and stuff. It's not going to look good, is what history tells us. But what history also tells us is that after 4 years or 4 to 8 years of a Democratic presidency or a Democratic kind of led government, People are going to be sick of that shit, and the Republicans are going to sweep back in.
And they'll switch to moderate Republicans, actually, which sucks. But yes. So that one, I don't think we got contempt for the week. I think number 11, everyone's educated to become a hero. Do you just have to kind of flat out concede to me?
Yeah. I wish. I mean, I kind of wish that this one was true. Like, educated to become a hero in my mind means well educated. You know what I mean? You can't really become a hero without knowledge. But yeah, selective populism. What do you think about this?
Well, hang on. 12 is machismo.
Oh,
right?
sorry. I skipped machismo. This one you got to give to me.
Kind of, but remember the qualifier and disdain for women. Remember, I told you my biggest problem with Trump, he doesn't have enough disdain for women.
Okay, fair enough. I know. I've heard you say that before.
I would be happy if Trump, I would be happy to give you this one, except that Trump fucking doesn't have any disdain for women. He has them all over his administration, and the dumbest ones possible too. It's not like they're the smart ones, they're the dumb ones.
Well, you and I might be able to have this disdain for women conversation at DebateCon coming up on this January 26th in Dallas, Texas.
So I think we split this one. There's a lot of machismo. There's a lot of machismo, but not enough. But not a lot of disdain for women.
Okay, fair enough. Selective populism. This is claiming to represent a unified will of the people, dismissing individuals' rights.
Yes, I would say that Trump is definitely a selective populist. Yeah, I would just grant you that one.
And in good faith for that, I would say that this is also one that we could apply to the Democrats most of the time.
Just
right?
Everybody.
Everybody in the modern political systems, right? And then Newspeak is the final one.
That doesn't apply to Trump at all.
MAGA. All of these kind of little nicknames.
Those were things that were given
people.
Well, those are things given to him. You know, like the MAGA movement wasn't really coined by Trump. It's more of a media term.
Well, it was coined by Ronald Reagan.
Yeah, but it
was Ronald Reagan's campaign slogan.
Yeah,
right?
but I mean, MAGA wasn't though. When you're talking about like the MAGA movement, that was something that's kind of more of a media phenomenon. Yeah. Trump, yeah, it's true. Trump gives his like political opposition nicknames, right? But it's not newspeak, and not in the fascistic sense anyway, where they're like the fasci and the right act will paradigm and weird shit like that. He doesn't do any of that shit. He just calls like women ugly pigs and stuff like that. But it's not, it's not newspeak.
Only Rosie O'Donnell.
For sure.
Only Rosie.
Sure. I don't think he fits this one super tightly. I do think that there is a new way that the right talks as a result of the Trump era.
I would say it's just Zoomer speak.
A lot of it is, yeah. Or old MAGA boomer speak as well. There's a lot of that.
Yeah, that's true. But I'm not sure it's new speak.
True. So it looks like just in general, we agree on some, we disagree on some, but what we do agree on is he fits some of these points, some of them more neatly than others.
Yeah, but can we agree that like most of these politicians meet a lot of these? The biggest problem with Echo's criteria, and the reason I wanted to walk through them, or I didn't have a problem walking through all of them, I've done this before, is it's kind of a self-refutation because they kind of apply to all governments when you start to break them down. They kind of apply to every governmental system which exists. And even if we were to grant all of these were true, that still wouldn't actually make it a fascist nation. They wouldn't have corporatism in it. It wouldn't have a lot of the key criteria. But even these, we can't even agree. And outright, the ones that we do agree to, that I concede to you, you outright concede as many to me is not true.
Oh, so absolutely.
It just doesn't. Yeah, it just doesn't seem
I made a better argument than you did.
No problem. It just doesn't seem that Trump's much of a fascist here, man. Now you can say maybe he's an authoritarian, or he wants to be a king, or maybe you just think he's a fucking jerk. I mean, I think that those are all fair, right? Fair critique. If you're like Andrew, I think Trump's a fucking jerk and he's a dickhead. Sure. I'd be like, okay, at least, I mean, I can wrap my head around that. He is kind of a jerk, right? Yeah. But fascist? I don't think so. I think that's just a rhetorical device ultimately.
So from my perspective at the beginning of this in my intro, when I talked about it being arguable to colloquially call him a fascist, to show that he may have fascist intent.
Yeah,
and
but then you kind
right?
of refute that, because if you say, well, colloquially he's a fascist, but I actually have specific criteria and he doesn't meet it. Well, then, because like you agree with me, nobody knows who the fuck Umberto Eco is. Nobody on planet Earth. So if you're appealing to specific criteria of Umberto Eco, you can't say colloquially this is what people think, because they don't even know who the fuck Eco is.
Well, I used Echo as a framework, right?
Well, but that's what I'm saying. You can't
Sure.
appeal
I
to
get,
the framework.
I get what you're saying. That's a fair point. That's a fair point.
So it's like either the framework is true and that's what a fascist is, or colloquially we just mean like whenever we say stormtrooper or Nazi or fascist, we're pointing at a guy we don't like and it doesn't have specific criteria.
Well, you know, I thought I knew we weren't going to have time to go through different. There's a 10-point framework by another scholar.
Yeah, you have the major scholars like Stanley, Griffith. Yeah. They disagree on various points, even amongst themselves, like scholars do. I think Griffith is more comprehensive than Stanley is.
Yeah. How do you feel about Echo's 14? Just in general, as a framework, I think
that they're self-refuting, because I could grant all of them as being true in a framework, and it still wouldn't be a fascist government necessarily. It could be, but it doesn't. It's not like these conditions are met, so necessarily now it's a fascist state, because it doesn't have things in it that are key. Like it doesn't have corporatism, which is a key portion of fascism. It doesn't have the control matrices, which are necessary for sectored economies. Like there's big problems with it, but even kind of granting all of the ones as we go through it, Trump doesn't even fit a lot of these. And even the ones he does,
granted,
it's just like, well, kind of maybe if we apply other characteristics to it, maybe, you know.
He fits it. He doesn't fit all of them neatly. He fits some of them pretty neatly, but he doesn't fit. Say some of them he doesn't fit at all.
Yeah.
Especially after talking to you, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm always willing to fucking assimilate new information.
Yeah. Well, look, I watched your debate.
I think I would still make the argument that the average uninformed idiot isn't super wrong if their intent is, because I don't think if I call you a Nazi, which I'm not, right?
Yeah.
If I were to call you a Nazi, I don't mean you're goose stepping down the street with a Hitler mustache, Sieg Heiling, right? I'm kind of talking about you have tendencies towards that. You're a racist. You're kind of a white nationalist, right? That sort of thing.
Yeah, but doesn't that
it's defensible? The use of fascist against Donald Trump is defensible in that way.
But doesn't that make my point for me that what you mean by it is just I don't like you? Because if you say because if you're just like, well, Andrew's a Nazi, let's say, you're like, that guy's he's a fucking Nazi. And someone's like, really? Does he follow any of the ideology of Nazism? And you're like, well, no, maybe some of it, but not most of it. But you know, like he doesn't want to trans the kids, man. And that's what Nazis do. It's like, that seems like you're making a different argument altogether. That seems more like you go, well, I disagree on these points, and so I'm going to call this guy this name because it's a politically loaded name that has a lot of baggage with it. It's like an example might be, have you ever said, or have you ever watched Seinfeld?
Yeah, of course.
You remember the soup Nazi?
A beautiful example of this would be like what's actually taking place is like this whole thing, and they do this deliberately. It's like the whole Black Lives Matter movement, right? When you actually read their charter, like it's literally just the globalist this, globalist that. Like we need to remove the nuclear family, the oppression of the state, and all this kind of shit. Now, if I come out and I say, like, there's two people, right? There's one person who's like, I hate black people, ergo fuck Black Lives Matter. It would be it would be reasonable to say, well, you know, that person is racist because they literally say that they hate black people, and that's the reason they're providing why they hate Black Lives Matter. But if the second person says, no, I hate Black Lives Matter because it's a globalist agenda, you know what I mean? It's not reasonable to say that that person's racist or that person hates black lives or they're against black lives, because the reason for them going against Black Lives Matter is because it's a globalist movement. See the difference?
Yes, it was. Yeah. And it was. And is. And it ended up
100%,
being
like the global community. Like that's a common phrase that's used throughout that charter, where it's like, oh, we have to look out for our global community and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? And like the fact that it's mixing a match between trans and like this whole like intersectionality kind of shit, and trying to basically claim that the minorities, but then bring in all this like queer fucking like or like different fucking like ideologies into it, and trying to blend it into one thing, so then they actually get the majority through it and all this kind of shit is kind of like one of those things. But like essentially like what Andrew's trying to point out is like the user just call him a Nazi because you don't like the guy. It's like Nazi means jerk to you. Essentially, there's no differentiation between jerk and Nazi, you know.
but there really is in reality. Words have
There's
meaning.
a massive difference.
Yeah,
because if you're
what we said,
if you are
buzzword, yeah.
Because if you are a Nazi, right, you're a fascist national socialist, right? Ultra nationalistic, to the point where it's like you want zero immigration whatsoever. You don't want any motherfucker coming into your country. Like you have like the political philosophy of National Socialism in it, but you also want like a dictator and a complete rework of, let's say, the three branches of government just into one president and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? So like fundamentally, there's a huge stark difference to, well, this dude's a jerk. Like this dude farted on the elevator, he's a jerk. Because he farts on the elevator just to make he can be a jerk, but that doesn't make him a Nazi. You know what I mean? This is whereas like people are just throwing around terms because and I think it's like playing on this whole kind of like childlike manipulation where like kids will just like use whatever works essentially, and like that's how they go by and all this kind of shit. And it's like the same thing with like these lefties and these Democrats where it's like they actually don't like they'll use like the fancy terminology and all this kind of shit, but they actually don't know the meaning behind the words. So it'll sound like they're smart, but they're actually quite retarded, you know?
Oh yeah, they definitely sound like they're smart, but you just got to hold on and listen for a minute.
True that.
It will come. They'll show their colors sooner or later, especially if you give them the room to talk. If you know what I mean, let them have free reign with no pushback. Yeah. They'll let it all hang out.
Like simple key questions is what like unravels it. And you've seen this actually in the debate that I had earlier on the week, where it's like the dude that I was debating against, and then the other dude, like Darth Torrans or whatever the fuck his name is, like they're both lefties. They'll claim, oh no, I'm an anarcho-capitalist and all this kind of shit. I'm right wing, and like they're just like ultra racist, ultra like they hate the Jews and all this kind of shit, and they're directly trying to infiltrate any of these like right wing spaces, these nationalist spaces online, because ultimately they understand that, yeah, like anarcho-capitalism or global capitalism undermines the nation as well, and we're all communists and we want to destroy the state, so we're perfectly more than willing to change up our lingo and do the whole right-wing talking points when it suits this whole agenda to get rid of the state. And you're able to spot that these are lefties because the dude literally said, yeah, like I'm for defunding the police. Hang on a second. If you're a nationalist, you want a competent and you want the police force to protect the citizens. So how are you right wing if you're to defund the police?
Yep.
So keep an eye out for that as well in any of these spaces you're in, because you're going to see a lot of these people like try to infiltrate and try to cozy up to people and try to act like they're, oh, I'm one of you guys and all this kind of shit, and they'll try to encourage you to like they'll say like racist shit. They'll do the whole like the Jewsburg thing and all this kind of shit, because they want to basically make you out to be the Nazis, because the whole rhetoric ain't working. So now they need to invent some sort of monster to go against. When, like I said, when you listen to my argument and you have the limiting principle of the nation, then it's very easy
which one
to see
was
who
that,
the enemies are. That was the National Socialism is a superior form of government.
Right. Which one?
It was over on Swords of Reason. My boy Speakeasy,
Yeah.
baby.
I can't. Yeah, definitely. I can't remember the guy's name either, or the person, who it was.
Oh, Political Shankfest.
I watched it.
And another thing as well.
That's it. That's it.
The point is, you can tell by their voice. Their voice is quite feminized. All right. And like I said, I can't accurately like pinpoint like what's it about with the voice, but it's something that like I've started to notice now, where it's like, hang on a second, all these cunts that won't show their face, will claim that they're right wingers, but they have an extremely feminine voice. They're fucking plants, man. I'm telling you.
And you think that's why they're hiding hiding behind the avatar?
Yeah, because you take one look.
They don't want their face seen, but you think that's why?
Exactly, and that's why, like, when the dude came on, he's like, "Oh, like I'm all about racism and I'm all about this and all this kind of shit." Why they hide their face? I'm telling you, man. And they'll have like an anime fucking profile pic and all this kind of shit, and it's like, oh my god, bro.
And you're right about that.
I'm telling you, like it's like a spidey sense, but I can't explain it. That's the annoying thing. Like Jack tried to ask me about this, and like he was like, "Oh, like you're kind of like a clairvoyant," and it's like, no, because then you get into the whole like woo woo magic and all this kind of shit. But it's one of those things that like I need to kind of like drill down more on, you know.
The guy was not a Nazi.
Well, the voice is definitely
right. When we
something.
say he was a soup
I know what you're
Nazi,
saying.
what we're pointing out there is, and he even had the mustache, just because. Well, why shouldn't you have the mustache as the soup Nazi? They're pointing out there's like he's controlling, right? He completely 100% is going to get his way. He's this, but they didn't actually mean he's a Nazi, right? So if you're saying colloquially, they use that term against him because they didn't like how he did business, right? That's
Sure.
actually what happened. They didn't like how he did business. They didn't like how he treated people. So he's a Nazi. And it's like, okay, got it. That makes sense to me. And if that's all you mean by it, sure. But most of these people on the left, that's not what they mean by it. They mean he's an actual fascist. He actually engages in fascism and this kind of thing. And it's just
when you say most of these people on the left, I'm sorry to interrupt. When you say most of these people on the left, do you mean the like podcastery kind of like online discourse type of people you bump into, or do you just mean broadly?
The only way that I can or a Democrat is saying is based along what they're saying on social media and collective groups. I don't have any real other way to gauge that besides polls. So if I'm looking at collective, like collectivized Democrat posting or leftist posting on social media, they definitely call this guy a fascist all the time. And will even come into my comments and say, you're wrong. He's an actual fascist. Here's why. And then they list just fucking complete nonsense. And so I do think that they believe that he's a fascist, but at the same time, they don't seem to have any criteria for it. And it usually comes down to they're just vibing out that they don't fucking like him. I think they'd have a better argument because the right wing's actually able to mobilize on this, right? They call you fascists. They call you Nazis. They call, you know what I mean? And they do. They do say that.
Oh, absolutely.
I think if leftists
in
were
the
just
same
like,
way, in the same way that the left mobilizes when, the right does its kind of anti-left stuff.
Sure. The anti-woke stuff or whatever it is. But I'm just pointing out when they're like, that guy's a Nazi, that guy's a fascist, that actually mobilizes the right wing. And they're like, you see what they call us? See how they vilify us? Like, my grandfather fought in World War II, and this guy's calling me a Nazi. Like, it pisses them off. But it seems like they use that loaded language specifically to piss them off because they don't like them rather than they actually think that they're Nazis or something like this,
Sure. So let me ask you this.
Yeah.
If the average person, because I agree with you, I made the same arguments, maybe not the same arguments, but I was telling people, stop with this Trump as a fascist, stop with this Trump as a Nazi shit.
Yeah.
This was during his last campaign. Because I genuinely believe I would have been making a different argument. I would have been way less alarmist about it during Trump's first presidency. I thought he was, from my perspective, not to, be disrespectful or whatever. I just thought he was kind of a bumbling president, kind of bad, kind of wrapped up too much in media and interpersonal gossip and all that crap. It just seemed like he didn't get much done of note. Biden was a fucking disaster. And now Trump 2 is here. And during that campaign for his second presidency, I was just like you. I was saying, stop this shit. Fascist doesn't mean I don't like what the fuck you have to say. It doesn't mean that I disagree with you.
Yeah, it has some real meaning, and it's Yeah, I agree with that, and it's loaded meaning too, right? Like, if you call somebody a fascist, you're bringing up, you're putting the sins of the Holocaust at their feet, right? You're putting the sins
to a certain extent, yeah.
of mass genocide at their feet. You're what you're doing when you use the loaded language of calling somebody that, right?
But it changed for me. It changed for me on January 6th. I stopped using that rhetoric and I started considering the fact that maybe there was fascism afoot here. It kind of felt like an attempted brown shirt kind of, you know, let's subvert the democratic process at the last second and, you know, physically coerce the vice president of the United States to decertify an election so that they can recount it. And the storming of the Capitol is just harrowing to watch.
Yeah, I understand. I at least understand that argument. I don't agree with it, right?
Sure.
But I at least understand it. I understand the perspective of, look, that was a scary moment in American history. Now, you know, I thought, hey, we could be at a real impasse here that could potentially lead to civil war. Like this is potentially a massive problem, and I can at least understand the argument from the left why they think that way. It's just that American political violence is a thing which we've been dealing with forever. You usually don't see it that much from the right wing.
I mean, Trump's been shot at. It's a current American tradition. I do think it should be decried, though. I don't think that makes it right.
Yeah, well, I mean, but generally,
unless you're talking about the rebellion and the revolution that started this weird experiment we're all a part of, right? I think we would probably both agree that was at least justifiable in terms of separating us from, you know, a dictatorship, a foreign king that had no real investment in where we were living, right?
Well, I think the American Rebellion had a lot to do with special interests again, actually.
Oh, it did. I mean, they were all rich landowners.
Yeah, I think it had a lot to do with special interests again, but I'm not upset about it. You know what I mean? Like in retrospect, while I know it's not actually the truth that we rebelled against England because it had a king and we just really liked freedoms and stuff, and I know that narrative is bullshit, I still like believing it. It's still a fun narrative to believe, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And that's at the heart of all my stuff. You know, they say the heart of a cynic is kind of a disappointed optimist. And that's
sure. Well, from my perspective, it's like, look, that's a cool story. And if it helps people with patriotism and it helps move through their patriotic duty towards their nation, you know, I'm kind of all for it. I'm just kind of okay with it. Sure. But that story itself it's a bedtime story, right? And the way that it's taught in school is
how are they teaching January 6th? How are they teaching Jan 6th in school?
Well, I'm to say it's a bedtime.
Well, everything is how they're taught about anything in school is a total bedtime.
Yeah, so I at least understand that. If you were to say, okay, I can at least point to J6 and say I consider that to be a fascistic action, I think I would even grant that. I still don't think it makes him a fascist. It doesn't meet the ultimate criteria for this stuff, and so if
you're
that's the case,
you're a strict definitionalist. I can tell that from your.
Well, this time I made sure we didn't do that, right?
No, you didn't. And no, I'm just saying from watching your other engagements on this, I can see that is important to you, and I'm not. I think that language is this kind of mutable and evolving thing, and
I agree with that.
Eco himself.
I agree with that too. The reason I think in debates or even in conversations, semantics are so important is because we often mean different things by the words that we say. And a lot of times people end up spending an hour talking past each other and equivocating because they don't actually even understand what's being said to them.
Sure.
A good example of this that I can give you, if you were having a debate about essay, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that seems pretty clear, right? That guy over there essayed that chick. Don't you think that that's wrong? And you're like, well, yeah, of course that's wrong, right? But what if the criteria for essay was like, your wife woke you up with a blowjob? Then suddenly it's like, well, wait a second here.
Sure, right.
Well, wait a second here. I'm not so sure that I'm willing to say that that's SA, lady, right?
It does depend upon implied consent, though, right? So if I've said, you know, if that happens once, and I tell my wife, like, hey, this is a little weird because I was dreaming about somebody else, and I just, you know, can we not, like, you know what I mean? I was dreaming about my mom, and I wake up to this. Can we not do that? you know, and then she does it again, that would be SA in my opinion. But yeah, just the simple act of feeling.
Sure, yeah, maybe it would. But there's people out there who think that whether or not, like you told, like let's say you woke up the next morning and you were like, man, you can do that anytime you want. That was fucking amazing.
Yeah.
And then she did it again, they would consider that SA. There's people who could, but there are people
that's ridiculous.
But I'm telling you right now, there are people who consider that
I believe you.
SA. So for me, when I'm talking, remember, not every person I talk to is a particularly good faith interlocutor who is willing to deal with me in a professional manner.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah,
diving in.
Same with me.
So diving into the meaning of the things that they have to say, I think, is really important, because otherwise we end up talking about completely different things that are irrelevant. Here, you seem like you're so good faith that I could just kind of take at face value. You mean things in the same way I mean.
I did what I wanted to do. I got to pick your brain with this framework. Excuse me.
Yeah.
And you know, I feel like we didn't come out the other end, you know, boxing and doing this kind of like slinging insult shit. Not that wouldn't have made for some great clips for James. You know what I mean? Maybe one day we can really strangle each other on something.
Maybe if it was a different topic, we would get a little more brutal with it. But honestly, I think I tend to match energy, and so
this is another thing I noticed with lefties, bro, and like this goes into like the whole queer theory and all this kind of shit. Is the Rorschach tests. The dude that originally developed the Rorschach test, which if anyone doesn't know, is like those like ink blot images they show you, and then they ask you to describe what you see in the image and all this kind of shit. It's like let me so we're all on the same page, right? Rorschach test. All right, so like you get basically shown these images, and it's like, oh, like what does that look like? And you say, oh, it kind of looks like a bee, maybe, or some sort of like butterfly or whatever the fuck, right? The dude that originally invented this test, right? He was able to pinpoint with like 90% accuracy based on the answers that people gave in this test. He was able to tell whether or not that person has a mental illness, right? And supposedly one of the criteria that he noticed or he picked up on is like the mentally ill people would like sexualize these images. So, like they'd say, oh, like I see, you know, some chick with her legs up in the air shoving a cucumber up her arse, some shit like that. You know what I mean? So it's like when you look at like these lefties, one sec, I'll show you a video as well. Like this whole like queer theory that you might see in colleges and all this kind of shit, like that's literally being put forward by pedophiles. You know, here's the video.
There is a long correlation between anarchism and pedophilia and support for pedophilia. Wait. That's a beautiful line. Thank you so much for asking. How about something relevant? I've been talking about rape culture all day, and pedophilia and the support of pedophilia is not rape culture. Actually, it seems you're acting like this is a spurious connection. So we're going to play Jeopardy. We're going to play queer theory. We're going to play queer theory, pedophilia, Jeopardy. Okay, answer. Commonly called the godfather of queer theory. Who is Foucault? Okay, 100 points. Foucault. Another way to ask this is who argued, no, I guess the answer would be, argued for the eradication of age of consent laws as in down to infants.
Who is Foucault?
Thank you. Okay, next one. The author of the founding document of queer theory. Who is Gail Rubin? What percentage? No, the answer is 50%. Question is?
The amount in that article that was a defense of pedophilia, specifically, quote, boy lovers, so men who fuck boys.
Oh. And since you're not believing me, quote, this is in the founding document of queer theory. Like communists and homosexuals in the 1950s, boy lovers are so stigmatized that it is difficult to find defenders of their civil liberties, let alone for their erotic orientation. That's in the founding document of queer theory. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm using facts. A thousand apologies. One must never let facts in the way. Oh, and she also compared, by the way, she compared pedophilia. She compared pedophilia to a preference for spicy food. The thing is, I have never heard of anyone who has to have years of therapy because they ate hot and sour soup. Okay, so up to 200. Now it is pedophilia and queer theory for 300. That would be author of Macho Sluts. Author of Macho Sluts and Public Sex. Pat Califia.
And I was about, oh, you're a fascist and all this kind of shit. And like, this dude is literally fucking progressive and all this kind of shit. But at least he's calling out the whole thing. Do you know what I mean? Is that Epstein's fat brother? Yeah, like I said, he's not exactly a conservative or an anarchist or whatever the fuck. But even he's like pointing out, it's like this whole fucking like anarchy, communism, all this kind of shit. Like they all have mental illness essentially. You know what I mean? Like people who over sexualize, like if you're having a conversation and like every fucking like comment, like they're trying to make like sexual jokes and all this kind of shit, and it's completely unrelated to the topic you're talking about. Those people like have a mental illness, which is what you seeing like in terms of the Rorschach. Unfortunately for the dude that developed all this stuff, he mysteriously died. One of those kind of things, and then like now it's completely unreliable apparently and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? Or it's not. It hasn't been like standardized and all this kind of shit, so you can't actually take it as gospel and all this kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean? But like to go back to this thing, it's like when it's like, oh, like I'm thinking about my mom and all this kind of shit. It's like these lefties are fucking mentally ill as well. Dark Side Deacon says, Tarek, you did really well last night. I wanted to tell you that while you were giving your opening, I was recalling all my Eastern Orthodox catechumen material. You're talking about the theology stream, or you're talking about the debate? Because like I said, the debate, the National Socialism debate is like, that is the third way. Because like a lot of people get trapped in this whole kind of dynamic between the communists and capitalists and say, well, communism is clearly a delusion, so I'm just going to go all in on capitalism. But you get undone and you get unraveled. Well, the nation does, because these globalist capitalists essentially will be able to kind of like exploit your love of capitalism by saying so, oh, well, you want free trade, you don't want a tariff, because if you tariff, then the products will be more expensive for the end consumer. But if you do free trade, especially with the likes of China, you will not be able to compete with them because they have slave labor. They pay their laborers fuck all and all this kind of shit. So it's kind of one of those things where you have to be cognizant of that, like this whole thing of like the dynamic that Marx has put forward, where it's like it's either communist or capitalist, and we're on the communist train, all this kind of shit. It's a false bifurcation. It's a false dilemma, because it's not just capitalism or communism. There is a third way. You know what I mean? But this is why the Germans were demonized so heavily, is because they don't want that political philosophy in place, because then Britain, for example, wouldn't be able to undermine the likes of America and all this kind of shit if people start, like having that limiting principle of the nation. You know what I mean? If you have, and this is why they got rid of Gaddafi, because Gaddafi was actually, he united like a large number of tribes together and all this kind of shit, and then was nationalizing the oil, putting in the golden dinar, and then they were like, oh fuck, we're not going to be able to like destabilize this place. You know what I mean? This is why like monarchies are a lot more difficult to destabilize than democracies, because the people will rally behind the monarchy, the family. You know what I mean? Like think of like a problem where like people have in modern day in terms of like what is American culture? Well, the British don't have the same problem, because they can just point to the royal family and say that's our culture, like that's the family that's been from like generation to generation, et cetera, kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? But like I said, there's a lot in it. But I also have another stream if you want to see like how we got to that point. Like I have a stream called Marxism, communists and global capitalists. And like I said, I basically go through with the AI. It's one of the study stream thumbnails, and it basically we go from Grok and we say, what are the critiques of capitalism that Marx has? What's the pro solution in terms of communism? And then we critique both positions. And then we say, well, these critiques of capitalism actually are valid. How do we prevent against that? And we eventually culminate at National Socialism or National Republicanism. You know what I'm saying? That was Steelborn. I did watch some of the theology stream and got mixed up. No worries. Steelborn, like I said, he's up and coming. You know what I mean? He's got potential, as they say, you know? But yeah, let's get back to video because we're only halfway through.
Same.
Usually, if you see me really going hard at a person, it's because they had it coming. You know.
Well, that was one of the things, and I don't mean to poop talk anybody. You know what I mean? But one of the guys that you faced came with such like aggro, angry energy from the start. I was like, I'd watched a couple of years already. And I was like, man, this is going to be a shit flinging fest from the jump, and it was.
Yeah. Well,
so
no, I mean, I'm not good at
that.
taking shit, right? But I do enjoy genuinely having good faith debates across the aisle, and I always have. It's just that it's not always going to be the case that everybody shows up with the purest of intentions.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not the most debate prepped guy. I don't do debates usually, but I do
you
debate.
prepped fine for this one.
Well, I did okay. I mean, but I didn't spend. I can tell some of these dudes that you're kind of going against. I kind of mentioned. I think over prepped would be how I would describe them.
Well,
where they're so ready to talk on script.
Yeah. Well, look, I have
you were
I
able
have
to
a
just
lot of
stymie it.
experience. I have a lot of experience debating. I'm really
Well, you run a thing, right? You run a course.
Yeah, I'm real good at it, and I have been, and I've been at the highest echelon on my end. At least this is what I'm told for years. So I understand why it is that people want to make sure that they're prepped very heavily for debate with me, and I prep very heavily for debate the other direction.
Sure.
But I think most people would find me completely reasonable if they just weren't fucking lunatics. I mean,
Sure, I get you. No, I get you. I mean, there are definitely some things I've seen. Obviously, you're a well-known dude, and I've seen some clips of you that we'd probably fight it out about or whatever. But what does that have? What are the relevance of those things in this moment?
Nothing.
You know what I mean, nothing.
Zero.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. Nothing.
And I definitely, whatever. We had a pleasant little thing here so far, and I don't think that's a bad thing. I think it's a good thing when
How
people on
could you
different
talk
sides.
to a Nazi in a pleasant way? How could you talk to an evil?
Well, isn't the big thing like? Wouldn't you love to bring leftists over to your way of thinking?
I think
like,
I
wouldn't
do.
you love it?
Yeah,
Well,
I think,
no, like you would love it if most leftists moved, right?
I would love it if
And
most debates stuck to
And
the
I'm
topics.
the same way.
Yeah.
I would love it if people on the right would move a little left, right? And how do you get there without conversation?
You can't.
don't.
Yeah.
So
And you can't
I
get
don't
there without
fear it.
rhetoric. You can't get there without vibes. You can't get there without arguments. You can't get
Right.
there without any of that. So I like to talk to and debate with all kinds of people. I don't care if it's Dave Smith or it's a member of the Trump administration or it's a famous person or it's just some random guy in a Discord. I like to debate with all.
Just real quick as well, because this is, like I said, it was a pleasant conversation, like where it's actually dialogue going back and forth, and like both sides are kind of like trying to at least extend an olive branch or try to give like good faith in terms of like what the person's trying to point to and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? But just with Dark Side Deaconess, like the true capitalism leaves no room for error. And this goes with the previous one where Marx only works if people are pure. Marx only works if people are pure. Nobody abuses power. Capitalism and republics only work on the fact of human error. But this is what I'm saying in terms of like getting bogged down in terms of like the capitalist and communist or capitalist and Marxism kind of like aspect. It's a false bifurcation. Because, for example, and like both of you can answer this, like, do you think that Lockheed Martin should only operate off what makes them the most money? If you say yes, Lockheed Martin is the company that produces like your military tech, your military weaponry, and all this kind of shit, the research and development, all this stuff. If you say yes to this, then you are saying that you have no issue with Lockheed Martin selling to China and Russia. Or do you think that the government should come in and say, you're not allowed to do this? Like, government should have, like, authority over Lockheed Martin. You know what I mean? So in terms of like, if Lockheed Martin gets too greedy, as Joy is saying, it's like the greed aspect and just operate off bottom lines. Now, like your foreign enemies are then able to use your own companies against you. You know what I mean? Because like in terms of like the another aspect is like the big infrastructure. Like, do you think that like China should be allowed to buy up all your farmland, or do you think the government should step in and say, no, we're actually going to regulate this market so that no foreign enemy is able to buy up all our land, buy up all our farms, and then have control over our food source, and then just ruin the farms, like basically just like burn up all the farms, so then we experience a famine. You know what I mean? So like that's where, like I said, like a lot of people get caught up and say, well, fuck communism, I'm going to be like, you know, an anarcho-capitalist and all this kind of shit. But they don't realize when they're saying like becoming an anarcho-capitalist, they're essentially opening the gate to achieve communism's end goal of just destroying the state. Because these corporations can then be leveraged and weaponized against you.
Paul Dork. Yeah.
Or whoever, right?
Yeah. Right.
Because people have lots of interesting things to say that I never thought about. And
we agree on that.
Yeah. And I think
when I was prepping for this, you know, I do streams and stuff, and I was telling my people, you know, that watch me, I was like, you know, I hope that I get to pick this guy's brain, learn a little bit about what makes him tick through the lens of this debate topic.
Yeah.
And I hope I can do the same for him. And I feel like I accomplished that. You know what I mean? We accomplished that together, which is cool.
Well, good, man. I appreciate the good faith debate.
Do we have questions, or is it time for that, James?
We do. And it was an amazing debate. We have lots of questions, folks. Before I jump into these, which we're going to move fast. Indeed, DebateCon 8, July 25th and 26th, Dallas, Texas. You don't want to miss it. Grab your tickets now. We were expecting to sell out. We've compared to any DebateCon in the past. I'm not joking. This one is off the charts more popular. We have included new heavyweights such as Godlogic Apologetics, Trent Horn, many others. It is going to be off the charts, folks. Get your tickets while you still can. With that, we're going to jump into these questions. Thank you very much. First one from Angel Quill says, is fascism inherently wrong or sometimes necessary?
I wouldn't say that it's inherent. I don't think of government systems in terms of moral propositions. I don't think a person can push that a fascistic government is inherently immoral. They'd have to be pointing to some sort of immoral policy imposed by said government. So if you had a king, let's say, in a monarchy, and he was a good king, and he took really good care of his subjects or something like this, you couldn't say that just the moral proposition that there was a king isn't in and of itself immoral. That seems absurd to me.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of have to take the other side of that. You know, the idea of one autocrat dictating everything while living in opulence, and I'm mucking, you know, a pigsty out, and for it being kind of inherently bad, right?
I'm not really. I don't see why. Like,
would you like to be the pig farmer?
Sure, I would probably hate it, right? But
yeah, me too.
But that doesn't make it an immoral proposition. So, I was raised in a very poor household. Very, very poor household. And I mean, whose fault is that? Is that am I supposed to go to my parents and be like, well, having me was immoral? That seems like a kind of an absurd proposition to me, right? But I could go to them and say, there were actions that you took that were immoral, you know.
What if both of your parents were crackheads and they had
so I would point out,
would that be immoral?
Yeah. One sec, we're going to take a momentary break from the stream, folks, because there is a very funny moment that comes up on this. But I want to take a brief moment to sidetrack. This is one of the Irish political parties, Clon Éireann, right? And again, like this word, like Éireann, pronounced Aaron, but like as an English speaker, like E-I-R, air, E, and then A-N-N, Arian. Like that's where Ireland gets their name. Like we literally, in terms of the mythology, Eriu basically settled the name with the Malaysians. So like basically goes all the way over to the Iranians essentially from that, and the name was like Aryan, like because the Iranians is like if you translate the name like what does Iran mean? It means Aryans, the cradle of the Aryans, right? But I just want to see what how many people actually disagree. So only let me know in chat if you disagree, and I'll assume you basically agree with it unless you explicitly say no, I don't agree with the 9 principles put forward of Clan Éireann, right? Principle 1. Clan Éireann believes that the territory of Ireland consists of the whole island of Ireland, its islands, and the territorial seas. Seems pretty basic. Clan Éireann believes strongly in the principle of a constitutional republic founded on individual personal freedoms, rights, and responsibilities. We reject and resist totalitarianism, whose essence is found in totality of state power and the exercise of state authority, and not ideological direction of that totality. So, seems pretty basic. We believe in a constitutional republic, and we reject totalitarian state, totalitarianism, and ideologically or ideologues essentially. All right. Principle 3. Clan Éireann believes that the state is the crucible and natural patrimony of the nation. The state ought not, therefore, be the master of the nation, but the nation the master of the state. It follows that the state should act at all times, in every instance, in the interests of the nation, embodied in one indivisible Irish people. So the state works for the people don't work for the state, essentially, is what they're saying in terms of Principle 3. And in terms of like sovereignty is given by the people to the state. You know what I mean? That like sovereignty is the higher power, the higher principle that they're adhering to, which is the nation, rather than the state like telling the people that they should bow down, essentially. All right. So let me know if there's any principles you disagree. Just say Principle 3 I disagree with and all that stuff, and explain why, etc., right? Principle 4. Clan Éireann recognizes the centripetal tendency of the bureaucratic state and its inevitable deleterious consequences in the quality and quantity of state-level decision-making. We therefore believe in a firm commitment to the principle and application of subsidiary must be a central tenet of the government of every level. So like basically this fourth principle is everything shouldn't be centralized power. We should like basically fragment out the power to different regions. So it's a basic kind of like federalism, essentially, is what they're talking about in Principle 4 here, right? Principle 5. Clan Éireann approaches our membership of the European Union from the principle of refusing to accept the threatened destruction of our nation's freedom, and will endeavor to restore those freedoms which have already unjustly been given away. So it's we believe in the sovereignty of our nation. We reject any European policies, because Ireland's still part of the EU, to undermine our sovereignty or undermine our nation. All right. Principle 6. Clan Éireann believes in an aristocracy of achievement with a democracy of opportunity, practiced and established economically by the strong advocacy of a free, productive enterprise. Consequently, we endorse the inalienable right to the ownership of private property, and shall defend that right against the equally dangerous encroachment of both state socialism and monopoly capitalism. Does that sound familiar?
Yep.
We reject communism and global capitalism. Okay. So we believe in private property that is sacrosanct to the nation, to the people of the nation. We will defend against global capitalists and state communism, essentially. All right. Principle 7. Clan Éireann opposes unrestricted immigration, placing above all preservation of national identity and culture as the bedrock of a principled patriotism. So this whole mass immigration, like unreasonable immigration, do you know what I mean? We want, like we spoke about before, like this whole thing of like they put all these immigrants into one village and all this kind of shit. We reject that totally. And we want to put the actual national identity and culture of the people first. All right. Principle 8. Clan Éireann insists that no law should permit the provision of abortion in Ireland. Principle 8 is no more abortions, ladies. Principle 9. Clan Éireann demands a complete reform of our criminal justice system, placing the protection of society from criminality as its imperative value, up to and including restoration of the death penalty for particularly heinous crimes. So we're hanging pedophiles. Does anyone disagree with any of those principles? What about you, Crazy?
No.
Congratulations, you are officially a National Socialist. This is a National Socialist party. Because, one sec, if I just to show you, And this is why I say, like, look at the Chase Manhattan Bank logo, folks, right? Because people don't understand. They don't understand what actually takes place. But like, you look at those principles and you're like, they're fucking based. They're based as fuck, bro. You know what I mean? Like, this is the whole thing, right? If I do this, right? Is that, and just to show I didn't do any fucking if I do the control reverse, look at the very center of that image. It's what's called a hidden swastika. No, sounds sensible, based. You know what I mean? And then like Dark Side Deacon is like, no, holy shit. You know what I mean? Now, like I said, if I go back to let me screen share this. This is the Chase Manhattan Bank logo. It's the exact same design.
Ew.
You best start believing in National Socialists, baby.
I think it said at the bottom, Ireland first.
Yes,
that kind of stuff.
But like I said, none of those principles, like a conservative wouldn't disagree with any of those principles. They believe in the constitutional republic. They believe that we should put the nation's culture and identity first. We're opposed to mass immigration, opposed to abortion. Like, we shouldn't be killing our own fucking citizens.
It's almost like common sense.
Exactly, but anytime you mention the Nazis, it's always 6 million Jews, 6 million Jews, 6 million Jews. Yeah, but the political philosophy behind it. What's wrong with the political philosophy?
Nothing that I see.
You know what I mean?
I would have never picked up on what you just did. With the logos, that's just wild. I do now. I see it.
But that's why it's like, when they talk about the disclosure, like, it's very difficult to actually, because again, like, it's literally the exact same thing. Like, look back to the center of that logo. Look at the Chase Manhattan Bank logo. You know what I mean?
Well,
like,
the word
this is what you have to.
Right under the logo.
Yeah, but like, this is why, like, because like, we all know democracy is a terrible idea. But if you try to actually, like, be honest with these people and explain why democracy is a retarded idea, like, they'll call you a racist, a bigot, like, they'll just, like, ad hom you out the wazoo. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, this is why they have to subvert the elections and all this kind of shit, because you can't just allow retards to vote and get their way, because it's literally retard supremacy. You know? Welcome in, Jungle. Good morning, fair ladies and gents. Get me Lucky Charms and coffee. Are you ready for the day of working? Appreciate you, Jungle. Tyranny of the majority, exactly. But like, democracy itself is literally retard supremacy. But this is why I say, like, you have to do it like the covert way, where you basically say, do you disagree with any of these principles? And they'll say no, and then they don't do what I do, where I do the whole, like, congratulations, these are all National Socialists. Because, like I said, Clonaireann, like the dude that leads this party in Ireland, his name is Justin Barrett, and he's like, yeah, you just can give a fuck if you call him a Nazi. He's like, yeah, I am a Nazi. The Nazis were based. Their political philosophy is, like I said, which principle would you disagree here? It's very hard to actually come up with an argument that could even possibly try to counter one of these principles. You know what I mean? Yes, this is the thing. National Socialism is not socialism. Socialism and National Socialism are two completely different things, because when you talk to a socialist, they'll say the National Socialists are far right. They're far right because in a National Socialist system, almost everything is capitalist except for things like Lockheed Martin, like the warfare companies, the companies that produce weaponry and technology for the militaries, your big infrastructure companies. You know what I mean? The companies that are responsible for like building the roads, your water, your energy, and all this kind of shit. They like, you cannot let them operate on capitalism alone, because they'll sell you out to foreign investors, to foreign enemies. You know what I mean?
You can
Keynesian?
control the people and the land if you control the water.
Yeah. 100%. 100%. But I'm trying to be, I've tried to point this out to Americans before, where it's like Chase Manhattan Bank and all this kind of shit. Like the logo is literally a swastika. You know what I mean? Where it's like they have to subvert it, because otherwise, like, it would just descend down into communism and the country would implode. You know what I mean? But in terms of like with dark side deaconists, like they don't believe in, like, say, like, if someone is just a socialist, that means that they're like, I want to get to communism, but I recognize that I first have to seize the power of the state before I can bring about the communist utopia. That's why they call themselves socialists. But a socialist is completely opposed to a national socialist, because a national socialist is like, I don't want communism. I don't want socialism. I want national socialism. I want the limiting principle of the nation. You know what I mean? Which is why, like I said, like, this is why I say it's like, it's either aristocratic national socialism, and even if you notice, you know, Principle 6. One sec, let me zoom in, actually. I forgot to check the screen. We believe in an aristocracy of achievement within the democracy opportunity. You know what I mean? Like, aristocratic national socialism. But call it national socialism, they'll either say, you know, you want to wipe out the Jews, or you're a Nazi, or whatever the fuck. That's why I call it aristocratic national republicanism. You know? Derek, have you ever heard of proprietarianism? Now it is called the National Law Institute. I think you would like it. Lots of good stuff there. Not just feasible in the present climate. Like, let me take a wee check into this jungle. Proprietarianism. Proprietarianism is, I think it's proprietarianism is a political and economic ideology that treats private property rights as the fundamental foundation of individual freedom and societal organization, reduces legal and ethical questions to voluntary contractual relationships over property, viewing these rights as deontological, inherent, and inviolable. Property is a supreme value. Proprietarians often see property rights as an absolute value, placing them above other rights. Property sometimes defining all freedom through the lens of ownership. Voluntarism is strongly favors voluntary contractual agreements between individuals over government-imposed regulations. Right libertarian alignment, it closely associates with right libertarianism, which emphasizes minimal state intervention and high protection. Yeah, so in terms of like private property, like, I have no issue with this jungle. In terms of like private property, like, the government should not be getting involved in terms of like private property and all this kind of shit. The government should be looking out in terms of like these big industries like warfare, like Lockheed Martin, big infrastructure like the roads and the energy, and putting up like the power pylons and all like the water supply, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Getting involved in terms of like the day-to-day life of the individual. Get the fuck out of my day-to-day life. You know? Focus on the foreign invaders. Focus on the mass immigration. Focus on the people trying to undermine our economy. You know what I mean? Like, the government should not be talking about this bullshit of, well, we need to make sure we teach the kids about trans rights, or trans, the trans story time hour and all this kind of shit. Any fucking school that's doing this drag time story hour or this LGBT nonsense should be fucking kicked into the fucking ditch. You're not getting any funding, go fuck yourselves. From fucking kindergarten all the way up to the universities. Let them fucking die out. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
But I digress. You know, I'm starting to get a bit worked up, you know. Thoughts on a voting app that requires vetting, creating a system like the DoD, military staff, veterans affairs, etc., with thousands of employees to run the system itself in the vetting process, tech support. I think that would be a great way. Now, obviously, like, there's like, in terms of specifics, like, and just in terms of like it being hacked and all this kind of shit, But if there was an actual way to like digitize the voting process in an actual proper way, like that would be a really, really good thing. And especially like kind of to combo with the competency test and all this kind of shit, it'd be very easy that you just go onto the app, you take your test, and it's just basically like filling out an online form and just answering questions, all this kind of stuff, and it says, yep, you're good to go to vote this cycle. And it just makes the voting process a lot quicker, a lot streamlined, all this kind of stuff. Yes, there's key things you need to make sure you're looking out for, and like you kind of said there, like thousands of people's making sure that there's no hacks and it's 100% legitimate and all this kind of shit. And then if you couple that with the competency test, that would work beautifully. That would work beautifully. I'd have to say, you know. Propertarianism, yeah, propertarianism. It's royalty with extra steps. Wait, what do you mean it's royalty? We need to tell people water first.
Yep.
Water first, then food, then shelter. But yeah, like it's, you can last quite a long time without food, but you can only last, you know, a week without water, or you'll die, kind of thing. Water is more priority than food. Not me over here trying to help an Irish guy pronounce words. Hey, like I said, I keep telling you, please be patient. My mom took Tylenol, okay? It is what it is. It is what it is, you know? We're all Germanic at the end of the day. You know, we all speak English, right? Kurt Doylet and others have a whole treatise on it. Not bad, not bad. I'll have to look into it. And ladies and gentlemen, we got a guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
My fucking man!
Welcome in, Jungle. Welcome in.
Howdy, howdy.
What's up, Jungle?
Good morning, good evening, good night.
Yeah. Depending on where you are.
How's things?
I was just thinking when somebody said something about the voting thing in the chat, I was like, you know, they've teetered with this idea about creating a digital voting app, but then of course, all the same arguments that come in about how it's racist and all this other stuff, because what if somebody doesn't have access to a phone, blah, blah, blah. That's why there will be secondary systems like the paper ballots that we already have in place for those that are less fortunate or don't believe in or have any technology like that. You can access DOD websites and the VA websites, like I'm a part of those things. And it's a in-depth vetting process that's streamlined and managed by thousands of employees to ensure that it's secure and all that thing. Because I know you were mentioning hacking, because that's also an argument that people give. But how often does the DOD website get hacked, right?
Exactly.
But I mean, even the current voting system, look at 2016 with the Russiagate bullshit.
Yep.
Russian collusion thing.
2020.
They're still going to say that they're infiltrating our elections and blah, blah, blah. But if they can do it the way it is now, why can't we just make it better and digitize it at the same time?
100%.
Yeah, because even like you said, including that competency test stuff can all be implemented into the app or the website, where you can before you go and vote for like every voting election season, you have to complete that test in the app before it allows you to even cast a vote. So it kind of kills a whole bunch of birds with one stone, you know?
Yeah.
100%. Because Dark Side Deacon says
current voting system already has like thousands of people that volunteer or even get paid to do certain things, like work in the voting booths, etc. So just pay those people or allow them to volunteer, as long as the volunteers have been vetted appropriately to run the same digital system.
Might even take less.
It'll be much cheaper.
Yeah. And maybe, like I say, less people.
Well, I'm just kind of researching a little bit, and I'm asking the AI, like, has it been attempted before? And it said yes, many times. Some succeeded in niche areas, while others became highly controversial or failed due to security and trust concerns. One of the most famous voting platforms in the U.S. was Votes with an A, VOATZ. I've never heard of that. It was used in West Virginia, Utah, Colorado, and some overseas military voting pilots. The idea was a smartphone voting, biometric verification, blockchain/audit components. I mean, even that brings up the point that crypto, what's the word I'm looking for? The design of how crypto works with the blockchain and everything, it can completely secure that way, you know?
Yeah, like it's impossible to hack Bitcoin. You can hack the exchanges and all that kind of shit. But in terms of like the actual blockchain network, it's literally you do not have enough computing power in the world to hack the Bitcoin.
Right. Then they start talking about quantum physics. When will it be possible to hack that sort of thing? When will you have enough power or enough tools to do it? You know, it's just a matter of time at that point in innovation.
To run a quantum computer, what does it have to be, minus 400 degrees or something like that constant? And not one power glitch, not even nothing. Or it fails.
It's near impossible. I agree with you with that. But then you're going to have the arguments and the debates about it. Well, is it possible if there's a 0.001%, it's not 100% secure? So then you're faced with that.
Yeah, that's true. But what is it now, though? What we have now?
Yeah, even now, like I said, the existing system has its woes and problems as it is. So why not just make it better and more convenient? Because that's what people today especially want, is convenience.
And we might up the actual voter count too. For real, with that system. Or a system like that.
Yeah.
And then, but like, what if you just like run the Bitcoin on the quantum computing network, like have the nodes be quantum computers as well? Bitcoin is just software. You know what I mean?
True. But they can't even get, that's what I was saying, the quantum computing is way far off, I believe. Before it'll be in use for most people or most companies or whatever. From what I know of it. The conditions have to be almost perfect and remain that way.
We have Dark Side Deaconess. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, it's saying that large scale public voting is still rare because the core problem is securing the server is easier than securing millions of personal devices. Even if the voting platform is perfect, you have infected phones, phishing, hacked Wi-Fi, SIM swaps, coercion at home, and can all be compromised the voting integrity. That's why paper ballots and optical scans, physical audit trails should still exist. But you can't do that with a digital system, unfortunately, for all the millions of devices out there. So there is that argument. How do you control the individual's device and that isn't hacked? You know, imagine this, right? Let's say I sign up for the voting app. I go through all the vetting process and I am set to go, ready to vote, but I don't vote that day. And then I lose my phone that same afternoon. And then somebody picks it up. They have access to my phone. They can vote on my behalf. You see what I'm saying?
Ouch.
So there's always that. How do you control the millions of individual devices? That's going to be the thing.
It is true. And like even trying to do, like we're kind of saying about the biometric, like you have to like take a picture as soon as you vote. Like what happens if they're able to force the system into like just where like they already have pictures on you and they just use those like images rather than an actual like picture that they're taking. Stuff like that. But I still think it's warranted to try and push for some sort of system like that, because in terms of speed and in terms of legitimacy, I think it would and like I said, it ties into competency as well. The Dark Side Deaconess says, I literally don't understand why people keep calling for civics requirement. It is a requirement during school, but voting is not dictated by pass or fail. Right now, we turn 18, we can vote. It's about making sure that the people who are voting are competent. Like this whole idea of like universal suffrage or like voting as a right it's a bunch of like fairy tales. You know what I mean? Like voting is a privilege and you should earn it. And in terms of the aspect of like what we're saying, we're talking about like English fluency, which would be automatically covered in terms of the test of like if you're like providing logical reasoning tests, like that's going to be in English, which would prove your English fluency. Mathematics is a key thing because in terms of like budgeting and being able to understand numbers, interest rates, all this kind of stuff, logical reasoning is key and crucial. So like in terms of being able to identify logical fallacies and sound argumentation. So, for example, like a sound argument is an argument that where the conclusion necessarily follows, it's the only possibility from the given premises, and the premises are provably true. You know what I mean? And then obviously cognitive pattern recognition as well, which is like your IQ test essentially. So, in terms of being able to set a minimum standard of competency, and again, you can have like the Senate and the judiciary decide what the actual specifics of the test are. This should basically guarantee that you're not going to devolve into retard supremacy. Because why would you have someone who's incompetent voting in your elections? Why should you trust their vote? Why would you want their vote? You know what I mean? Like if I had, if I wasn't even able to read and write, I don't even understand what logic is. I'm a homeless dude. I have no stake in the nation as well. Like, why should I be determining like what the country goes? Like think of it about it this way, right? If you're hosting a dinner night, right, you're bringing me, Jungle, and Crazy out to a dinner party, right, and you're paying the whole bill. Should we tell you where the restaurant, what restaurant to pick, and all this kind of shit, or should you be the one who's deciding where the restaurant is? Well, you should be deciding where the restaurant is because you're the one who's paying for the meal. You know what I mean? So. Now, you could be nice and say, like, ask our opinions and all this kind of shit, but final say should rely with you because you're the one who's actually paying it. It's coming out of your wallet. Same way with in terms of the taxpayers, in terms of the budget formulated from the taxpayers. So why the fuck would you listen to incompetent people or people who just take from the system and don't actually contribute into the system? Why would you want them their votes in? Because they'll just vote to take more stuff out of the treasury.
Yeah, one argument for a civics requirement tied to voting is that rights can have competency standards attached to the participation. And we already require people to pass tests for driving because uninformed decisions can affect others. So voting shapes the laws and the economies and wars and rights for millions of people. The issue is whether civics is taught in schools, like we talked about. It's whether people actually understood and retained enough basic knowledge to make those informed decisions. A pass-fail requirement would aim to ensure voters understand how governments function, what branches do, like what policies they're voting on, rather than just voting purely off emotion or tribalism and misinformation.
Exactly. I was trying to remember something too. Jungle Pegasus. That's what I couldn't remember. I was trying to that program.
Mm-hmm.
It could get pretty much on yourself on.
Yep.
Terry, to your point, how we get there, buddy?
That's what I'm saying. I like the idea.
Yeah.
Like having it digitized, but it's
Well,
it'll be
what you're
difficult to
saying,
implement.
too. What you're saying here too about the test, which if we could get it digital, it would, kill two birds with one stone. You go ahead and run those tests through that.
So I was saying if you don't want to vote, then you don't have to take the tests. And just because you don't vote doesn't mean you lose all your rights and all this kind of stuff. Like you still have rights as a US citizen. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So it's like in terms of the aspect here, like the reasoning is like you cannot challenge this reasoning. Like why would you want incompetent people voting? It literally goes against reason.
Well, we don't, but back to how do you fix that?
Yeah, it's on the screen.
Oh, I see it.
Put in a test for English fluency, mathematics, logical reasoning. Well, the English fluency is covered basically in the logical reasoning section because the arguments are going to be put in English or whatever the primary language of the country is. You know what I mean?
As it should be.
Yeah, this has to be
Yeah.
scaled. It has to start at a small level and go all the way up to the top. Like, for instance, we'd have to start it in a single state, in a single city, in a single county, and verify its ability to actually work and make sense. And then you expand from there.
Yep.
And Johnny Dollar is saying they will claim disenfranchisement based on race or sex. Oh, they already did.
Oh, all
like
right.
I presented this argument on
It
Misunderstood
doesn't
Panel.
matter what argument you present about any topic, anywhere, anytime. They will always bring that into it somehow,
Mhm.
some way.
It
You're a
always does.
bigot. You're racist. You're sexist. You know what I mean? And like their argument for it is it's going to disproportionately affect the outcome of like the blacks or the women and all this kind of shit. And it's like that's not how you determine whether or not something's racist or not.
Yeah, I mean, you can even make the same exact arguments towards the existing system. It's the same arguments no matter what. So even the existing system that is by far not perfect, you can make the same exact arguments for all situations.
Yeah. Yep. And it always goes back to this right here.
Like even with
My favorite.
I was going to say real quick, even with things like breaking the law, such as murder, right? If you've got enough money, you can hire somebody to get that job accomplished, whether the job is right or wrong. So with the same thing with the voting system, if you got enough money or tools at your disposal, you can make whatever happen that you want to happen and benefit yourself rather than the system itself. You can supersede that by going through the back door, et cetera, et cetera. So there's always going to be flaws with every single system ever. There's never going to be a perfect system for anything. It's always going to be something that isn't right for one person or some people. Anyway, sorry to cut you off, Terry. Continue on, sir.
Yeah, no worries. Like, because the reason, and like even Plato kind of like says this in the likes of Republic and all this stuff, it's like you can put forward like an aristocracy, but like there will be that whole like human nature where it'll become flawed and all this kind of stuff. Like the people in power like need to make sure that they're standing on reason. But the reason why reason is so important is that like if the reason is shown to have a contradiction or to be illogical or is defeated, then there's like that's the justification to get rid of that law. Whereas if you're in a dictatorship or you're like mainly like a tyranny where it's like because they said so, I don't give a fuck about reason because they said so. There's nothing you can do to convince the tyrant not to do the thing that they're doing.
Look at his avatar.
That's a reasonable avatar. Booty
Correct.
cheeks.
Yeah.
I like to derail Teriak when he's talking about something.
He was getting heated earlier. No, not long ago.
Oh yeah, what were you getting heated about? What was the flames flaming?
Like this whole thing of like the drag time story hour and teaching the kids about LGBT and all this kind of shit. Like, bro, just like fucking remove all funding from those schools. And if they want to like die on that hill, then fucking let them fucking die. I couldn't give a fuck. Because like, and I was pointing this out with the whole like Clon Aaron thing, and I ran through the 9 principles, and no one disagrees with the principles. But when you, one sec, let me drop the thing again. Oh shit! Fucking exit out the video. Bollocks. Listen, we're open panel stage anyway at this stage, but there's an Irish party. They haven't got any seats or whatever in terms of it at the moment, but they're getting there. But like I try to kind of like make the argument where it's like, in terms of like the democracy that we see and all this kind of shit, you kind of need to subvert it and all this kind of shit, because if you're just to say that like with no competency tests, nothing like that, everybody has the right to vote, you're basically saying that you want retard supremacy. You're going against reason, you know? And in terms of like that aspect, you kind of want like that subverter of the election, because like, what, you want retards to get their way, hearing the majority and all this kind of shit? You know what I mean?
Fair. Did you watch that stillborn debate last night?
I missed it. I only came on for the open panel afterwards.
Yeah, I
But,
missed it as well. And I missed the open panel because I finally got a chance to fall asleep and get some. So
Yeah.
I was away last night, sleeping away. What was the topic again? Something about the Christians, something?
Was Jesus the Messiah?
Ah, yeah.
I watched it. It's pretty
His
good.
opposition, is his opposition, was he an atheist or something?
No, he was actually a Jewish person, I believe.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. It was pretty good. Pretty good. Stillborn brought up some very good points. And so did the other guy, too. But Stillborn won it like 85 to 15, whatever it was. It was pretty bad.
Hey, Terry, I sent you a map from your country to mine.
Un momento.
In case you ever get lost, you know how to find your way.
I'm a leprechaun pirate. So like we started out here in Ireland, you know what I mean? Let's say, let me zoom in. You know, the hair color still needs a bit of work, you know, but we'll work with it. You know, got me the old pot of gold, got the rainbow, beautiful, beautiful. Top of the morning to you. Let's get ridiculous. And then we have to do the leap of faith off the cliffs of Moher. All right. And then we get onto Nessie's back. Okay. One sec. Where's the thing? Yeah, okay, right. Then step 2, we're on Nessie's back. Nessie gave Teriak a thumbs up. Beautiful. Hitch a ride on a Nessie across the North Atlantic. The Loch Ness Monster, by the way, for anyone who doesn't realize. Then we got to make a pit stop in Iceland to chill with the elves. Yep. Their elves don't ask. Yep. All right. Then stage 4. Stage 4, we actually go a bit back to Ireland because we get a bit afraid and all this kind of shit. Then we skydive, flock of confused puffins. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But you see, like, I got wings. Can fly. It's like a Red Bull, you know? Puffins shoved this outfit, but still let them join. Like I said, they're not really in with the green, but it is what it is. And step 5, surf a tidal wave made of Guinness. Or why not? You know, we got the old, we got the white cream on top, and
That's
then
going to
obviously
be the funnest part of your trip right there.
100%. You know what I mean? We even got a legend as well. So the shamrock means luck, the rainbow means ridiculousness, the pot of gold is questionable choices, and then the Guinness is 100% Teriak, because I'm fueled 100% the Guinness. Step 6, we're on the whale. The whale said Schlanche and sent him on his way. You know what I'm saying? I'm one with the whale, as they say. He tickled the whale. Bad idea. Good escape. Beautiful. Beautiful. Gets swallowed briefly by a whale who thought he was sushi. It's a easy mistake to make. You know what I'm saying? Then I'm chilling with the pirates. You know, maybe with the pirates. Got my own ship. Then we got the detour through the Bermuda Triangle. Oh wait, no, sorry. Step number 7 is ride a floating pirate ship helmed by a pirate with commitment issues. Beautiful, beautiful. The parrot got distracted by shiny things. Classic. It is what it is. You can't really trust those parrots, you know? Then step number 8, we're on to the Bermuda Triangle. The detour through the Bermuda Triangle, because Teriak does what he wants. You know what I'm saying? I'm like I give the black chicks, I use their own psychology against them. You know what I mean? Then step number 9. Hitch a ride on a manatee named Sir Chubbington. You You know, he's got a little top hat there as well. You know what I'm saying? Sir Chubbington loves seaweed and terrible puns. You gotta love it. Got lost, found the cocktail, which is worth it. And then we finally, ladies and gentlemen, mission accomplished. End up in Miami, USA. Look, we got our old, cocktails on the beach. You know what I'm saying? And Terek made it. No planes, no problem. Just luck, chaos, and an unreasonable amount of charm. Now, where's the nearest Irish pub? Is there Irish pubs in America? There better be.
Of
Fucking better be,
course.
boys.
Of
Well, you know they are.
And moral of the story: life's too short. What? One sec. Life's too short to take the boring route. Launch it to the mad lads. Oh man. I'm gonna have to use this. You know what I mean?
That's a good itinerary right there. You know what?
Tell you, man. Because like the northern border is the border they don't talk about. Like, while everyone's focused on building the wall on the southern border, like that's when I come in from the north. You know, I'll just pretend to be Canadian. You know, start calling people my buddy, my guy, my friend, all this kind of shit. I think it'll work.
Yeah, foolproof.
Yeah. Step 5 will get you, you know, it'll take care of any doubts you have.
You wouldn't want to ride a tidal wave of
step
Guinness.
3. Step 3 would be my favorite. The pit stop in Iceland. Chilling with the elves. Yeah, they're elves.
Yeah.
They're my cousins. Anytime I go up and help Santa Claus out building the presents, we always go out for a good night of drinking. You know what I mean? They're good people. Good people.
Why do they look naked in that little swimming pool there?
I'm blind, but I can see that now.
Those are interesting cousins you have.
Yeah, and they're
Listen,
female.
They don't like wearing shirts, you know, but they do have to swim boxers on because otherwise that'd be gay. You know, the reason why I'm fully clothed is because
quite incestual, actually.
Oh yeah, that too. Of
Quite
course.
Muslim of you, sir.
But you know, it's a good aesthetic. You know, the leprechaun aesthetic. That's why, like, you can't really take off the top hat or the clothes when you're getting into swim as a leprechaun. Otherwise, people wouldn't recognize you as a leprechaun. Kind of defeats the purpose.
Mm-hmm. And the sauna in the swimming pool is interesting too. But
Well, you gotta have the hot water, you know.
Well, it says chill in Iceland. I guess it'd be pretty damn cold right there. But he did build a sauna, so to warm up in with your cousin with no shirts. I didn't know you was a freak. So yeah.
You filling the airways full of anti-leprechaun propaganda?
Somebody's got to. I'm all for leprechauns though. And the Irish bars are pretty good. I told you about the Green River. I drank it dry.
I'm trying to find the picture off the Clonairon logo, but it I can't find it because I'm pretty sure like it was on like a Reddit thing or some shit like that. But I'll just go to the website. I'll ask you first, Jungle. I don't know if you've seen it, but when you look at this logo, is there anything that sticks out?
yeah, the Nazi swastika.
My man, right? Because when we go to, well, first of all, let's do the. When we do Chase Manhattan Bank, the similar kind of logo, no?
Mm-hmm.
You
Do
know
you
what I mean?
think though, was that the intent? Was there a hidden message there, or did it just work out to be that way?
Oh, this is completely conspiracy, leprechaun talk. I don't believe a single word I'm saying, all this kind of shit, but accidentally on purpose.
Because it's fun to talk about, right? Conspiracy theories are awesome.
Yeah. Well, let's do the Clonairon test, as they say. So let me know if you disagree with any of these principles, Jungle, right? Principle 1, Clonairon believes that the territory of Ireland consists of the whole island of Ireland, its island and its territorial seas. So you can swap out the name Ireland for America.
Believes that the territory consists of the whole island, its islands, and the territorial seas. Okay, check.
Principle 2, Clonairon believes strongly in the principle of a constitutional republic founded on individual personal freedoms, rights, and responsibilities. We reject and resist a totalitarianism whose essence is founded in the totality of state power and exercise of state authority and not ideological direction of that totality.
I mean, according to principle, that makes logical sense, but then you have to deal with the feelings of people. They're not gonna, there's gonna be people that reject that definition and premise altogether. So it's just gonna be a constant fight of what's right and what's wrong and who believes in what and whatever.
Okay, we'll come back to that one. Principle 3, Clonairon believes that the state is the crucible and natural patrimony of the nation. The state ought not, therefore, be the master of the nation, but the nation the master of the state. It follows that the state should act at all times and in every instance in the interest of the nation, embodied in one indivisible Irish people.
Again, same argument. It depends on the interpretation of the words. People aren't smart enough to understand the simple meaning of it. And they're going to overcomplicate it. But
yeah, I'm just saying from your perspective, is there any disagreements?
it should act at all times in every instance in the interest of the nation. Is the nation defined as the people?
Yep.
Then yes.
Yep.
But then that's where you're going to have the contention. It's like, what is the nation? Are we diverse? Are we one race? Are we one religion? Are we this? Are we that? And it's just going to get overcomplicated.
Yeah, I think we get to that in Principle 5, but it is a valid point that you make in terms of like when you're saying like the people, the Irish people, what makes an Irish person, which is a key question that needs to be answered. Well, real quick, in terms of Principle 4, Clonairon recognizes the centripetal tendency of the bureaucratic state and its inevitable deleterious consequences in the quality and quantity of state-level decision-making. We therefore believe in a firm commitment to the principle and application of subsidiary must be a central tenet of the government at every level. So we reject centralized control.
Yeah, at least I can say that your education is not terrible because you can at least read. So that's a good thing.
My man.
I'm just kidding. It's going off the rails here. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Okay. Principle 5, Clonairon approaches our membership of the European Union from the principle of refusing to accept the threatened destruction of our nation's freedom and will endeavour to restore those freedoms which have already unjustly been given away.
Accept the threatened destruction. Restore freedoms that have already been given away. Yeah, I agree with that.
Beautiful. Principle 6, Clonairon believes in aristocracy of achievement within a democracy of opportunity, practiced and established economically by a strong advocacy of free productive enterprise. Consequently, we endorse the inalienable right to the ownership of private property and shall defend that right against the equally dangerous encroachment of both state socialism and monopoly capitalism, or global capitalism.
That teeters the line a little bit there when you're talking about inalienable rights. What is it? Who gives them? Or, you know, they would argue that the rights are given, not inalienable. You know?
Yeah, so it like inalienable means that it's like they cannot be taken away. In a sense of like, for example, like free speech. is based in like the inalienable right, where like the government cannot like tell you what to think.
Yeah, but then again, can't they though? But they can though.
Oh no, they can try, but like there is, at least in terms of my knowledge, like there's no actual kind of like device or thing that like can force me to think a certain way. If I think that the prime minister is a cunt or the Taoiseach is a cunt, like there's nothing they can really do to stop me from having those thoughts.
Yeah, that teeters a lot of lines. That one, can't really make a decision on that one.
Okay.
Because then you have to worry about the protection of all people. If one person has a thought that's a negative thought, who's to say it is actually negative or wrong? That comes into, you have to put morals in there. Then it becomes a religious thing that everybody won't agree with. So.
Okay. Principle 7. Clonaireann opposes unrestricted immigration, placing above the preservation of national identity and culture as the bedrock of a principled patriotism.
Oh, I was almost reading it as if he wanted that, but then I saw opposes. Okay, opposes. So we're going to have restricted immigration. Is that what he's saying?
Yep.
So we will still have immigration. I can agree
Replacing
with that, but it would have to be like super restricted, overly regulated, in fact. I don't know, because the loopholes will become a thing.
100%. Like, and then the preservation of national identity. So if there's any immigration that would even threaten the national identity and culture, they're not coming in.
That's fair.
Okay. Principle 8. Clonaireann insists that no law should permit the provision of abortion in Ireland.
So ban abortion.
Move
on. We agree.
Principle 9. Clonaireann demands a complete reform of our criminal justice system, placing the protection of society from criminality as an imperative value, up to and including the restoration of the death penalty for particularly heinous crimes. So hanging pedophiles.
Yeah, and public executions, etc. 100% agree with that.
Welcome to Clonaireann, baby.
I'm going to step away from the mic for a couple of minutes. I want to, if I can, Joe, I want to pay you a compliment.
Okay.
I will be back. I don't know. I witnessed something yesterday evening. I'm not going to say what it is. I would just like to say you are changing people's lives in a very good way. I respect that. I think their works are good.
Well, I've always been the type, just to give you a little bit of background, I get it from my dad, is I always put other people that I care about above myself. So I'm the least selfish person, as they know. And if I'm blessed in the hard work that I do to make my own way viable, and whatever word you want to use there, respected or whatever, then I'm going to pay it forward through other people that I feel deserve it, you know?
I respect the hell out of it. I've seen it many times now. You're really, I'm not being, no gay, but I think you're a good man.
Thanks.
That's just my opinion. I'm old and picky too.
Oh, all right. Well, I got the approval of a crazy man. I can
There you go. You definitely do. But I'm going to be, I'll be listening, but I'll be back. I got to go off in like a minute, but I just wanted to do that.
Cool.
All right.
My man.
Sir, I'll be back.
So we're starting in Ireland again, folks, okay? The wee little leprechaun, Teriac, party animal, full-time menace.
Paul, I just want to say that it's extremely blurry on this end. I don't know why.
One sec, let me try to...
Like we can't even read the words.
Yeah, because I got to zoom in. One sec, let me try to do it this way. if I do this and this, still get blurry. Ah, no, beautiful, beautiful. Okay. Then I do this. Okay, so we start in Ireland, folks. Okay. The wee little leprechaun terrier party animal, full-time menace. You know, full-time, not even a part-time gig. You know, kiss me arse in Irish it means poke my home. Like where's the little scroll bar thing? There we go. So firstly, I got to read the title: "The absolutely unhinged and probably illegal journey of Teriak." Well, definitely illegal because we're going to be hopping the border, northern border, not southern, because the southern has too much heat on it at the moment. Teriak, the leprechaun who doesn't give a shamrock. Ah, beautiful, beautiful. So first of all, we stole a nuclear submarine from a drunk Russian bear. I had to go into negotiations with good old Vladimir, but he hooked me up with a nuclear sub. Okay, so we got that shit. We even have the drinks and all this kind of stuff as well. Russians are fond of the vodka as well, you know. There's a bit of a relation there, you know. Number 2, we surface in Iceland and start a fight with an elf drug cartel. Unbelievable. See these drug addicts? Elf cocaine as well. Unbelievable, folks. I don't even know what the fuck that is.
Bro, there's Tylenol on the rocks. You see that?
Oh, my man. Beautiful. You know, you sneaky little pixie bitch. What can I say, man? I'm good with the insults on these elves. Then we have step 3. Rides a whale that farts rainbows. Beautiful. So that's where the rainbows come from. You know? Then number 4, gets sucked into the Bermuda Triangle and plays poker with Satan and 2 aliens. All in, you feckin' E.T. looking wanker. Beautiful. Wait, what hand do I have? Pretty sure that's a winning hand. We've got pocket rockets here as well, you know. Satan didn't stand a chance, you know. Where is it? Then we go, wait, step 4, where's step 5? All right, step 5, back down to here. Trades his soul for more gold, regrets it immediately. That is not a good trade. That is not a good trade, ladies and gentlemen. Oi, you bollocks, can I have it back? Lol, nope. Motherfucker. This motherfucker. But we continue the journey regardless. Hitches on a meth gator named Crystal Bite. Beautiful. You know? And I even have like the old Go-Go Gadget extending arm right there, you know? He doesn't bite, he snorts though. Like, look at those nostrils. You shouldn't be sharing the cocaine with, or methamphetamine with your crocodile, especially a crocodile. That's a meth gator, you know? Step number 7, I get arrested in Cuba. It is what it is. They even took my clothes. Motherfuckers even took my clothes. Communist bastards even took my clothes, you know?
You took your own clothes off. You were arrested for public nudity.
And to attempting to sell magic shrooms to tourists. Shrooms of chaos. It's not a bad brand name. At least we got a bit of branding going on, you know. It's not a phase. It's magic. What can I say, man? What can I say? Where are we at now? Holly wants a shy cracker. Escapes prison by pooping in a guard's hat and pretending to be a parrot. I'm saying got the old illusions going. You know, we even have the rainbow colors on the parrot as well with the old hat going on. I got my clothes back apparently as well. So there's positives to that, you know. Step number 9, we're with the flamingos. One sec. Smuggles itself in a shipment of very questionable flamingos. These birds seen some things. Seems kind of like these flamingos might be gay. Not gonna lie, they're very pink. Questions. But hey, to get to America, you know, gets drunk with this. Step number 10, we get drunk with this giant squid that only speaks in riddles. What has 4 testicles and sails the cosmic sea? Your mum. Facts right there, folks. Then we step number 11, we build a raft out of bean cans, old sandals, and regret. She's not pretty, but she floats. Exactly, folks. You know, gets the job done. Gets kidnapped by Florida rednecks who thinks he's a sex pot of weed. Unbelievable.
MAGA hats.
I'm pretty sure I can make a MAGA argument. You know what I'm saying? I was like, blacks boys, I'm here with for the MAGA movement. You know what I mean? And they let me go. You know, but they also have a floating car as well, so that's pretty cool. Not gonna lie. Number 13 convinces them that okay. We convinced them to turn the Bud Light into Irish whiskey. Got that magical powers going on, you know. Get up and take my sister. What can I say, man? Get a visa out of it, you know. Vis-a-vis. Totally real whiskey, of course, you know. And remember, luck is fake, chaos is real, Teriak is king. I like it. I like it. Rides an alligator wearing Crocs. Is this the same meth or is this his cousin? Yeehaw, you stupid sexy lizard. Beautiful, beautiful. Then, oh, beautiful. I love the green wave. Surfs the tsunami made of monster energy and bad choices. I live, I die, I chug. I do like the green. You know, what's not to like about the green, you know? And then we eventually end up in Miami, USA, baby. Worth every fucked up second. Mission accomplished. Teriak out, boys. You know, even got the shades on and everything. You know? And moral of the story, life's too short, do stupid shit, blame the fairies, get laid. Bada bing, bada boom, folks.
Bro, AI is super incredible. Just saying.
100%, man. That's what I was saying to the boys. I think I need to get the was it like the Premium X or whatever the fuck it's called? Because they've limited the free Grok version now to only like the fast version. It's not as good. I can see like a clear kind of like decline in the answers and all this kind of stuff. Well, not necessarily a decline, but it's not as good as the answers you were getting from like the expert mode and all that kind of shit. But it's a really handy tool, especially being able to kind of like collect a lot of the links and all this stuff. I'd still heavily suggest that everybody would like double check and like make sure you're kind of like going to the source yourself and reading the articles and all this kind of thing. But we even tried to test it on stream as well, where we're trying to get it to admit that 2 + 2 = 5, and Grok wouldn't do it.
I got a question. Do you have a video of yours that's just you talking and no video watching and no panel stuff, just you yapping for like at least an hour?
I don't think so. But like, I guess like there's been like open panels and shit like that. But why you ask?
I asked because I've got a pretty incredible thing that I can upload your voice and recreate it to say and do whatever I want in the voice of Teriak.
Well, I think like yesterday's stream, I was just like reading the Bible, you know, like there wasn't any open panel, but like I wasn't on screen.
Yeah, no, it doesn't need the screen. It just needs the audio.
Well, let me send you this link because I'm pretty sure like all I was doing was just like reading through a chapter and then reading chat. So
yeah, that's fine as long as it's just you talking. I think I have it from the Theology Thursday.
Yeah, number 34.
Okay, yeah, I'll use that actually. Bada boom, bada bing. Yeah, I'll get back to you on that one. But it's good because I've utilized it for like ad reads and stuff for some people. If I can get their voice, then I can just have it say whatever, and they use that for their ad read so they don't have to do it themselves.
That's actually really handy because like the having to make videos when you fuck up and then you have to either like do like the editing and all this kind of shit versus like because the AI will literally nail it without any like uhs or pauses or any shit like that as well.
Right.
But we have the video as well, but I'm not sure we're going to be able to get finished it, but we technically finished the debate. I think they're just getting into the questions and all this kind of thing. But do you have any thoughts on Trump being a fascist?
This has been argued too many times. I just agree with it. The fact that he's not. there may be components of fascism, but you can apply that to just about every president, actually. And it's not just the man themselves; it's the system that they're within.
Because like Andrew basically kind of like I thought brought home the point where at this stage it's just vibes, it's just rhetoric, it's what you feel. Like there's no objective meaning to it and all this kind of shit. Because essentially, like, there's no difference from saying Trump is a fascist to Trump is a jerk. You just don't like the guy, you know?
Yeah, exactly. That's all it is. Like I said, you can make the same argument for prior presidents and prior administrations being on the same line or same lines through their executive
100%.
actions and such. But it's just the fact that they hate Trump so much. Just the name itself sparks hatred within their soul. They will say the most ridiculous things about him specifically that they wouldn't apply to someone else that they didn't hate as much.
Well, sure, fucking look at the Hassan cunt. He's there saying shit like the streets should run red with the capitalist blood. America deserved 9/11. Like all this crazy shit that he said. Like Destiny as well. Like who says that the dude that like died from the Butler, Pennsylvania Butler incident. Oh, he deserved it because he was at a Trump rally and all this kind of shit. And you're like, okay, that stuff is what? Oh, that's just a joke and all this kind of shit. And you're kind of going, what the fuck is going on here? You know? Because the main thing, the main thing that like I'm trying to be conscious of is, it just like descending into like crazy shit that we seen in the first term, with like all like the BLM riots and all this kind of shit, and like we went over with the whole like BLM charter, like all that is just a guise or a facade, because if you go against Black Lives Matter, then you're against Black Lives apparently, and all this kind of shit. But it's just an excuse to just fucking riot essentially.
Yeah, because you could use the exact same arguments for like stuff like things like the KKK. If you go against the KKK, you're against what they think about. Well, it's not about the principle behind what they're trying to get out there. It's not behind the message that we're against. It's the chaos around the message that's criticized. If we're really going to be a free market of thought and expression, then we have to allow for all sides of it, as long as they don't cross the boundaries of morality. Like it's not moral to go burn down a city and ruin the lives of business owners and other things and the general population. Like to me, that's not a moral action. But the message that you're trying to get across by doing such immoral thing, I could stand behind that, but not the actions that you took to get there.
Just thinking about, yeah, because I was thinking about this whole thing from like postmodernism with the moral relativism and all this bollocks. I had a debate where I basically was saying that we should ban atheists and moral relativists from public office. And essentially what I was saying they should do is, and technically you could possibly do this, where you, wait, do I still have the debate loaded in my notepad actually? So let me check this, because like fundamentally, if someone says they're moral relativists to you, like they're just like saying to you that like, oh, I don't believe in morality, meaning I'm willing to do anything and everything possible to win, which is what you're starting to see kind of unfold here with the whole like vibe. Politics is just vibes and all this kind of shit, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, here it is. One second, let me pull this up. So, yeah. So, like, the key thing with this is a philosophical test, not a religious test, because they outlawed, you're not allowed to do any religious tests, the whole public office and all this kind of shit. But if you put in a philosophical one, and I kind of explain it here. Yeah, this is not a religious test, it's philosophical, and we simply ask public officials to affirm, yes, an objective, moral, and rational order, the Logos exists, and I will govern by it, just like we already require them to swear an oath to the Constitution. And then we can do it the same way, the same smart way the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade and Dobbs, by going back to history to and original meaning. 9 of the 13 original colonies required some belief in God or divine order for office. The founders never dreamed leaders would deny any objective standard at all. But it's clear, constitutional, and overdue. America should once again require public office to officials to affirm that the Logos exists, so our government stays anchored and the republic survives. So it's like these were like the simple steps. So you take one friendly state like Texas, Arkansas, Mississippi, and still hold the belief in supreme being language sitting on the books, right? So all these 3 states still have that like language listed on it, right? In 2027, pass a short bill. Every candidate must sign one sentence affidavit saying, I affirm an objective, moral, and rational order exists and will guide my decisions. Then you pick a low stakes race, say like county commissioner or notary public office, and deny ballot access to an openly atheist or morality subjective candidate. Then this is the key thing, you let them sue. So this is unconstitutional, this kind of stuff, so that the case goes up through the conservative Fifth Circuit and gives a clean vehicle to reach the Supreme Court. Then once it's at the Supreme Court, showed him the Adams quote, 9 of 13 colony history, and argued Torcaso got it wrong. The founders expected leaders to believe in objective order, not just any private opinion. And like what this would fundamentally do is it would not only rule out all these atheists and moral relativists, but it also prevent any moral relativist argument being made. So the slogan that they have for my body, my choice and all this kind of shit would be an unreasonable argument, and you would strike it out. But as we were just talking about there, the key thing would be the descending into violence. Because we're already seeing, like, there was like some Californian dude, I think. He was like a big Trump guy, had like Trump flags outside his house and all this kind of shit, and they beat the shit out of him.
Interesting.
Fuck, I can't find it. Ugh. But you see the San Diego shooting as well?
No, I did not.
So let me see if I can pull this up. So I think it was like 2 individuals went into a mosque and I think killed 3 Muslims in a mosque. And to me, it's like, bro, this is a fucking Fed thing. So 1 sec. Trying to see if there's anything I can show. 1 sec. Un momento, por favore. Okay, so click this. So it was Kane Clark and Caleb Velasquez live streamed the attack. Kane killed Caleb. And then a manifesto recovered, not released. Met online, described as companions, classmates. Kane was trans, neighbors. Kane had blue-green hair, right? But the interesting thing is that when you look at the stuff they're wearing, it's all like Nazi regalia and all this kind of shit. But like their whole thing was that like, oh, like you communists, like they're like all against like the communists and like we're right wingers and all this kind of shit. But I don't buy it for a second. Oh shit. Yeah. So like they have all that kind of stuff, and then it goes. Want to start off with some words for a few of my heroes. Why won't somebody do something? Why won't somebody do something? Why don't I do something? The spell broke. Why don't I do something? Why not me? If not me, then who? Why them when I could do it myself? It was there I decided to do something. It was there I decided to take action, to commit to force, to commit to violence, take fight in the invaders myself. To take a saying from the film, I see all this stuff going on, and I don't want to see anyone doing anything about it, and it pisses me off. Take a saying from my favorite film, even if my life is worth less than a speck of dirt, I want to use it for the good of society. I have no choice. I'm not in the position to alone go to the ghetto and fight. We have no skinheads, no real KKK. No one doing anything but talking on the internet. Well, someone has to be the brave to take it to the real world, and I guess it has to be me finally. I thought to myself, perhaps there's a chance that we can combat this. Maybe there's a chance that we can take control and prevent our genocide. Maybe we can combat the hedonistic, nihilistic, and individualist insanity that has taken control of Western thought. I then found other fighters like Patrick Crusius, Anders Breivik, Dylan Roof, and John Ernest. These men fought for me and had the same goals I did. I was there. It was there I asked myself, why don't I do something? Finally, I felt awakened. It was there I started to think about committing to an attack, to commit to violence. I would follow Terrence lead and the attacks, so many others like him. No longer would I just accept a replacement. No longer would I just accept a genocide. No longer will I willingly serve the people who were trying to end me and my race. I'd have to take the fight to place myself. Pretty sure that's American History X. These feelings they felt are the same I feel now, and their words truly spoke to me. It feels that every day now I see things getting worse in the world, and it makes me sick to my stomach and enrages me beyond belief. I always find myself saying something needs to be done, or someone needs to do something, but nothing ever happens, and nothing ever will if we don't make something happen. I can no longer, in good conscience, just sit idly by and expect someone else to be the one to fight back. How could I possibly expect others to do what I myself am unwilling to do? Then it hit me, I've got to do it. Why shouldn't it be me? Why should I just do something? If not me, then who will? So now I believe that it's my turn to turn with many before and many to come to fight back. And then this whole thing, everyone has their own idea of one who's to blame for all wrong in the world. They will say it's the government, the elite, the rich, the politicians, the 1%, the left, the right, the capitalists, the communists, the Illuminati, the fags and trannies, the immigrants. Now again, these are trannies. And many more. All of them can be traced back and caused by one group. The Jews, it's the Jews, it's the Jews, it's the Jews, it's the Jews. Jews across all time have been behind extremely disproportionate amounts of the world's problems, whether that be from war, famine, exploitation of children, rise and degeneracy. And again, these are trans. Infighting of peoples, political killings, and the separation of family. And again, all trans. Like, so why do they care about family? Departure from the church, the white race's replacement, the mass immigration, central banking systems, and so on has always been and always will be the Jews. There is no moderate opinion to this problem. They'll always rise back to power or do the same again whenever you exile them. For any sane man seeing all this, only logical solution would be just to delete them all. Historical atrocity spreading information and therefore anti-Semitism now compared to then is very easy. The further you go back in time, the more difficult or even impossible it was to spend information. Or yeah, that means spread information. The only ways you could find something out were from word of mouth, messengers going to city to city, then eventually mail and newspaper articles. So if some new group of people came where you were living, it was very unlikely you'd know who they were or what they were doing whenever they came from, or whatever made them have to leave or escape. So with all that now was with all of that, how was it that somehow, some way, over the past several thousand years, different peoples of different cultures and languages spread across countries or even entire continents somehow all developed anti-Semitism. Many countries had to deal with the Jew and then having enough of them, forcibly expelling them, or as they'll tell you, persecuting them, forcing them to leave just to start again, some other poor, unaware country that will be their next victim, likely accepting them after hearing stories of these poor innocent Jews escaping persecution, no reason at all, and so many instances of this. And this is the key thing that, like, notice that all these poor innocent countries and all this kind of stuff, like, this is a globalist mentality, not nationalist. Think that maybe it isn't all these other civilizations' fault, but rather them who continuously get themselves kicked out and hated. What did they do to get themselves to the... And again, like, bear in mind that they're pointing the finger at the Jews, but then they went into a mosque and killed Muslims. That's another thing, like, where it just does not add up. An entire list of chaos they caused, some of which including coin clipping, infiltrations of the system of government and power, gaining a monopoly control on banking, and running the people into bankruptcy, switching sides on the people that house them and allowing their enemies in, causing plagues and famines, acting out their own satanic barbaric rituals, often on the native peoples, and much more. Past several thousand years, the Jews have been themselves expelled from quite a lot of places, numerous amounts of times. In fact, it has happened 30 times in 109 different countries, and this number only seems to be increasing. If I were to list these causes, it would span the document dozens of pages, so I'll link it here to following events. Now for the very famous and supposedly very tragic historic event known as the Holocaust, whereas this fact will constantly be pushed down everyone's throat. A poor innocent 6 million Jews were brutally and systemically killed. This fact, which we have all publicly practically been forced to believe, is nothing short of a complete fabrication, possibly one of the largest scandals in history. This number of the 6 million is nothing new. There are newspapers dating back to the early 1900s speaking of this almost as if they had been preparing this lie for years, and the German camps had conveniently been just the thing they were waiting for. The camps were not death camps. They were treated inhumanely as they waited to be killed off. No, in fact, quite the opposite. They were labor camps where, surprising, they were treated extremely well. Accommodation and amenities that no prisoner would ever dream of, especially not one awaiting extermination, themselves in unfinished. Then Judaism and its practices. Epstein Island is the most disgusting, vile, evil thing of our modern day, and yet there's nothing new. It is just Judaism in its purest form, scaled up to an attraction of sorts. Blackmail those who will not bend to their will willingly. You will read those words in the file, speak of those most horrid events imaginable, and think, how could they possibly do such a disgusting, violent things? But for them, they were simply following tradition, practices they've done for centuries in the religious books, and not only allowed those acts, but in fact even encouraged them. Banking, which is unfinished, media influence. It seems like they weren't able to prove the whole banking thing, because when you look into banking, even the Scottish are represented in the banking, but however, as I say, media influence, as is with everything else, Jews unsurprisingly have an overmassive amount of representation where it comes to control and influence of the media. This shows with mainstream news, Hollywood, social media, influencers and celebrities, TV, advertising, books, both fiction showing historical and current events and non-fiction as entertainment. This, of course, is their main way of controlling the masses and a regular people, your everyday Jew, if you will, because as we all know, people today consume a lot of media, so the game they play is within subliminal messages, repetition of their agenda, and controlling the narrative. They will consistently smear our name and try to group us in or compare us to other groups to make it easier for them to control the masses. With the right, they call us communists. As to them, any authoritarian regime is opposed to capitalist democracy is communism. With the left, through the less insulting, they will call us fascist. This we are not. So again, kind of like drop the mask there. You know, it's like you're saying with the right they'll call us communists, with the left they'll call us fascist. Pronouns are key in this. You know what I mean? While we certainly are close to while we certainly are closer to the fascists as National Socialists, and during World War II, we were even allied with many of them. We are separate groups ideologically. Those grouping terms are meant to make it simple for the pawns of the media on all sides to know who their enemy is without causing too much ache to the brains of the non-thinking, already enslaved good guys. For the most part, there is no explaining to these types the difference or how we aren't what they think we are. They're too far gone. However, there will always be people who question what they were told to believe. For that, we most certainly be ready. And then company send thing, political control. Like, let me see, is the whole incel thing. But like also like the foids, like the femoids and like the incel thing. Then it's like more of the kikes thing. South Americans invaders and mass immigration by its consequence. The faggots and trannies. What do I think of them? Not much, as some of the my predecessors said, as long as they were loyal to the race, not traitors, no problem with them. This is where I disagree. Being homosexual, the way I see it, is the most foolish way you could be a traitor to your race, as is the problem for it. Indeed, it being the birth rates to then go against nature, not procreate with the opposite sex, directly furthering the decrease of white births because of the incredibly selfish choice to fuck around with another guy or woman, depending on if the person is a guy or a woman, is again the most stupid way you could betray your race. It is also, quite frankly, extremely degenerate behavior, as many who consider themselves members of the LGBT community largely using it as an excuse to openly show off their disgusting fetishes publicly and live and life of degeneracy without feeling shame. Though I acknowledge there is some who aren't like this and who are, quote, normal guys who are just attracted to the same gender without being weird about it, which I dislike less than the others. There still remains the dilemma that there are less white who will reproduce. Obviously, for non-white fags, I could give less a shit. The rope awaits no matter what you decide to burn with. For the trannies, you disgust me. You are nothing short of completely deranged and mentally ill, trying to force your delusion to become our reality. The degeneracy that the faggots indulge in are multiplied tenfold with you. Your whole existence is, the majority of the time, is a porn addiction that went too far and became your personality. In so many instances with both gays and especially transgenders, they end up being child molesters and pedophiles, even going as far as to adopting young kids, since they typically cannot have their own, and putting them through the hell of having them as parents, or even sexually abusing them, not to mention the adverse harmful effects of a child's... Wait, what? Adverse harmful effects of a child missing either a mother or father. Spread of LGBT ideology has caused dramatic increase in its members, mostly among the youth who have never in a million years considered it. If they had not been exposed to it, and it's about time we start treating it as it is, degeneracy. You will never be a real woman. You will never be a real man. There is no such thing as non-binary or any other arbitrary pronouns. So you, I say this, follow your statistic and tie the noose and kick the chair. As someone who used to consider themselves a right-winger with various views over the years of libertarian conservatism and basic moderate right-wing nationalist views, I could say I experienced the I can say from experience that the right wing in America is a complete and utter failure, conservatism especially, and just going to skip down towards this thing as well because it's a fucking really long document. It would be impossible to talk about the right today without talking about Donald Trump and the Make America Great Again movement. A lot of people see it still. A lot of people seem to still cling to him, thinking him as some sort of white savior, as if I were still in 2016. Was he ever really our guy? Probably not. right? So it's like key things that like come up in this, like that's the time I don't need missed. Take out Vance instead. As for the Magatard, accelerationist, I know, right? But key thing to point out, like notice where it's like you have all this anger for the Jews, but you end up like shooting up a mosque. Where's the picture of the dudes? Like they were trans. Like this dude right here. That's a dude. You know what I mean? And then think back. I don't know who said this. Pretty sure it was Wick. And I don't know. Yeah, it was Wick was having a conversation with Ryan C. Mullally, right? I remember in terms of like that whole Fandango, like there's this whole thing of like, oh, it's fake news or whatever. Like Trump basically orchestrated the assassination attempt and all this kind of shit. One of the things that Wick said was like, well, if I was going to do it, like I'd be putting down all this Christian stuff, I'd be putting down like all this like right wing shit and all this kind of stuff. Or when the dude put out like the comments and all this kind of shit. What I think this is. You know what I mean? Like you're saying that you're against the whole trans thing, it's degenerate, but these motherfuckers are trans. Like, yeah. I know I need to get the picture of it. But if you have such a large swath of the Jews thing, why are you going after the Muslims? You know? So again, like that's the picture from the live stream. Whole like anime shit and all that stuff going on. Like here's another picture. Oh no, video.
On our side.
Is there any pictures? Yeah, like with the whole lipstick and all this kind of shit. But they're saying that degeneracy is the problem, all this kind of thing. Does not add up. You know what I mean? Sanity please are flat out refusing to name yesterday's monsters what he asked because it was a trans couple.
What you will not hear from us today is the names of these two suspects. Today is about our victims in our community coming back together again. What you will not hear from us today.
That was one of the dudes. Yet in the manifesto they wrote, they were like, oh, this is degenerate, and they tried to paint it off as this thing. And this is why I say, like, this whole thing of, like, disclosure about, like, the National Socialism and all this kind of shit. Like, they're more than willing to do this type of shit. Try and prevent the political philosophy even being talked about. Yeah, more pictures off and all this kind of shit. I think this is the other dude as well. The suspect thing. So basically, like, they done this shit and then wrote the manifesto as if they were right wingers and all this kind of shit. Again, the whole like it's the Jays, it's Jays, it's Jays, and then they end up shooting up a mosque. So they're trying to do this whole thing to try and incite violence, or try to what would be the fucking. They're trying to. It wouldn't be like Civil War shit. It would be. They're trying to make that monster that they accuse the right wing of being. And when I see shit like that, acceleration. Yeah, but like more specifically, it's like they're trying to make out that like this is like your average conservative. This is what they think, and this is what they're capable of doing, which is why we need to stamp down on Donald Trump. We need to stop Donald Trump. We need to, like all these like MAGA people and all this kind of shit. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to paint this off as this is the MAGA peoples. CNN played a sob story of a Muslim father selling his daughter to his own relative. Oh, it's the Afghan dude. It's unbelievable, man. Definitely a trap, 100%. Like you do this whole thing where where is it? All caps, like multiple times. Yeah, it's the J's, it's the J's, it's the J's, and you go to a fucking mosque. Oh, is the synagogue closed? Don't make no fucking sense. They themselves were trans. Yep. He was a Venezuelan or both or just one guy. I'm not sure in terms of the nationality. Was this the shooter taken out in San Diego? Yep, there was two of them. And I think they one of them shot each other and then they turned the gun on themselves. What he's reading, that was the manifesto I was reading. So that's another thing that further complicates this. Why it's like what I'm trying to talk about, like the political philosophy is going to be so dangerous because that's what they're going to paint you off to be. And this whole thing of like weaponizing mentally ill people. Which when you go back to the British imperial system, like that's what they want. They want the anarchists, they want to rile them up. Crazy, you back? Precisely, Seth. No, it's not brainwashing. They know that like Trump is basically destroying the imperial system. They know that like the rhetoric and the vibes and the, like just calling like everybody racist and bigots and all that kind of shit ain't working anymore.
And I was on mute. Yes, I'm back there. Yeah.
Welcome back, sir. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Have any thoughts on the San Diego shooting?
I have not heard of a Jew doing anything, taking out people when it wasn't necessary. Unlike the mosque people might do. That's the only thing I can associate in this. I mean, does that make sense?
Yeah, because
none of it makes sense, but like he was asking why the mosque, because it might have been a threat to them, a physical threat.
Yeah, but in terms of the manifesto, like this is the type of shit they were writing. Like the whole thing starts off with it's the Jews, it's the Jews, it's the Jews, and then it even talks about the whole transgender thing. But these motherfuckers were transgender.
Yeah, I think the picture, it's just crazy, mentally ill.
And as Seth put it, accuse your enemy of what you're actually doing. Southern Poverty Law Center as well literally funded the Nazis with the KKK. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So when I say like I'm willing to do this debate, and again I'm pretty sure it's on Monday 25th or something like that.
You're debating this one?
No, the same prompt I debated on Tuesday this week on Easy Channel. 1 second, let me do a bit of promo.
Right.
The where are we at? So, oh shit, one sec. This one here is National Socialism the superior form of government. Like when I say it's like I'm going to get shot for this. Like I'm not joking, because what they're going to do is those people that done the pew pew, like they're all fucking the same thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but hopefully you won't get literal, pew-pewed. You will get some slack.
You have to forgive me, Teriak. That was a super quick thing that I did. It's not perfect, but it's pretty interesting. I'll send it to you.
You got your audio, didn't you?
Okay.
I heard that part.
One sec. Let me know if you can't hear it, okay?
So I just want to express how much I enjoy talking to Jungle. He is the absolute best pal an Irishman can have.
Oh, that's just a beautiful thing for you to say. Much appreciated, brother.
Without a doubt, and all that kind of shit. I also must say that the chat is amazing. Thank you all for your interactions and contributions to the conversations we have.
Exactly. Without the chat, we would be lonely on the internet. All the supporters should express their interest and arguments to the topics.
Me lucky charms over the rainbow are necessary for the existence of my people. You can find me over the rainbow with my pot of gold.
It's just so stupid.
It still needs because like it'd be interesting to see what way it handles 33. What way does it think it pronounce? I pronounce 33, like 33 and a third, and all this kind of thing.
Well, like I said, I can. I'm hearing myself going. Is that me or you?
Do you have another stream open?
Do I? No. What the fuck?
What about now? Test.
Yes, that fixed it. That was weird. No. I only use like 6 minutes of your voice. If I use like an hour worth, then it would be more precise and give all the little quips and quibbies that you do. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But it would take like hours to upload that kind of thing.
But any final closing thoughts or nuggets of wisdom we want to leave the folks with before we head off? Because I'm pretty sure Vintage is still live, and I want to give him an old raid in because he's still working on monetization. But any final closing thoughts, nugget of wisdom, any shout outs or anything like that before we head away?
No, appreciate you having me up, Toriak. Jungle, have a good one. Chat, peace.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, what is it? Isn't it Friday? Is it Friday? Yeah, it's Friday.
Yeah.
VK, baby.
VK tonight. Gonna do some work. I load up some pay-per-view stuff and things like that. Just doing some chilling, get some more rest, and get ready for tonight's abomination. You gonna be on tonight?
100%. I might be late, but I'm going to be using one of my. I'll probably just use the skip the cue cards.
True. Yeah, you're welcome. By the way, I pretty much handed you that one. Chocolate is still superior to vanilla. By the way, it hasn't changed.
Like it was a good angle that you took, because I was convinced that we were talking about ice cream, and then you kind of flipped the script and said, "No, I'm talking about chocolate bars, bro." I was like, "Fuck, what the fuck?"
Yeah, but I think the chat is just biased.
Well, typically the chat does kind of like go against me. You know what I mean? Unless it's a complete stranger. But yeah, it is what it is, you know. But appreciate you stopping by, bro. And again, appreciate you for all the support as well. Absolute legend, you know. And like I said, you'll definitely be seeing my VK at least at some stage, you know.
Okay, cool. Yeah, man. So I'll catch you later this evening, then, brother.
Catch you on the flip side. And folks, like we end every stream, I'm not asking you to trust me. All I'm simply asking you to do is to trust your president. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump. And I'll see you all later on at VK, baby.
Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself to public service?
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life, and I also see it as somebody with strong views and somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but may be unpopular.
I am your voice. So to every parent who dreams for their child and every child who dreams for their future, I say these words to you tonight. I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again.